The Ventures of Hero 143. Audio play by Tig Carson. Voices by Tig Carson, Arlene L., J. Bug, and Isaac Keith Martinez. They said finding an Earthling would be impossible. Many had died trying. But after 319 days, I, Dean Kilmer, Hero 143 of the planet Terra, finally made contact with a female Earthling. Unfortunately, she happened to be one of the most dangerous creatures in the universe. Entry 162.3. For prosperity, I will now describe how this historic moment took place. From the safety of my spaceship, I watched as the female Earthling battled against a fearsome warrior tribe known as the Scourge, famous throughout the galaxy for eating their captives, constructing shelters from the bones of their victims, and killing the last herd of Googons with no more than a few dull knives. The Scourge now lay shattered and defeated across the windswept dunes of a nameless moon, all slain by the female Earthling. My hand ached as I struggled to log all the action in my journal. In the distance, dark clouds started to gather. Yellow drops splattered on my ship's window as I hurried my words onto paper, hoping the storm would pass. Then, a lightning bolt splintered across the sky and slammed into my ship's engine, sending my ship tumbling towards the desert below. I fought to regain control, but it was no use. I was going down, and it was going to hurt. My ship crashed into the desert sand, sending me headfirst through my spaceship window. I considered myself lucky, having survived with no more than a few minor scratches, a bloodied nose, and a dull headache, until she strode up. Dressed in metallic green armor, the female Earthling stepped forward. Her fire-red hair spilled out from beneath her hood as she greeted me with the active end of her rifle.
"Bad choice coming down here,"
she said.
"Turn around."
It was said gazing into her eyes would turn her victims into solid iron, so I quickly aimed my gaze at the ground and ignored the request.
"I know you understand me,"
she continued.
"I can see your translator."
Again, I ignored her. She grabbed me by the arm and dragged me through the desert. Sand funneled into my boots as we went. I fought to keep my boots from sliding off until the left one came loose and disappeared in the distance. I tried to alert her, but she didn't seem to care. We passed several dead Scourge, then several more, finally coming to a stop outside a low-lying cave. Thick red vines partially blocked the view inside, but it looked dark and quite scary. The female Earthling released my arm and pointed towards the cave.
"Go,"
she said. Two small spacecrafts dashed ahead. She stood her ground, unleashing death and fury into the sky, hitting one of the craft with her rifle and sending it spiraling into the distant sand. I sheltered my head, then looked back at her in disbelief.
"Less me, more cave,"
she said. But I could not pull myself from the action. I witnessed many of her battles, but always from a safe distance. Now, I was in the thick of it. Then a rock fell on my head. Entry 162.4. Judging by the abrasions on my leg, the female Earthling apparently dragged my unconscious body into the nearby cave. A well-built fire crackled within, creating enough light to see my immediate surroundings. To my right stood the cave wall, mostly bare except for a few thin red vines that climbed towards the ceiling. To my left, several chunks of overcooked meat rested on a flattened stone. I shimmied closer to grab a piece when a shot zipped past, nearly severing the fingers from my hand.
"Don't touch."
The female Earthling stepped out from the shadows and took a seat, making sure to keep the fire between us. She studied me for a moment, then leaned forward.
"What do they call you?"
I did my best to avoid eye contact as I responded. My name is Dean Kilmer. I am Hero 143 from the planet Terra. The female Earthling leaped over the flames and pressed her pistol against my skull.
Only 3 of us know English out here, and you're not one of them.
I quickly thrust my hands into the air. Wait! I know many Earth languages. I can use another. Mi nombre es Dean Kilmer. The female Earthling's eyes tightened, but I was unsure why. Then a pungent odor tickled my nose. I peeked over her shoulder and spotted a scourge charging through the vines and into the cave. The female Earthling shoved me to the ground, yanked the rifle off her back, turned and fired. The scourge dropped to one knee, gurgled, then slumped over dead.
4 more to go.
She quickly slid her rifle back over her shoulder.
Now where were we? Yes. I was about to turn your brains into soup.
Please, I winced. Do not shoot me. The female Earthling cocked her head to one side and smirked.
Fine.
I exhaled, assuming she'd finally realized I was not a threat. But panic returned as she slipped the glove from her hand. Oh, please, not that. All the stories told of the female Earthling's dreaded death touch. A single touch that brought instant death. Some claimed she was cursed. Others that it was a type of poison. But I never once saw it performed. Now, I had an unfortunate front row seat. In a crude attempt to stall her, I blurted out whatever came to mind. My name is Dean Kilmer. I'm a Hero 143 from the planet Terra. We are a peaceful species and learned your language from the television and radio transmissions that we love to watch. And by the way, you are much taller than I expected, and you just happened to be the first Earthling I could find, and even though you are quite hostile, I was hoping to maybe... The Earthling raised her toxic finger to my face.
Stop. Transmissions? From where?
From Earth, we assumed. We have been deciphering them and watching them for quite some time.
Who sends them to you?
We have no idea from where they come. I was hoping you would be able to explain that to me. She lowered her toxic finger.
If I knew, I wouldn't be on this forsaken moon talking to a bald little alien.
Then maybe you can bring me to Earth so I may ask someone who might know.
I'd sooner kill you before letting that happen.
I mean no harm, I pleaded. I promised to check in with the MIB upon arrival.
What?
Scout's honor. I will go straight to the headquarters and register. The female Earthling scooted closer to the fire. Scout's honor, I said again.
Stop saying that.
I only mean to...
Shush.
She straightened up and sniffed the air.
You smell that?
I took a deep breath, but only detected the odor of well-cooked meat on the rock.
Stay put.
The female Earthling stood up and slowly made her way towards the cave entrance. What is it?
The last 4.
The last 4?
Scourge. Now quiet.
She moved with silent speed towards the vine-covered entrance, slid her hands between the vines, and peeked outside. I scooted myself back against the cave wall, in case another Scourge decided to rush inside and avenge his fallen comrades. The female Earthling stepped back and knelt down near the Scourge she had shot moments earlier. Heavy green steam rose from the recently deceased smelly warrior. The female Earthling swatted the pungent mist aside as she searched the creature's body.
Where are you hiding?
The female Earthling reached underneath the creature's arm, revealing a small round device with green mist swirling around inside.
Make that 5.
I stood up and approached the female Earthling, who quickly grabbed me by the belt and shoved the small device down my pants. I attempted to remove the unknown instrument, but I was stopped by a stern slap to the hand.
Leave it. Can you whistle?
Sort of, but why? She rolled the dead Scourge onto its side and pointed towards 2 large, festering wounds.
That thing in your pants is a reanimator. They use it to bring back their dead.
So that Scourge was already dead when it came charging in after us?
Yes.
Like a zombie?
Sure. Like a zombie.
Then why put the device down my pants, I asked.
Because it's also a beacon. Now whistle like a Scourge.
The female Earthling pushed me through the vines and into the searing desert sun. I tried to shelter my eyes, but the glare off the dunes was too sharp. "It appears there's nobody out here," I said, squinting into the distance.
Whistle.
I puckered my lips and blew. At first, all that came out was a little spit, which quickly evaporated. After a few more tries, a high-pitched sound rose from my dry lips, encouraging 5 dark figures to appear from behind a nearby boulder. The female Earthling whispered from behind the vines.
It's working.
A strong odor of rot and sulfur tingled my nose as the scourge drew closer. It was true what they said about the smell of a scourge being worse than death. I wanted to run back into the cave and hide, but the Earthling's glare told me to stay put. The scourge marched fast, and it took all my mental strength to convince my legs not to run off into the dunes and hide. I leaned back as the largest of the scourge lurched over and studied me with its solitary white eye. The smell was overwhelming. With a deep, gurgled voice, the large, smelly creature spoke.
"Where is the one they call Death Touch?"
I do not know," I lied. I took a quick breath and held it deep, in an attempt to not faint from the horrid smell.
"Killer of souls,"
The scourge said.
"Death Dredger, the one who spews venom."
I suppose they're all the same creature? The putrid warriors glanced at one another, appearing confused by my response.
"Take this little creature.
Ordered the largest scourge.
I might get hungry later."
The largest of the group pushed through the ranks, armed with a blood-stained hook, and lunged for me. The hook grazed my arm, leaving a streak of blood across my shoulder. Then the creature aimed the blood hook at my belly and grinned widely.
"Don't play with your food,"
Another scourge yelled. The female Earthling's voice rang out from inside the cave.
Don't waste your time. He's mostly skin and bones.
The 5 scourge turned towards the cave and readied their weapons. The female Earthling stepped out from behind the vines with pistols aimed.
Didn't think it would be that easy, did you, boys?
All the scourge grinned widely.
"Dead or alive, we still get paid."
One of the creatures gurgled.
Much less if dead, I'm sure.
The heavily armored warriors grunted to one another. The female Earthling aimed her pistol. Stuck in the middle, I rolled into a tight ball, pinched my nose, and hoped for the best.
Make sure to bring more reanimators next time.
"We plan on it."
The largest scourge responded.
"This bounty will make the Scourge invincible,"
Said another.
"Continuous reanimation for the Scourge."
Pledged another.
"The Scourge shall forever be remembered as the ones who defeated..."
4 shots rang out. Then, silence. I peeked out from under my arm. All but the largest scourge lay dead. The lone survivor grunted, then lowered his weapon in defeat.
No, please finish.
The female Earthling said to the creature.
I insist.
"Death Touch."
The scourge finished.
Good boy. Now go.
The scourge smiled widely and retreated into the desert. Why'd you let him go?
Always leave one alive to tell the story.
The female Earthling collected all the reanimators from the 4 dead scourge and shoved them into a small bag. But what if he comes back? I asked. She yanked the reanimator from my pants and placed it in the bag with the others.
He won't. They know when to quit.
She pushed her way past the vines and headed back into the cave. Inside, the female Earthling sat down close to the fire and removed a canteen from her side. She took a few sips, then handed the canteen to me. I sat down on the cold ground and raised the canteen above my head.
Don't put your mouth on it.
Doing my best, I poured most of the canteen's contents onto my chin and shirt, barely quenching my thirst. As I wiped the droplets of water from my face, I felt her cold eyes on me.
I've never seen any of you.
I'm a jut sulky.
Strange. You look more human than most creatures.
And with our wigs even more so. Though I am sad to say that I lost mine. I do miss it dearly. All the memories we shared.
You're talking about a wig?
It was my first. Very important to a jut sulky. She shifted her feet, choosing a more relaxed position on the floor. I looked into her light green eyes, realizing they did not, in fact, turn anyone into iron.
Wigs. Interesting.
She grabbed the chunk of meat and tossed it my way. But but the charred chunk of flesh bounced off my hand and rolled across the dusty cave floor. Being quite hungry, I wiped the sandy meat on my pants and then consumed it in one bite. Thank you. It's quite tasty, a bit crunchy.
It's scourge meat.
I gagged a little. We ate quietly as both of us studied one another. Sometimes my attention would shift to the cave entrance. A bit nervous, another scourge may charge through the vines. The female Earthling seemed more concerned with me than any uninvited guests. Are there any other Earthlings? One I could speak to? Maybe someone who could help me find my way to Earth?
Nope.
I poured some of the canteen's water into my hand and sipped it from my palm, then handed back the canteen. Nobody at all? She shook her head. How are you so sure? She huffed, then took a sip from her canteen. It was hard to believe. The transmission spoke of billions of Earthlings, many of which spent their lives exploring space. Even a federation of planets to travel boldly through space. The female Earthling surely was hiding something from me. But I was unsure why. Surely you must be mistaken. She stared into the flames. I wanted answers. I was frightened my questions would make her angry. But I chanced one more. Roughly speaking, how many Earthlings are there out here? She wiped her mouth on her sleeve, then stood from the fire.
You're looking at it.
But she dumped the remains of her canteen into the flames and headed out of the cave. Wait! How can that be? I followed her out of the cave and into the desert. Where are you going?
Leaving.
Can I follow you?
And how do you plan on doing that?
With my ship.
That's not an option,
She said. It's a little banged up, but it's kept up so far. She turned to me with her hands cupped around her mouth.
Your ship is gone.
What do you mean, gone? She typed something into her wristband.
I don't have time for this. Either climb aboard or get back in that cave. My thrusters will roast you from here.
And with that, the female Earthling made her way towards her ship. As I pondered her words, the surrounding debris came into focus. My ship was all around me, in burnt and shattered pieces, most likely destroyed during the Scourge battle. All my possessions were gone. Everything I collected during my journey, gone. But the worst of all, I lost the thing that mattered most. My journal. The female Earthling ship sent tremors through the ground. She was leaving. Frantically, I searched the debris in hopes of finding my journal before she left. Wait, I yelled. Just give me a moment. I dug at the sand. Time was running out. Her engines roared as blasts of heat slammed into my face. I would have to leave my journal behind. I raced towards the ship, jumped over my old bed frame, past the charred remains of my captain's chair, through a pile of half-eaten trap root, then tripped over my lost boot. That was where I found it, half buried and missing several of its pages. My journal! I snatched it up, along with my sand-filled boot, leaped into the closing cargo door of her ship, and pulled myself inside just as the door sealed shut. I, Dean Kilmer, Hero 143 of planet Terra, was about to go where no Jut Sulky had gone before. Where that was, I had no idea. Entry 162.5. When I stepped inside the female Earthling ship, I anticipated dark metal walls, strange high-pitched squeals, and freshly polished skulls displayed in trophy cases. But I was pleasantly surprised to see it was normal. Normal except for the life-sized painting of an earth tree. The tree painting climbed the wall to my left and stretched far above my head. It was calming, and for a moment I imagined myself deep inside an earth forest. Unfortunately, the hall leading further into the ship held a bleaker reality. Galactic wanted posters. The female Earthlings wanted posters, to be precise. Gnarled in some and twisted in others, She was often portrayed as a tall, hideous creature that exhaled poison and oozed toxic slime. Forked tongues and long fingers were popular as well, though one larger poster dressed her in a long cream robe with massive white wings, flaming red hair, and a glowing left hand. It was by far my favorite. Most of the universe feared her, but to me, the female Earthling was an opportunity. Aside from hopefully helping me find a way to Earth, perhaps she could shed some light on questions we Jutsulki pondered for years. Like, why do Earthlings cry? Are roller coasters supposed to be scary or fun? Sarcasm, in general.
Look at him later,
she said from down the hall. The female Earthling's words led me into a circular room dominated by one enormous wraparound window. It was the ship's cockpit. Lights, gauges, and sensors covered the walls as if someone closed their eyes and placed them at random. And 3 captain's chairs, each different than the other, stood at the center of it all. One green, one red, one yellow. The female Earthling stood near the ship's controls, studying a small round monitor. "Thank you for allowing me aboard," I said. "I will help in any way I can."
then sit down and shut up.
I dashed towards the green chair and quickly sat down as the female Earthling flipped a switch on the wall. The cockpit shook violently, and I fully expected the chair to break free from the floor.
It's like riding a roller coaster,
she said. I have never been on a roller coaster. Outside the ship's window, white gave way to heavy blue. The ship roared through the clouds and on towards the edge of space. My head vibrated, my stomach ached, and I was quite sure roller coasters were not supposed to be fun. Entry 162.6. The view outside the ship's window was indescribable. My ship had quite a small window, littered with scratches and small dings from space debris. The female Earthling's window was a whole new experience. Large and clear as crystal, it was as if I could reach and pluck out the stars. The female Earthling sat beside me in the red captain's chair. She seemed more concerned with polishing the curved blade that laid across her lap than the view. She glanced up at me from time to time, but I did my best to keep my eyes focused out the window.
I put it in myself. The original design didn't call for windows.
Who flies a ship without windows?
Someone with no need for them.
She stared at me, and I worried that she could sense how nervous I was, which made me more nervous. Why she allowed me aboard her ship weighed heavy in my thoughts, so I did my best to mask the wobbling fear of my words. How did you come to own such a magnificent vessel?
Tosca.
Is that who you purchased it from?
It's the name of my ship, and I took it.
I used my sleeve to wipe the sweat off my neck.
Now tell me why you've been tracking me.
You knew? The female Earthling pointed at the wall.
Always. Now flip that switch.
After a few attempts, I located the proper switch. The monitor nearest me quickly filled with beacons and probes of all sizes and colors.
As you can see, I have some experience with being tracked.
Why are there so many?
Earth junkies. Seems the whole universe is searching for it these days.
And they assume you know the way.
Well, with me being an Earthling and all.
So you do know the way. She rubbed her chin and studied me, but never responded. I turned towards the monitor and searched for 2 probes in particular. It took a few moments to find them. 2 identical probes, their blue lights blinking ever so softly. I owed a lot to those probes. They always led me back to the female Earthling when I became lost. It was strange that she would allow such a chink in her armor. If an amateur like me could use those probes to track her. The twins, I whispered. She pointed out the window at the 2 probes.
You mean Tweedledee and Tweedledum? They've been following me forever.
I used them to find my way back to you, I admitted. Why not destroy them?
Oh, I tried, but those 2 managed to stay out of range. Eventually, I gave up.
I climbed back into my chair. And the owner of those probes wishes to find Earth as well?
More than most.
May I ask who owns them?
Kilroy.
she said. And who is this Kilroy? Her eyes tightened.
Are you saying you don't know who that is?
I felt a bit embarrassed. Should I? The female Earthling slowly rose from her chair and aimed her curved blade at my chest.
Again, why are you tracking me?
Sweat gathered at my brow. As I said, I simply hoped you could show me the way to Earth. She raked her fingers through her hair.
But why?
The transmissions, I said. It is how we learn to speak your languages, dress like you, design our cities like yours, attempt to make food like yours. Though that has proved difficult for obvious reasons. Her eyes wandered the room. I know it might be strange, I continued, but your culture fascinates us dearly. Meeting you is the single biggest event in our species' history. Bigger than meeting Santa Claus. Her eyes snapped back.
Santa Claus?
Is it true that only the very special ones get to meet him?
You believe in Santa Claus?
Of course. Every Jutsulki does. The female Earthling lowered her blade and headed out of the cockpit. I waited, unsure where she had gone or why. It was quiet without her, and I wondered if she allowed me to tag along simply because she desired company. Earthlings were social creatures, so it was safe to assume she was lonely. After a few moments, she returned with a book in her hand.
Since I won't be taking you to Earth, maybe this will suffice.
She tossed the book into my lap. It was a journal. Her journal! A book filled with all the female Earthling's amazing adventures and personal thoughts? I assumed, of course. I swept my hand over the tarnished metal cover. It would be an honor. I could never repay.
Entry 44. Read it.
Thank you. I hope you can understand how much this means.
It's a big deal. I get it.
She headed back to the ship's controls and stared out the window.
You can sleep in the room down the hall. I suggest you get rest for your return home.
Home? We're going back to Terra? Together? She let out a frustrated sigh.
Are you always this excitable?
Some have suggested I may be a bit overzealous at times. The female Earthling nodded. What would they say when I, Dean Kilmer, returned home with the female Earthling? I was kind of afraid to find out. Entry 163.1. The room given to me was in fact a storage closet, though I did find a cot shoved behind several large crates. It was safe to assume the female Earthling did not host many guests, if any at all. While I did my best to make myself at home, a low rumble grew in the hallway outside my room. I ran over and pressed my face against the door's small window to peek out. Nothing. I brushed it off as the usual vibrations of a large space vessel, but the sound returned, this time stopping outside my door. I crept over and peeked out the window once more. Nothing. I decided I needed to investigate. I grabbed a thick piece of wire from off the floor and gave it a few swings, testing to see if it would make a good weapon. It did. I quietly slid open the door and peeked into the hall. The female Earthling would not approve of my snooping, but curiosity always got the best of me. With the wire gripped tightly, I made my way down the hallway. 2 large tubes ran along the ceiling. Both were covered in a thin layer of ice. I tried examining them closer, but drips of icy water fell into my eyes. Judging by the burning sensation, it seemed to be salt water of some kind. I was not sure what the tubes were for, but I knew one thing. They kept the hall frigid cold. Further down the hall, I came upon a door left half opened. I checked to make sure nobody was around and pushed my way into the room. It was dark and very cold. I reached my free hand into the darkness to feel my way around. First, nothing. Then my hand hit something solid and frozen. My eyes started to adjust, and I realized I was touching a creature. A dead frozen creature. All around, creatures of all types dangled from ceiling hooks, with many more piled on the floor. Some were sliced into manageable pieces and stacked neatly on a long table. All were dead. I ran for the exit, sprinted down the hall, barreled into my room, and dove headlong into bed. The sound outside my door never returned, but the gruesome images lingered. Nervous that someone or something may come to add me to this horrid room, I jumped up, locked the door, checked it twice, then hid under the covers with the female Earthling's journal close to my chest. I thought maybe reading it would distract me from my thoughts. I searched the journal in vain for a switch or handle to unlock its pages, when it suddenly snapped open and turned itself to entry 44. It surprised me, but I was much too eager to read than spend my time figuring it out. The pages were thin like paper, but digital in their print. But the borders of the pages were covered in handwritten notes and scribbles and drawings. Being the curious type, I tried flipping deeper into the journal, but the pages themselves would not part. Somehow, the journal locked all the other entries except those I was told to read. Clever technology, indeed. With a quick tug, I secured the covers over my head and read the female Earthling's journal. Note: this entry consists of brief definitions that appeared to be added as they were learned. Journal entry 44. Don't eat the grot. Plague, a derogatory term. Species that are unable to take part in the universal community due to a lack of technology, choice, or simply not producing any goods or services needed or wanted by others. Skip, the act of traveling faster than light. Blind skip, traveling faster than light without navigation, considered suicidal. Dwarf juice, an ancient drink with unknown origins used to combat skip sickness. Remember, if the totems eat it, leave it be. If the fotoms eat it, feel free. Never tell a Gumar you like his beard. Water the glibs, but only on high days. And don't eat the grot. Entry 164.1. My nose led me to the kitchen, where the female Earthling sat at a table, studying a large hand-drawn map. Next to the map sat a plate, piled high with strips of well-cooked meat.
How did you sleep?
The female Earthling asked without looking up. Not very well. She kicked out a chair.
Sit.
As I took a seat on the three-legged chair, I noticed the kitchen was obviously once a prison cell of some sort. Heavy bars peeked out from behind cabinets, and the kitchen door was fashioned from heavy steel rods, partially covered in thin, flaky plastic. I tried my best to get comfortable, but a persistent rattling outside my door kept me awake.
Rusty.
Yes, I suppose so.
No, my robot.
You have a robot?
He's part of the crew.
Having no robots on Terra, I was anxious to meet this Rusty. Earth seemed to be filled with robots, a few of whom I wished to someday meet.
He'll like having someone else around.
She slid the plate of food over to me. The meat appeared to be Earth bacon, but I knew that was impossible, unless she was housing a drove of pigs somewhere aboard the ship. Shall we be arriving at Terra soon?
Change of plans,
she said. Oh dear. She picked up a piece of fake bacon and broke it up into smaller pieces.
Gotta take care of some stuff first.
You mean, like an adventure?
Sure, an adventure.
Unable to contain my excitement, I smiled.
Showing one's teeth is considered a threatening gesture. Out here, smiling will get you killed.
I quickly replaced my smile with a stoic glare.
That's better.
The female Earthling responded with a smile, which instinctively caused me to smile back. Wait! You tricked me! The female Earthling yanked a short gun from her leg holder and fired at my head, releasing a net that quickly tangled up my entire body.
Net command. Maneuvers. 180 topside.
The net somehow dragged me across the floor. up the wall and came to a stop on the ceiling. I dangled there, upside down, waiting for my head to stop pulsating.
Did you see what happened there? I challenged you with a smile. You accepted the challenge with a smile. I shot you. That's how it works out here.
No smiling. Got it. She peered through the net at me.
So tell me, are you the only one? Are you all they sent?
Who?
Your people.
Yes, but no. Basically, she tilted her head to one side.
Where are the others?
All dead, I'm sure. It has been hundreds of years. The female Earthling studied me closely.
So you're it?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Scout's honor?
Scout's honor. She held her gaze a few moments longer, then strolled off. How do I get out? I shouted.
Figure it out.
Entry 164.2. After a long, tiring battle, the net finally dropped me. It was either fitted with a time-release mechanism, or it took pity upon me. Worn out from the struggle, I headed back to my room, but as I stretched out across the thinly padded cot, a low rumble echoed outside my door. I jumped up and slowly pushed open the door to peek out, only to be knocked to the floor by a fast-moving, wobbly robot.
Pardon me, sir. I should not have entered your room without proper notification. I feel the word embarrassed.
The robot studied me with its flickering, saucer-shaped eyes. You must be Rusty.
Indeed I am, sir.
The robot replied.
And you are the Sulky known as Dean Kilmer from the planet Terra.
Dean Kilmer's fine. Rusty paused a moment. His eyes flashed.
Dean Kilmer. Please pardon my appearance. My master is attempting to make me more mobile.
That was when I realized Rusty was, in fact, half a robot. His top half, a pale gray metal torso covered in dents and deep scratches. His arms were mismatched. One, a functioning three-fingered claw with soft pads on each finger. The other, a well-built robotic arm and hand that appeared to be taken from an entirely different robot. His teardrop-shaped head consisted of two large eyes with no mouth or nose holes to account for, and two metal straps held Rusty's upper body to his lower body, which was no more than a yellow tricycle. Near his right shoulder rested a faded symbol, like a tornado with a straight line running through the center from top to bottom. You may be surprised to hear this, I said, but you are the first robot I have ever had the pleasure of speaking with.
That is the word surprising, sir.
I wonder if I may ask you a few questions.
That sounds like the word fun,
he replied.
Fun is the word happy.
Rusty unraveled a cord from behind his wheels and plugged himself into the wall.
You may begin, Dean Kilmer.
I cleared my throat and did my best to mimic an Earth reporter. So, how is it you found yourself upon this ship?
My master discovered me drifting 300,767,969 Earth miles from the largest planet in the Dolba system.
What are the odds of such a thing?
1 in 35,565,007,987.
Rusty yanked the plug from the wall and wobbled towards the doorway. Wait! I have much more to ask. I jumped from my cot and followed Rusty down the hall. How long were you lost in space, I asked.
I was not lost, sir. I was waiting.
For what?
My master.
So you knew she was coming?
There was a 74.723% chance of my master discovering me in that location, sir.
Static filled the ship's halls, followed by the female Earthling's voice.
Rusty,
Her voice echoed over the ship's intercom.
meet me in the engine room.
Rusty spun around, nearly crushed my already swollen foot, and headed back down the hall in the other direction. I followed close behind and continued with my questioning. May I ask how long you have been, well, alive?
I have existed for precisely 42,523,696,001 Earth years.
But that would make you older than the universe.
My calculations are correct, sir.
Rusty made a sharp left and rolled towards the cargo bay. Did you get lonely floating in space?
I have not yet learned the word lonely, sir. My master tells me it was for the best.
Rusty rolled into what appeared to be the engine room and left me standing in the hall. I still had many questions for my new robot friend, but it seemed I would have to wait. Entry 164.3. Asteroids. The smaller ones harmlessly ricocheted off the ship's window, but it was the larger ones that scared me. They would surely tear the ship in half upon impact, and you would find yourself sucked into oblivion. During my travels, I was warned never to enter space with your lungs full of air. It was better to exhale if the unfortunate situation should arise. I was never told why, but I made sure to exhale with every large rock that shook the ship. Is this an asteroid field?
Failed star system. If we were flying through an asteroid field, you wouldn't know it.
Is there a difference? A larger asteroid slammed into the hull, bursting a pipe along the cockpit wall.
Hold on.
Rocks cascaded off the ship's window as the female Earthling leaned hard on the throttle.
I'm shutting off the gravity.
Before I could react, my feet left the floor. I lunged for the nearest chair, missed, and I drifted aimlessly around the cockpit. Could we not go around these asteroids?
No.
A knot formed in my stomach. The last thing I wanted to do was vomit, but the more I thought about it, the tighter the knot became. The female Earthling flew the ship like a drunken sailor, and I could not help but wonder where she was headed.
They moved it again.
She mumbled to herself. My ears rang, my head throbbed, and I was about to release all the fake bacon in my belly onto the cockpit floor. Please hurry! The engines roared, then suddenly fell silent as the ship lingered near a massive asteroid. But this mighty space rock was different than the rest. This asteroid held a city inside, a bright, vibrant city split in half by a massive runway.
They never make it easy.
The female Earthling pressed a button on the wall, turning the gravity back on. I crashed to the floor and immediately vomited.
Clean that up. Then meet me in the cargo bay.
She stepped over the puddle of undigested fake bacon and headed for the door.
Welcome to Ceredote.
After cleaning up the undigested fake bacon splattered across the cockpit floor, I hurried down the cargo bay where the female Earthling was waiting for me, adorned in her usual arsenal of guns, knives, and small weapon-grade devices. As I approached, she handed me a blue vest.
You clean up?
Yes.
Good. Put this on.
I slipped the slightly too large vest over my shoulders. What is this for?
Your protection. And turn off your translator.
My translator? Why?
Same reason.
I dug the translator out of my ear and slipped the little device into my vest's pocket.
Now listen to me. We're heading into a place that doesn't exist. Do you understand?
Yes. Her eyes tightened. No.
It's a place for those who don't want what they do or say to be seen or heard. Understand?
Is that why I have to turn off my translator?
No. Just don't turn it on.
She checked her weapons once more, then pointed her finger at me.
Don't say anything. Don't stare. Don't smile. And if I tell you to do something, don't ask. Just do it.
The female Earthling slipped her hood over her head, then looked me over.
Maybe I should leave you here.
I stood up tall and straight. Was I nervous? Sure. But to go on an adventure with an Earthling was a dream come true. I did my best to keep eye contact as she crossed her arms.
Guess I can't have you staying aboard alone.
She hit the plunger, opening the cargo bay door. Air blasted bits of debris around the room.
Stay close. Things move fast here.
Entry 164.5. I walked with fake confidence down the runway of the asteroid city called Ceredote. The air reeked of sulfur mixed with wet pinto rats, and rooms lined both sides of the runway. Some were shrouded behind thin curtains, allowing a slight glimpse of the creatures that dwelt within. Other rooms were blocked by thick blast doors, guarded by creatures in heavy armor. Further down the runway, items sat piled all around. Crates, boxes, bins filled with exotic foods, weapons, armor, spacecrafts, and strange creatures locked in cages. The caged creatures screeched and yelped, but in all the controlled chaos, everyone made room for the female Earthling. Most turned away. Some could not help but stare. A few pointed and whispered, but none dared get close. I wished dearly to hear their words, to know what they were saying, but my translator sat unused in my vest's pocket. We moved steadily through the swirling chaos, but soon the crowds became too much, and I found myself trailing further and further from the female Earthling. I attempted to remain calm, but soon panic set in. In my haste to rejoin my Earthling companion, I started to run and slammed into a stack of boxes, sending them tumbling to the ground. I am terribly sorry. A sizable creature with large, puffy feet approached with a smile. I simply wish to catch up with my captain. The creature's smile grew, revealing black, jagged teeth. I instinctively smiled back, which I immediately regretted. "Oh, wait," I pleaded with arms outstretched. "I did not mean to smile." The creature slid a blunt stick from out of its bag. In my rush to escape, I tripped over my feet and fell forward. The large-footed creature lunged, grabbed me by the shirt, spun me around, and pinned me to the ground with the end of its blunt stick. Luckily, my vest stopped the stick from crushing my chest, but the sheer pressure made it impossible to breathe. Dark spots loomed in the corners of my eyes. I was blacking out. With the last bit of air I had left, I yelled out, "Please, stop!" A beam of light streaked overhead and slammed full force into the creature's side, tossing the creature headfirst into a pile of exotic fruit. The crowd of bustling creatures split in half, revealing a quite determined-looking female Earthling.
He's with me, Pukta.
The creature brushed bits of debris and rotten fruit from its backside, then came at me again, this time with its arm outstretched. It gurgled. I grasped its moist tentacle-like hand and climbed to my feet. "Thank you. I apologize for any
Don't bother,"
she interrupted.
"He doesn't care."
The creature gurgled a bit and shuffled away.
"You're gonna get yourself killed."
"But everything is so chaotic."
"You'll get used to it."
We proceeded down the runway, past more caged creatures, over a dozen ankle-high soldiers, and beneath the saggy belly of a cliff strider, until we reached a tight, triangular room. The female Earthling stepped inside, then motioned for me to join her.
"Hold your breath."
The room shook, then shot straight up into the air, through what felt like warm water. We moved at a tremendous speed, landing firmly on a platform high above the runway.
"Stay close."
We made our way across the platform and into a shopping hub. Long tables filled with weapons, armor, devices, and what looked like robotic eyeballs cluttered every inch of available space. 3 slime-covered creatures with transparent wings flew off the platform and down to the runway below. A tiny golden long-necked creature ate what looked like 9 silver balls, then exploded into hundreds of smaller golden short-necked creatures. It was all very strange. Eventually, we made it to a door at the far end of the shopping hub. Constructed from a web-like material, the door held no visible knobs or handles. How do you open it? The female Earthling repositioned pieces of the webbing, causing the door to unravel and disappear into the wall. She ushered me forward with a wave of her gloved hand, and we marched past the doorway into a dark, narrow hall. The air was damp and heavy. The ceiling came to a sharp point and was covered with water droplets. The drops clung to the ceiling, then fell, forming puddles along the floor. As I zigzagged my way around the frustratingly accurate water droplets, two menacing creatures covered in thick brown scales headed towards us. The creatures clicked and chirped at one another as they drew close. I tried to step out of their way, but one of the creatures brushed against me as it passed, chafing the skin on my arm.
Get down.
Huh? Before I could react, the female Earthling kicked my feet out from under me. I fell onto my back just as the two scaly creatures fired, missing my head by a dwarf's hair.
Lay flat.
The female Earthling dropped to one knee, yanked a pistol from her thigh holster, fired one round. The projectile hit the ground and rolled harmlessly near the creature's feet. The creature smiled.
Wait.
She said, smiling back. The projectile lit up bright, blinding me for a moment. When it faded, only the brown scales that once covered the two creatures' bodies remained, all of which were quickly carried off by tiny robots that emerged from holes in the wall. What just happened?
Those Tuoks thought we'd make a good snack.
Well, clearly they were joking.
Tuoks don't joke about snacks.
She took a step, then paused.
Did you get rubbed?
She twisted my arm over, revealing a large, festering abrasion that ran from elbow to wrist. One scraped me as it passed. She slipped a small bottle from her hip belt and dripped a few drops onto my wound. After a brief stinging sensation, the wound disappeared.
That's better.
Would it have killed me?
No, but there's a good chance you would have grown scales.
I rubbed my arm, searching for any sign of a scale.
Keep an eye on it. If you start blacking out, let me know.
We pressed on, finally coming to a stop outside a tall white door marked with harsh symbols.
Stay close.
She skimmed her hand over the door frame. Powdery air shot from the walls, changing the door to dust. She gave me a reassuring nod, stepped over the small pile of dust at the foot of the doorway, and we headed inside. Entry 164.6. Beyond the doorway waited a large, silent room. Painfully silent. So silent, the ringing of my own ears grew to a deafening pitch. The female Earthling quickly covered my mouth with her gloved hand. The look in her eyes was enough for me to understand. No more talking. We passed long, narrow tables lined by hideous-looking creatures known as the Taranka. Pale and riddled with thick, crooked veins, the creatures' necks fanned out like earth cobras ready to strike. I kept an eye out, fearing they would react as we strode past, but it seemed the female Earthling's presence kept them at bay, though I did sense a few of them watching us as we made our way towards a set of steps. Down the steps led us to a quaint section of the room where a sturdy table stood before us. The entire table was cluttered with half-empty plates, dirty bowls, strange utensils with food still attached to some, and cups of all colors and sizes. Some of the plates were stacked high above my head and threatened to fall at the slightest movement. The female Earthling pulled out a chair and pointed.
Sit,
she whispered. A short, wide-eyed creature with a mask over half his face approached the table. The creature carried 2 mugs filled to the rim with yellow-tinted liquid. The female Earthling took the mugs, handed the masked creature a few rocks from her pocket, quickly chugged both drinks, then dropped the empty mug into a hole at the center of the table. From behind the tall pile of haphazardly stacked dishes came a deep, raspy voice.
Those were, for me.
Says who?
Says the, guy who smuggled in that wampus urine.
2 brutish hands pushed through the dishes, exposing an orange, blotchy face. Thin horns hung downward from both sides of the creature's head, and its large, gentle eyes and bulbous chin made the creature a bit comical to look at.
Your ship must smell delightful,
The female Earthling said to the creature.
When you get triple pay for delivering the stuff in their original bladders, the smell seems to disappear.
The female Earthling reached across the table, took what appeared to be a black nut, and popped it into her mouth.
Speaking of smells, did you forget what those do to you?
You know I can't help myself.
The creature slid the plate of black nuts across the table.
Here, I already ate too many.
The creature glanced over to me. I responded with a smile.
There a problem, little one?
No, I was just exchanging pleasantries.
Well, you have a strange way of doing it.
I quickly wiped the grin from my face. I apologize. I keep forgetting about the smiling. The horned creature leaned back in his chair.
What's your name, friend?
My name is Dean Ooh. The female Earthling elbowed me in the side.
His name is of no concern.
The creature raised its arm and pointed its long, swollen finger at the female Earthling.
I knew you would, get another partner.
He's not my partner.
Well, it's nice to, meet you, Dean of no concern. I'm Gavon Gagaguva Gavagu Gagagvagu. But you can call me Gavon.
The female Earthling whipped a nut across the table, hitting Gavon in the forehead.
You're an idiot.
Oh, relax. If he tells anyone, I'll just have him shipped to Delma 4.
Gavon reached across the table and tested my arm with a soft pinch.
He'd make good food for a garper wasp.
Enough, Ga. Tell me what you found.
Gavon grabbed a spoon from off the table and shoveled a plate full of red noodles into his mouth, then added the empty plate to the pile.
What's the rush?
The female Earthling peeked over her shoulder.
You know how much I hate this place.
Come on. How often do we, get to sit and eat together?
Every time we meet up.
You know me. Any chance to eat some fine, Taranka cuisine?
Gavon pushed aside some empty mugs, grabbed a hold of a heaping bowl of what appeared to be sliced eyeballs in white liquid, and poured the entire contents into his mouth.
The good stuff.
He mumbled, half choking. He tossed the empty bowl into the stack of plates, sending everything on the table crashing to the floor. I covered my ears as the sound echoed harshly around the room.
Ga, why'd you call me here?
Food dripped from Gavon's lips.
I'm not saving you when you choke.
He released a hearty belch, then sank deep into his chair.
So,
Gavon pointed his finger at my nose.
how'd you teach him his English in, such a short time?
He's a fast learner.
Gavon leaned in close to me, his breath reeking of rotten garble hogs.
You, wouldn't believe how long it took to learn that dreadful language. They don't even follow their own rules. I before E and such. Why have rules if you're not gonna bother to, follow them?
And somehow you figured it out.
She interrupted.
Now tell me why I'm here.
Gavon tugged on his tiny, ill-fitted vest and wiped his mouth with the back of his arm.
So, after you left Sonder Moon, I decided to stick around and, see if I could dig up a fresh lead on that thing we've been looking for.
And?
I, dug a fresh lead on that thing we've been looking for.
Gavon leaned in close and spoke just above a whisper.
I intercepted some, chatter from a couple of inebriated ice runners about a specific item they have aboard.
Where were they headed?
Carve City.
Ice runners never travel out to Carve City.
Exactly. Lucky I tagged the ship.
Gavon handed the female Earthling a small device.
Nobody saw you tag it?
Do they ever?
She slipped the device into her pocket.
That's why I keep you around.
Gavon cleared what dishes, mugs, and bowls were left on the table with one swipe of his arm, causing another dreadful crash. I started to think he may be doing it on purpose. Gavon pulled a map from his boot and spread the map across the table.
If you follow all the leads, minus that time in, Fiddler's Elbow, you'll notice something interesting.
The female Earthling spun the map toward her. The markings created a straight line towards the center of the galaxy.
And, guess where Carve City happens to fall?
That is interesting.
Gavon dragged his finger across the map.
Right in line with the rest.
The female Earthling tapped her thumb on the table.
So we split up. Meet up later at the usual place.
Gavon rolled up the map and slid it back into his boot.
Sounds like a plan. So what are we, eating?
I can't stay.
Gavon's jaw hung open.
We should celebrate with a heavy meal and some strong, drink.
Don't start celebrating yet. For all we know, it's a trap.
You think everything is a trap.
That's why I'm still alive.
You're still alive because of me.
Fine, but you're buying.
Gavon shoved himself from the table and headed down the stairs. He was much taller than I had expected. The female Earthling followed him.
Sit tight. We'll be back.
Once the female Earthling and Gavon were out of sight, I took a look around the strange room. The Taranka sat quietly at the tables. Why were they there? The tables were clear of any food or drink. I stretched over the back of my chair to get a closer view, and slipped, knocking the translator from my pocket. I stood from the chair and crouched to feel around the floor, eventually finding the translator resting on a chunk of half-chewed food from under the table. As I climbed back into my seat, to my horror, I noticed one of the Taranka staring back at me. I wanted to run and find the female Earthling, until a calming voice floated through my mind. It told me it was okay to switch my translator back on. The voice was logical and calm, and an eagerness to wear my device overwhelmed me. Maybe I'll just put it in for a moment, I whispered to myself. I held the translator between my fingers, pushed it into my ear, and turned it on. Instantly, my head filled with a million screeching voices. I screamed out and thought to remove the translator, but failed. The screeching voices traveled down my spine, rendering my arms and legs useless. My eyes watered, my nose ran, my teeth vibrated so fast I was sure they would shatter. Through the shroud of vibrating pain, I could see two figures approaching. An outside voice said,
Yes,
said another voice. The larger of the two figures reached down and yanked the transmitter from my ear, bringing instant relief. Above me stood the female Earthling and Gavon.
You deaf?
No. Gavon handed the translator back to me.
You lasted long. Most go deaf within the, first few seconds.
I wiped the drool from my mouth and did my best to reclaim whatever dignity I had left. It was an accident.
They must have turned it down.
What happened?
You enjoyed but a sample of the, most powerful translation jammer in the known universe.
The female Earthling studied me for a moment.
Let's get out of here before you eat the grot.
Gavon grabbed a few nuts from the table and tossed them into his mouth.
Say hello to, Rusty for me.
Gavon bent down and looked me in the eyes.
It was a pleasure meeting you, Dean of No Concern.
I again accidentally smiled as we shook hands.
He would definitely eat the grot. No doubt in my mind.
Gavon lumbered down the stairs, past the table full of Taranka, and into the void. The creature with the mask returned.
Every time. Ga leaves, I get stuck paying.
She pulled several rocks from her pocket and tossed them to the masked creature. The creature grunted and hopped in place. She tossed another rock on the table. The creature stopped hopping. The female Earthling pushed her chair in and led me down the stairs. We strode between the long Taranka-filled tables towards the door. May I ask what it is you and Gavon are looking for?
A helmet.
A helmet? Is that all?
Our client has a list of exotic items they would like to own. One of them happens to be a very specific helmet.
So, your client is a collector?
Among other things.
And he pays you and Gavon to collect stuff for him?
He pays whoever brings it to him first.
All at once, every Taranka in the room stood from their tables and made their way toward the exit. The female Earthling stopped me with her gloved hand and quietly waited for the room to empty.
It's time to go.
Are we heading to Carve City?
Not you.
Where am I going?
Home.
She slipped the hood over her head and marched toward the door. Entry 164.7. The walk back to the ship was eerily quiet. Shops were closed, items stored away, and not a creature was in sight. Ceredote was a ghost town. Do they close early?
No, it's a lockdown.
An alarm blared out, like a bell rung underwater. A lockdown? What for? Out came her pistol and her long curved blade.
Kilroy.
As we reached the runway, all the clutter, ships, and bustling creatures were gone. Only a few caged Terra lice remained, and even they appeared to know something was amiss.
Put in your translator.
We hustled toward the runway gate, which was sealed shut by a massive door. Near the door stood a large lever, and near the lever stood an even larger creature, best described as a smoldering boulder with tiny eyes. The mountainous creature stood close to the door lever. The female Earthling looked up and yelled to the smoldering rock beast.
Open the gate, Rafi.
The creature answered in a voice oddly high-pitched for such a large beast.
Gate stays closed till Kilroy leaves.
You know he's not going to leave.
Gate stays closed till Kilroy leaves.
Rafi, you either let me out, or Kilroy comes in.
Gate stays closed till...
The creature shifted its attention to a voice that trumpeted from everywhere at once.
Incoming. Main gate. Prepare for impact.
The female Earthling yanked me to the floor as the massive gate buckled and nearly breached its hinges.
Kilroy knocks hard.
Gate stays closed till Kilroy leaves.
He's getting in.
She yelled to Rafi.
And guess who he's coming after first?
Rafi?
Rafi.
Rafi will give you 12 gibs. Then Rafi closes gate.
The female Earthling grabbed my arm and we ran towards the ship. What is the plan?
Flee.
Inside the ship, I ran towards the cockpit and peered out the window. Another explosion slammed the main gate, forcing Rafi to one knee.
Rusty,
She yelled into her wrist.
prepare to rendezvous near Outskip 4 as soon as we pass the gate.
Rafi wrestled the massive lever to the floor, unlatching the crumbling gate from its lock.
Hold on to something.
The faint voice of warning echoed through the hull.
Incoming. Prepare for interior impact.
The female Earthling steered the ship's nose down the runway. I stretched out as far as I could to try and spot Kilroy's vessel. As our ship passed through the main gate, voices warned of incoming fire. A bright flash filled my view. The ship took a massive hit, nearly knocking me into the wall. Then, dark blue faded to bright white. A strange sound filled my ears. Then silence. What happened? Are we dead?
Not yet.
Rusty's voice echoed over the ship's intercom.
Skip complete, Master. Ship sustained minimal arc leakage.
The female Earthling scanned one of the many screens in the cockpit.
Good job, Rusty. Let's keep the shields at 100% until we confirm all is clear.
Will Kilroy follow us?
He can't. We left too fast for him to track us.
Oh, so we are safe.
We're never safe.
164.8. I kicked off my boots and flopped onto my cot, exhausted from the day's events. As I drifted in and out of the dream world, Rusty puttered into my room carrying a large tray of food.
I am sorry to barge in like this, sir. I have arrived with your dinner.
That sounds wonderful. Thank you, Rusty. Rusty placed the tray on my cot, then watched as the tray, and its entire contents, slid down the sheet and crashed onto the floor.
I am sorry, sir. I feel the word embarrassed. I also feel the word ashamed.
It is fine. No need to feel ashamed. Rusty paused, eyes glowing red.
I have eliminated the word ashamed from the embarrassment database. I will have to tell my master she will be the word excited to know what you have taught me.
No. Do not take it out. Feel ashamed. Ashamed is good. Rusty paused again, eyes flickering wildly.
The word ashamed has been added to the good database. You are an excellent teacher, Dean Kilmer. I will inform my master you would be an asset to keep aboard.
Wait, did you say asset?
Indeed, I will inform my master.
That was when I realized Rusty may be able to help me. I was excited to return to Terra with the female Earthling, but to leave me behind was something I wished to avoid at all costs. But if someone were to tell her I was an asset, my chances of staying on board would most likely increase. You are right. Please, tell your master I would be an asset to keep on board.
It is the word good. I am the word ashamed to tell her.
Rusty tightened his wheel nut, then wobbled out of the room. As I cleaned my dinner off the floor, I clung to the hope that Rusty could sway things in my favor, and maybe find a way to keep me aboard, even if he was ashamed to do so. Entry 164.9. I should have gone to sleep, but after cleaning my dinner off the floor, wiping down the cot, and remaking my bed twice, sleepiness turned into anxiety. As I tossed and turned, the female Earthling appeared outside my door. I was unsure whether or not Rusty spoken to her. She never said.
Take this,
was all she said. She tossed her journal onto my bed. Then she was gone. A small note attached to the cover gave me permission to pick any entry between 290 and 420. She also wrote instructions for me to speak directly into the book, which seemed odd. Feeling a bit silly, I leaned in close and spoke at the gears built into the journal's cover. Hello, my name is... please turn to page 336. No, wait! Entry 336. The small gears zipped into motion. The smell of ozone filled the air. The journal snapped open. Entry 97, page 336. I had made a terrible mistake. The female Earthling was not going to be happy with me. I should have shut the journal and explained what happened. It was an honest mistake. I would never intentionally disobey her. But as time ticked by and her journal sat opened on my lap, I realized my defense seemed less and less credible. And if I was going to get in trouble anyway... Transcribed from the female Earthling's journal. Journal entry 97. The Legend of Fen. The story used to frighten the young into behaving. The story that keeps the bravest looking over their shoulders. And the story that,
for good or for bad, made me into one of the most feared creatures in the galaxy. After following a bad lead to the spaceport known as Stratus, my partner and I split up in hopes of covering more ground. Moments before making my 5th skip, my ship lost power and I was forced to make an unscheduled stop on a lesser-known moon called Fen. A quick scan of the surface indicated a massive amount of activity near the equator. I decided to make landfall near a valley close to the northern pole, secure the area, and head out in search of material to help in the repair. 250 meters from the perimeter, I picked up high levels of telex beneath the soil. Knowing the Taranka keep the locations of their telex mines tightly guarded, I knew I most likely stumbled upon one of those mines. Assuming the Taranka would detect me, I quickly collected enough telex to make the repairs and hurried back to my ship. I was spotted by a Taranka drone from the west. I attempted a blind skip, but my ship became locked by a well-placed gravity snare. Making sure to conceal my face, I approached 3 Taranka soldiers who waited for me with guns drawn. Their outfits were quite different than the usual loose-fitting gray cloaks more common to their species. They explained that this moon was off-limits to all outside travelers. They appeared stressed and did their best to prevent their necks from fanning out in anger. Having past run-ins with the Taranka, I was well prepared to defend myself from their telepathic ability. I informed them of my situation and that I simply wished to be on my way. They didn't buy it. I pondered ending the conversation in my usual manner, but decided to play along. They led me to their headquarters, where I was introduced to the Emir Fundala, Taranka in charge, known as Exethiel. Note, Exethiel appeared not to recognize me. Exethiel offered to help with repairs. I declined but thanked him. As I headed back to my ship, my sensors picked up large amounts of activity in my immediate area. Visually, there were no signs of life. No miners, no machines, no shafts leading underground. I ran a brief inspection of my ship and discovered a small device secured to the exhaust system. Upon removing the device, a shroud, for lack of a better word, lifted from the valley, revealing a multitude of creatures. I determined they were the Parasons, gobbles. Mining and eating off the ground, they resembled tall, slender chickens with long rabbit ears. The gobbles immediately sensed me, and in response, sent high-pitched clicks into the air. My translator picked up 2 words. Their clicks grew louder. They climbed over one another in a futile attempt to get closer. I made attempts to communicate, but failed. A few larger gobbles sent out loud booming clicks, causing the others to race into the valley. Free us! Free us! These creatures were not bound in any way. No chains held them. No ropes. They begged to be freed. Freed in a way I could provide quite easily. I slipped off my glove. The crowd of gobbles rushed forward, fighting to make contact with their short, knobby fingers. I reached out and lightly tapped the forehead of the creature closest to me. The gobble briefly paused, then fell to the ground, dead. The clicking morphed into high-pitched screams as my death touch took hold and quickly spread out in all directions. 10 minutes later, an estimated 15,000 were dead, fanned out like fallen trees with me at the core. I reached my ship, made the necessary repairs, and fled the moon known as Fen. I laid low until all chatter of the incident turned from rumor to legend.
Entry 165.1. I barely slept as images of gobbles and Taranka kept popping into my dreams. I needed to calm down and focus on the task at hand. Remain part of the crew, and stop the female Earthling from touching anyone when we reached Terra. I got myself cleaned up, grabbed the female Earthling's journal, and headed into the hallway. Eventually, I found her sitting at the kitchen table, scanning over a hand-drawn map. I gave myself a hard pinch on the arm, in hopes of keeping myself sharp. It helped a little. The female Earthling kept her eyes pinned to the map as she spoke.
So, what'd you choose?
I slid out a chair and sat. Oh, this fake bacon stuff. It is quite tasty.
No. Which entry?
I picked, it was, entry 336. She nodded.
Interesting choice.
Indeed it was. The female Earthling dragged her finger over the map, then paused. I was quite nervous she knew I was lying.
Did you find the breeding habits of knopflies an interesting read?
Yeah, very much so, I lied. Very interesting. I took a chance lying to her, but the words came out before I could stop them. She tapped her finger on the table.
Rusty seems to think you'd be a logical addition to our crew.
I did my best to appear surprised. Oh, really? Oh, how very nice of him to say.
So, you agree?
I think I could do it.
You think?
I know.
You know little.
I know my mission. She looked up from the map.
Getting to Earth is not the mission. Do you understand?
I do not. The female Earthling pushed herself out from the table and stood over me.
It's not an option.
Do you presently own Earth? Again, I spoke before thinking.
And what if we were followed? Do you think the Taranka would fit in on Earth? What about Kilroy?
I suppose I never thought of that. She rolled up the map and slid it into her boot.
That's the problem. You don't think.
She swiped the journal from my hands and headed toward the doorway.
I'm sorry, but you're just not cut out for this.
But... As she disappeared into the hall, I sat there alone. The knobs and wires, the beeps and whistles, the subtle whiffs of ozone mixed with grease, rusty, everything that became familiar to me over the past few days. I took it all in, knowing once we reached Terra, my life would return to what it once was. And that scared me more than death itself. Entry 166.1. Terra spun lazily outside the ship's window. As I watched, a narrow sliver of land rotated into view, the sole blemish on the ocean-filled planet I once called home. It was the first time seeing it from such a vantage point. When I left, I never looked back, literally and figuratively. I sat up straight and held my breath as the female Earthling entered the cockpit. She walked toward the cockpit window, holding a mug in each hand. I wanted to beg her to let me stay aboard, to let me go on adventures with her. But before I could utter a single word, she handed me a mug and took a seat beside me.
And I thought Earth had a lot of water.
According to our ancient writings, land appeared on our planet quite recently. I took a sip from my mug. The liquid was bittersweet, like a rush of happiness wrapped in a warm, fluffy blanket.
It's hot chocolate. Well, as close as you can get out here.
I took another sip and wondered why she was being so pleasant. Maybe she felt bad sending me home. She knew how much I wanted to stay. Either way, I hoped the warm drink and pleasantries would sway her decision. But happy thoughts were interrupted by the echo of Rusty's voice over the ship's intercom.
They are prepared for our arrival, Master.
Thank you, Rusty.
The female Earthling took a long sip, then pointed out the window.
You all live on that little island?
Yes, it is just a bit smaller than your Japan, but with considerably less people. She took another sip.
So, what might I need to know?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Customs? Politics? Do you have a president? If I wear a hood, will it insult anyone? Forbidden colors or things of that nature?
Well, we do not have a president. Our society does not rely on leaders, per se.
So, who will I be meeting?
Everyone. She placed her mug on the control panel and made her way towards the weapon cabinet. I promise you have nothing to worry about. We are a peaceful species.
I'll be the judge of that.
I felt lightheaded and grew fainter with every weapon she strapped to her body. There are no weapons on Terra.
Even better.
No, I mean...
I know what you mean.
Then why are you...
Because you never let down your guard. Now, let's get this over with.
The female Earthling grabbed hold of the controls and maneuvered the ship over Terra's only city. Directly below was the Great Amphitheater. It was a magnificent sight. 500,000 Jutsulki waiting inside for our arrival, pointing and waving as we soared overhead. The ship made landfall near the large fields of grass, normally used for afternoon naps. But there would be nobody sleeping that day. This was the biggest moment in the history of our species.
Let's go.
I followed a few steps behind as we made our way into the cargo bay. I wish you would realize you have nothing to fear. She punched the plunger, causing the bay door to hiss open. I pushed past her and smacked the plunger, causing the door to reverse. Please listen, I said. The female Earthling slid her curved blade from her side and held it at my chest.
I'm not in the mood for games.
Promise me you will not hurt anyone. A small crowd gathered outside the cargo window. They smiled and waved at us. Some held cookies and snacks high above their heads. The female Earthling peeked over her shoulder at the growing crowd. They have been waiting their whole lives to meet an Earthling. You are like a god. With a deep sigh, the female Earthling lowered her blade.
Fine.
Do I have your word?
It's all you have.
She punched the plunger, causing the door to open. Entry 166.2. Like Dorothy stepping out into Munchkinland, the female Earthling made her way down the ship's ramp. My fellow Jutsulki looked on in awe. Before them stood a genuine, living, breathing human Earthling. They fought to keep their elaborate wigs on their heads as they bowed low and giggled politely.
You weren't kidding about the wigs.
It helps to appear more human.
And how long will they stay bowed?
Until you tell them to stop. The female Earthling clapped her hands above their heads.
Okay, enough with the bowing.
They were mesmerized and giggled like school children to one another.
Enough of this. Where are the transmission machines?
Before I could answer, someone very familiar to me stepped forward, wearing his favorite mohawk wig. It was my best friend, Red. And as usual, he was sweating more than most.
I would like to be the first to officially welcome you to Terra,
He said.
My name is Red Barnum, and I can assist you with any questions you may have.
Red bowed and waited.
Stand up.
Red quickly stood and adjusted his wig.
All Earth data is stored in the Hall of Transmissions, just a short distance from here. But if it is not too much to ask, we wish for you to briefly join us at the Great Amphitheater. We would be very grateful and have waited a long time for this day.
Fine.
We leave at once!
Red, along with the rest of the crowd, scampered down the sidewalk toward the amphitheater.
Where are they going?
To the amphitheater. I'm surprised you agreed to join them.
So am I.
The female Earthling raised her wrist to her mouth.
Rusty, keep the shields up until I get back.
The ship's cargo door lifted off the ground, taking chunks of wet grass and dirt with it. The female Earthling flipped the safety on her thigh pistol and scanned the perimeter.
It's quiet.
Everyone is in the amphitheater.
Everyone?
Of course.
How do you know?
Jutsulki have waited their entire lives for this moment. Nobody would dare miss it. As we made our way through the city streets, familiar buildings dragged back old memories. I watched Back to the Future 5 times in a row at the theater to my left, then 10 more after that. I often ate breakfast across the street at the 24-hour breakfast, lunch, and dinner nook. When Han Edison Roy designed the first bicycle on Terra, based off the famous Earth Beach cruisers, I was the first to buy one. And when it became socially acceptable to ride them in public, I was the first as well. I would ride that bike up and down the streets for hours. To everyone's dismay, we passed by the vintage cars parked along Broadway. All were exact replicas, all in pristine condition. They held no working parts, but I hoped they would someday. I always imagined myself to be the first Jutsulki to drive a car. As we walked, the female Earthling gazed up at the buildings.
This place feels strangely familiar.
Well, it should. Our entire society is modeled after cities of Earth. This section is designed to match your New York. A few blocks down is Tokyo, and if you turn left, Moscow.
Moscow? I'd like to see that.
While crossing over Baker Street, she paused to examine one of the many trees that lined the road.
Maple trees?
Carved from solid stone, I said proudly. And the leaves are made from a type of aluminum. Well, at least we think so. They make great solar collectors and power our entire civilization. She slid her hand over the carefully chiseled bark.
It's been a long time since I was under a tree.
Did we do a good job? She gazed up into the tree's canopy as a warm breeze forced the leaves to dance.
Yes, you did good.
The steep green walls of the amphitheater appeared in the distance, the last of the pre-Earth transmission structures, a remaining monument to the forgotten times. I had spent much of my childhood imagining the great battles that must have taken place within its stoic walls. I have never seen it completely filled. You should be honored. She shrugged. Shafts of sunlight fired down from the amphitheater's quartz ceilings as we made our way into the mighty hall. Red appeared from behind the curtain and wobbled over to the female Earthling's side.
How would you like to be introduced? Earthling? Human being?
I prefer Santa Claus.
Red scampered through the heavy curtains and made his way to the edge of the stage. We Jutsulkis are not very good with sarcasm. The hum of the crowd reduced to an occasional mumble and cough. I peeked through the curtains. Red stood straight and proud as sweat trickled out from under his wig.
Proud and honorable Jutsulki, we have pondered the heavens and its great mysteries for eons. We have spent lifetimes deciphering the great messages from the skies. But no more! For today, my proud and honorable Jutsulki, our time has finally arrived.
He's really building this up.
Red has a flair for the dramatic.
Today, we find ourselves at that one moment in time, that one precious moment that will change life as we know it. Forever!
The crowd clapped in controlled agreement. Red turned to me and smiled with 2 thumbs up.
Fellow Jutsulki, I am honored, humbled, and delighted to present to you Santa Claus!
The female Earthling rolled her eyes as she pushed through the heavy curtains and onto the stage. Gasps and muffled screams rose from the crowd. The female Earthling scanned the wigged audience, then stepped to the center of the stage.
Where's the microphone?
I peeked my head further through the curtains. You do not need one. She took a deep breath and addressed the crowd.
I am not Santa Claus. However, I am an Earthling.
Voices swirled around the arena like butterflies trapped in a vacuum. The female Earthling raised her hand.
Please, please. You need to know the truth.
The female Earthling paused and dipped her gloved hand into her pocket. Slowly, she pulled out a small item and studied it. I stretched my neck to steal a glimpse, but the object was too small to identify. She studied it for a moment more, smirked ever so slightly, then slid it back into her pocket.
Being an orphan,
She said.
it's nice to know there's a place I can come and feel at home.
The crowd erupted, nearly knocking me backwards. I had never felt such emotion from any Jutsulki, let alone all of them at once. I would say they were simply mimicking what they observed many times in the Earth transmissions, but this seemed different. It was real, and it took all my strength to stop from joining in. Unfazed by the crowd's response, the female Earthling flipped a quick wave and walked off the stage. Red hopped and clapped as the female Earthling pushed through the curtains. She looked determined, and I knew Red's excitement was not helping matters. The female Earthling placed her gloved hand on top of Red's head and steadied his excitement with a light squeeze.
Now bring me to the Hall of Transmissions.
We all hustled off stage towards the exit door, where we were met by a steady flow of Jutsulki exiting the amphitheater. At first we went unrecognized. It helped that the female Earthling was crouched low, but eventually, those close to us caught on.
That was amazing!
One Jutsulki shouted.
So elegant, so human.
We quickened our pace, but it was no use. I kept my eyes on the female Earthling, hoping she would not decide to clear a path in her usual death-touch way. The circle of Jutsulki grew tighter. Some just wanted a close peek at her. Others shouted random questions.
How does Santa know who's naughty or nice?
What does a banana taste like?
Who in fact let the dogs out?
A heftier Jutsulki wearing an apron and a mop-top wig pushed his way through the crowd. He approached with a plate of fresh-baked cookies held high above his head.
Do these taste like chocolate chip cookies?
He asked. The female Earthling snatched a cookie, scanned it with her wrist, then took a nibble.
Tastes like mayonnaise.
I invented mayonnaise!
We pressed on, slowly moving toward our destination. Red controlled the crowd using his back as a shield. I held his shoulders to keep him balanced. Eventually, we made our way to Red Square, just 50 feet from the Hall of Transmissions.
Is there any other way into this place?
There is a small door around the side. Wait for my signal.
Red wiggled loose of my grasp and barreled his way through the crowd. After a few tense moments, he appeared high on the stairs of the hall. Red called out to the mob of Jutsulki below him, to no avail. He tried again, this time waving his mohawk wig above his head.
Fellow Jutsulki, hear me now. I have important news about the Earthling.
The crowd turned toward Red and quieted down. Seizing the moment, Red rolled his eyes back, grasped his chest, and doubled over. It was his greatest performance.
Very subtle.
Red continued his one-man show, flopping on his back and wildly splashing around. The crowd rushed to see what he was up to.
Let's move.
We hustled around the corner, toward the small door leading inside the Hall of Transmissions. The female Earthling looked around, then pushed her way through the door. As I went to follow, I was stopped by a clammy hand on my back.
Dean Kilmer?
Said a nasally voice.
I knew it was you.
It was Charlie Slugworth, an old schoolmate, and someone I hoped to forget when I left Terra.
I barely recognized you without your wig.
Charlie smacked me on the back, sending a bolt of pain up my spine. Look, Charlie, I really must...
I cannot believe you returned.
Charlie slipped his curly black wig off his head, then used it to dab the sweat from his forehead.
But that is typical of you.
I do not have time right now. I ran for the door, but Charlie blocked my route with his swollen belly.
Where are you going?
He grabbed hold of my wrist and squeezed, forcing my hand to go numb.
How did someone like you convince a human Earthling to come back here?
Charlie asked.
We assumed you died.
This is your last chance, Charlie. Please, let go, Charlie shouted towards the crowd.
Hey everyone, I found Dean.
Charlie tugged my arm, nearly dislodging my elbow from its socket. Let go, Charlie. Charlie waved his wig at the crowd.
Over here. I caught Dean, the loser.
A heat grew in my belly. Charlie bullied me my entire life, and I never fought back. The years I had spent and wasted trying to convince Charlie to stop, all the anger and frustration gathered in the pit of my stomach. Charlie tugged my arm again, then he grinned wide, exposing his gapped teeth.
If you do not like it, do something about it.
Have it your way, Charlie. I reached back, balled my free hand, and swung around hard, hitting Charlie square in the jaw. Charlie dropped to the ground like a sack of bingle nuts. I could not believe it worked, and I found myself staring down at Charlie as he wiggled on the ground in pain.
Dean, hurry.
I heard the female Earthling's voice say. I snapped out of it, scrambled to the door, and dashed inside.
What took you so long?
I ran into an old acquaintance. She held the door closed with her back.
Where's the lock?
We have no locks on Terra. There is no need for them.
There is now.
She grabbed a chair and jammed it up against the door handle.
There. Terra's first lock.
We made our way down the corridor to a room quite familiar to every Jutsulki. The Great Hall. We would go as young Jutsulki, but to see it with older eyes was something to behold. I always enjoyed the iconic Earth statues that stood guard over the tall data storing machines, and the beautifully decorated domed ceiling, painted to best represent Earth and its solar system.
So, explain it all to me.
These are the machines responsible for collecting and arranging the Earth transmissions.
And how do they do that?
Algorithms and a few other ways I do not fully understand. They say the machines are correct 99.8% of the time.
And the other 0.2%?
You get a post-apocalyptic Robin Hood that guides several ocean-stranded Earthlings to dry land. Eventually it got fixed, though many enjoyed the incorrect version better. The female Earthling strolled around the oval room, taking time with each statue, as if enjoying a moment with old friends. Upon reaching Medusa, she halted.
She didn't always look like this,
she said, staring up at the snake-haired Gorgon.
A curse turned her into this monster.
Medusa is very popular on Terra. She moved on, past the statue of Ripley, spent a brief moment with Indiana Jones, and finally stopped in front of the largest machine in the room, guarded by the Man of Steel himself. This is the one you want. Once the transmissions are arranged, they are loaded into this machine. We call it Bert.
Are you going to tell me why you call it Bert?
Oh, it doesn't stand for anything. We just like the name. The female Earthling ran her hands along the machine.
So, how do I get everything from Bert onto my ship?
I pointed at a small hole near the center of the machine. You place your finger inside that hole. She peered into the small opening.
And what does that do?
Makes the card pop out. The female Earthling slipped her finger inside the hole, causing the machine to roar with excitement. Then suddenly shut down. Everything went dark, except for a solitary bright shaft of light that shined down from the ceiling.
Is this normal?
No. These machines never stop running. The machines revved up, then shut down. Revved up, shut down.
I think I broke it.
A slight hum filled the room. Then an image appeared on the ceiling. 2 humans. One tall bearded man with salt and pepper hair and a bow tie. The other, a red-headed, freckled-faced girl with a bright smile. Both posed near a telescope in a field of clovers. The female Earthling quickly blocked the image with her hand.
Time to go. Get me the transmissions, now.
I reached around the machine, pulled out a transmission card, and handed it to her.
It's all on here?
Well, not all of it. Everything that's been deciphered.
Put it back in.
But the rest is scrambled. You will not be able to... She pressed the card against my chest.
I want all of it.
I slipped the card back into the machine and pressed the button to load all the data. Then, a distant voice rang out.
Dean, where are you hiding?
It was Charlie. But before I could respond, the female Earthling yanked me behind the machines and out of view. Charlie waddled deeper into the room, fiddling with his wig as he searched.
Come on, Dean. I know you are in here.
The female Earthling hushed me, then stepped out from behind the machine, startling Charlie, causing him to stumble onto his backside.
Why are you all so clumsy?
Charlie quickly climbed to his feet, then brushed off his backside with his wig.
We are not used to this type of excitement.
The female Earthling stepped closer.
Did anyone see you come in?
No. They are all busy watching Red act like a fool.
The female Earthling reached around the machine, removed the finished transmission card, and stashed it into her leg belt.
Time to go.
She pushed past Charlie and headed for the door.
Wait! They have a traditional Earth meal prepared for you. A hamburger with french fries and a soft drink. It is orange flavored. Well, we think it is orange. It is the color orange.
Give it to my old partner.
Dean? No. It was made for you. Dean is of no significance.
I ducked further behind the machines, peeking out just enough to see. The female Earthling stopped and turned to face Charlie, and she did not look amused.
Of no significance? And what would make you say that?
I assure you, he is worthless.
The female Earthling pointed her gloved finger at Charlie's nose.
Anyone willing to volunteer for an obvious suicide mission has my respect.
Volunteer? Is that what he told you?
Charlie turned toward me, his eyes mere slits.
Dean was told to leave.
And why is that?
We are a long-living species with a tightly controlled population. Those who stray from the norm are removed. Dean was, well, not normal.
And what made him not normal?
We emulate you Earthlings in our own ways, but never their behaviors. No self-respecting jet-sulky would ever behave like an Earthling. But Dean could not help himself. He wanted to be human. How absurd. No offense to you, of course.
She stepped closer, forcing Charlie to clumsily back up.
And where exactly do you send those who don't fit in?
To Zarpan, where all the exiled choose to go. All except Dean. Of course he turned down peaceful living at that paradise moon. Is that not ridiculous?
I ducked further behind the machine, afraid of what the female Earthling might say.
Dean has always been a nuisance. Just like his friend Red. But he'll be banished soon enough.
The female Earthling looked over to me, then smirked.
Sounds like you banish your heroes.
What? No, you are confused. Sure, we call them heroes, but that is for tradition's sake. Dean is worthless, I assure you.
Worthless.
Charlie shuffled over to the machine and grabbed my arm.
Dean, get out here and tell her. Tell her you are worthless. Tell her you are no hero.
I fought back, doing my best to remain hidden.
Dean, get out here.
It was the first time the female Earthling called me by my name, and it took a few moments to sink in.
Let's go. We're leaving.
We are?
Captain's orders.
As I hustled to catch up, another transmission card popped out from the machine. I quickly grabbed it, shoved it into my pants, then ran to the female Earthling's side.
Good. You should go with her. It is for the best.
I knew Charlie was right. It was for the best. Outside the Great Hall, the female Earthling crouched low and scanned the sky. I want to thank you for allowing me to stay aboard.
Shush.
I crouched behind her, trying my best to not be spotted by Charlie or anyone else for that matter. How do we get back to the ship without being spotted? She typed something into her wrist.
We don't have to. She'll come to us.
The ground beneath us rumbled. The large crowd turned their attention to the sky as the female Earthling ship drifted slowly above us. A few Jutsulki ran for cover, but most stared in awe. How will we get inside? A rope dropped from the ship and landed right in front of my face. The female Earthling twisted her arm around the dangled rope, then wrapped her other arm around my waist.
Going up?
We zipped high above the crowd. Those below pointed and waved. Faster and faster we went, until the rope came to an abrupt stop halfway up, followed by loud clangs and smoke from inside the ship.
The winch burnt out. Hold on, we're going for a ride.
As the female Earthling tightened her grasp on my shirt, I realized all that held me from plummeting into the crowd below was a few poorly sewn buttons. And as the ship took a hard right turn, one of those buttons popped off, then another button, and another, until one button strained to hold the weight of my entire body. I am slipping! The last button tore from my shirt, and I plummeted fast towards the crowd below. I braced my arms as I smacked into the crowd, taking out 6 or so Jutsulki as I hit the ground. Wait! Wait! I yelled into the sky. The ship circled above, then drifted out of view. I worried the female Earthling would leave me behind, but the roar of the engines told me otherwise. The ship glided out from behind Big Ben and steadied itself above the crowd. I scooped up an unclaimed wig and frantically waved it in the air, hoping she would spot me. Here I am! Female Earthling leaned out from the ship's cargo bay door and aimed a large gun directly at me.
Don't move!
Jutsulki screamed and ran for cover as her eyes dropped behind the scope. A large, clear bubble squeezed out from the end of the barrel, floated towards the crowd, then engulfed me. I stood as still as possible as I drifted silently over the mob, finally coming to rest in the belly of her ship. The female Earthling walked over and popped the bubble with her curved blade.
You owe me a drift bubble.
The ship cleared the crowd, shot over the ocean, then out of the atmosphere, leaving my home planet in the distant dark of space. I was glad we left without causing too much chaos, and very thankful the female Earthling did not kill anyone. She also received a transmission card, 2 if you count the one I hid in my boot. And I was back on board the ship. As I collected my thoughts, Rusty rolled into the room holding a small white towel.
To wipe yourself off, sir. You are perspiring heavily.
Oh, thank you, Rusty.
Are you in need of anything else, sir?
No, I'm fine. Rusty's eyes lit up, then faded.
It appears your speech pattern has changed.
Has it?
You have used the contraction I'm in place of I am.
Huh. I suppose I have.
A change in one's speech pattern is a form of adaptation to one's new surroundings. It is a way to blend in, sir.
I handed the towel back to Rusty and took a long look around the cargo bay. Blending into my surroundings.
Welcome back, sir.
Entry 167.1. We sailed through space for what felt like days, the majority of which I spent alone in my room. No visits from the female Earthling, no Rusty, no alarms, no anything. But it gave me time to get comfortable with what I hoped was my permanent stay aboard the ship. I decided to make my room more livable, though you can only do so much with a cot and a room full of crates. One crate became a desk, another a coffee table. I even managed to turn one crate into a surprisingly comfortable chair. But the other 18 crates I could not utilize, so they all got shoved against the back wall. Eventually, I got to wondering what could be in all those crates. I locked the door, checked it twice, then searched out the smallest crate in the room. Dark brown and covered in thin red straps, the tiny box had a equally tiny latch attached to the top. I fiddled with the latch for a moment, then gave it a flick with the tip of my finger, releasing the straps. The crate leaped from my lap and, defying all logic, slammed into the ceiling. Then there was a knock at the door. I jumped up and pressed my face against the window.
May I come in, sir?
No, I mean, forgive me, I'm not dressed. I lied to Rusty, but it was all I could do at the moment.
Nudity is not an issue for a robot, sir.
Well, it is for me. Is there something you need?
My master needs your assistance in the cargo bay.
Okay, let me get dressed and I'll be right there.
I also have fresh clothes and a towel.
Getting dressed. Be there in a minute. I held steady at the window, waiting for the sound of Rusty's squeaky wheels to fade into the distance. Whew. Once he was gone, I climbed onto my cot and managed to wrestle the small crate from the ceiling. I held it on my lap, then quickly pried it open. Inside lay a tiny screw-shaped device with a note that read, "Congratulations on making the Porwellian Polarization Probe your #1 provider of strategical clairvoyance. We are not responsible for any permanent damage. We hope that you will check out more of our products in the near future." As I placed the note back in the box, the screw-shaped device leaped up and rammed straight into my left nostril. I fell to the floor and jammed my finger up my nose, but there was no stopping it. A puff of smoke leaked from my nostril as the device bored its way into my skull, and all I could do was lay on the floor and wait for it to stop. Once the vibration and stench of burning bone dissipated, I climbed back onto my cot and searched the crate for more information. Inside, tucked in a corner, sat another device, a tiny transparent ball, no bigger than my eye. It was weightless and most resembled a tightly packed ball of fog. The female Earthling's voice blared over the intercom.
Dean, I need you in cargo. Stat.
I sealed the ball of fog back into the crate and scrambled out the door, hoping whatever was inside my head wouldn't kill me. Entry 167.2. The grinding of metal gears echoed around the cargo bay as the female Earthling toiled beneath the burnt-out winch. Tools of all kinds lay scattered around her feet, and the slight smell of oil mixed with burnt bone lingered in my nose.
What took you so long?
I had to get dressed. She peeked out at me from under the winch.
You're wearing the same clothes.
These are the only clothes I have.
I sent Rusty to bring you a fresh pair.
He did. I mean, I didn't let him in my room.
Why is that?
I was nude. She slid out, wiped her hands on a dirty rag, then tossed it into a nearby tool cart.
You feel weird being nude in front of a robot?
Is that strange?
Yes.
She made her way to a large toolbox, grabbed a few tools, and shimmied back under the winch.
Hand me the torque coupling.
I surveyed the tools and grabbed what I felt best resembled such a device.
That's a form attachment. I need the torque coupling. It's yellow, looks like a circle with a handle attached to it.
I spotted the tool and handed it to her. After a few loud bangs, a gear came rolling out and stopped near the toe of my boot.
So, tell me why you decided not to spend the rest of your days on some paradise moon.
Greg Finan.
I thought it was called Zarpan.
The moon? Yes. Greg Finan was one of my best friends. We used to perform shows in his basement. It was frowned upon, but we did it anyway. Then, one day, after a schoolmate was exiled to Zarpan for being not normal, me and Greg made a promise. If either of us were ever picked to leave, we swore never to travel to Zarpan.
And why is that?
Originally, it was an honor to be picked. Going in search of Earth was reserved for the bravest among us, the heroes. But as time went on, and we lost hero after hero, the tradition turned sinister. Then, someone started sending the less desirable among us, knowing the odds of them returning were slim. And, in some poor attempt to feel better about what they were doing, the exiled were granted 3 wishes before they were sent off.
How nice of them.
It was barbaric, especially for a species that considers itself so advanced.
You'd be surprised how barbaric an advanced civilization can be.
I wandered the room as memories came pouring back. 3 wishes, and everyone always picked the same thing. Their favorite wig, a spare wig, and a one-way ticket to Zarpan. For over 100 years, Wig Wig Zarpan, just like clockwork. It even became a slogan. People would scribble it on alley walls, Wig Wig Zarpan. Rusty rolled into the room, but paid us no mind as he went about his business cleaning. Eventually, my friend Greg was picked. And even though we promised not to go, he caved. And off to Zarpan he went, with his 2 favorite wigs. The female Earthling sat up from the winch, tied back her thick red hair. When they came for me a year later, I kept my promise. I refused my one-way ticket to Zarpan. Instead, I picked a journal, supplies, and a spaceship. I'll never forget the look on their faces.
I would have liked to have seen that.
She walked over to her tools. Rusty wobbled over and handed the female Earthling a few screws he found during his cleaning.
Thank you, Rusty. Not sure what I would do without you.
Rusty rolled back to the other end of the room and continued to tidy up.
So instead of living out your days in paradise, you're stuck with an Earthling, half a robot, and a malfunctioning ship.
I wouldn't have it any other way. The female Earthling dropped the screws into a small dish.
One thing. Your wig. You told me you lost it chasing me around the galaxy.
Let's just say I managed to stuff a 4th wish down my pants. She nearly cracked a smile.
Rusty, please tell me we have more Class 8 sprocket clamps on board.
Rusty's eyes glowed red, then faded.
There are no more Class 8 sprocket clamps aboard the ship, Master.
Didn't we pick up a few on Catterick?
I believe you lent them to Gavon to fix his broken winch. I do not believe he has ever reimbursed us. This makes me the word annoyed.
Me too, Rusty. Set a course for Bobber 4.
Rusty rolled past me and into the hall.
If it's any consolation, I think you made the right decision.
She typed something into her wrist.
I'll send Rusty to your room with my journal and some fresh clothes. Read entry 0. It's time for you to meet the boogeyman.
Entry 167.3. Strolling down the hall, I noticed the door to my room was left open. As I turned to look inside, Rusty rolled out, nearly running me over.
I apologize, sir.
No worries. I suppose it takes some time getting used to having another crew member on board.
Indeed, sir, though there have been 3 before you.
I waited for Rusty to continue. Whenever you're ready to tell me. This happened to be one of my first true attempts at sarcasm. I should have saved it for someone other than a robot.
First, there was Pukta, the Destroyer. He was the word kind and loyal. I believe you were nearly killed by him in the asteroid city Ceredote.
The creature that tried to crush me to death with a stick?
You did smile at him, sir.
Fair enough.
Then there was Tobaz. He was sucked out of the garbage chute.
What a horrible accident.
It was not an accident, sir.
Rusty's eyes lit up. He appeared to study me, searching for a reaction to his words.
Last was Gavon.
And he left because...
Not enough quality food on board, sir. I dropped off a fresh change of clothes on your cot. They should help to make you feel the word cozy. I have also left my master's personal journal on your makeshift desk. I was ordered to remind you to read entry 0 and to get it right this time.
Get what right?
My master was referring to your reading about Fen, sir.
She knows I read the wrong page? Was she mad?
My master used the word disappointed, sir.
Rusty rolled out the door and motored down the hall. I was glad to hear that the female Earthling wasn't mad at me for reading the wrong chapter, but I knew better than to take advantage. This time, I would make sure to get it right and read the proper chapter. But even though I was anxious to read her journal, I was more anxious to figure out what had drilled up my nose earlier. I climbed onto my bed, pried the small crate from off the ceiling, and opened the lid. The transparent ball of fog still rested inside, but as I reached in to grab it, the ball of fog dashed from the box and hovered just above my nose. I wondered how this strange thing and the device in my head were connected. Feeling a bit foolish, I attempted to move the hovering ball of fog with my mind. I whistled, I whispered. I even tried singing to it. Nothing worked. In frustration, I snatched it from the air and placed it in my pants pocket. I grabbed the female Earthling's journal, hopped onto my cot, rubbed my hand over the gears, then leaned in to speak. Entry 0. The journal snapped open and flipped itself to the proper page. This entry was less organized than the others. In fact, it was quite the mess. Scribbles and doodles abound. Sections of the paper were roughly torn. Others seemed to be written under extreme duress. One thing was certain. This boogeyman kept the female Earthling up at night. And its name was Kilroy. Transcribed from the female Earthling's journal. Journal entry 0. Kilroy. Responsible for the extinction of at least 8 species and 3 civilizations. Third eye added to forehead after Yontal Rebellion. The Red Triangle. Life Enders. Renegade robots loyal to Kilroy adapted the Red Triangle, eyes in each corner, as a symbol of rebellion against their fleshy overlords and a show of allegiance toward Kilroy. My first contact with
Kilroy was on the mining moon known as Ceredote. 10,000 slave miners were scheduled for eradication due to an outbreak of an undetermined plague. Kilroy and his horde of life-enders were brought in by the Taranka to do the job. They took no time getting to work. Those already sick with the plague had it easy, left to die underground in dark, musty rooms. The terror lied with those still healthy. Those poor souls were subject to abuses I wish to forget. Kilroy is smart. He does his homework. He knows what you fear most, and he uses it against you. The Luddites fear having their tails cut off, so Kilroy forced them to cut off their own tails and strangle each other to death with them. The long-living Armasols, fear of tight places, were crammed into boxes too small to stand and buried alive, upside down. The Fanatas, extreme fear of heights, were impaled and left to die slowly, high above the ground on 100-foot pikes. Everyone waited with dread for their turn to come up, except for me and one other, a hired guard named Gavon. Ga promised to help me escape if I promised to stop Kilroy from taking his head, what Ga feared most. I promised. Ga set me free, then led us to a tool shed in Sector 4. We grabbed what we could to help in our escape, then snuck toward Kilroy's ship, doing our best to go unnoticed. Kilroy noticed. Ga lost a finger detonating a dark matter bomb. We fought back, and I managed to damage Kilroy's leg with my blade. We fled in the ensuing chaos. Several life-enders tried to stop us, but failed. A brief sprint down a narrow crevasse led us to Kilroy's vessel. We quickly commandeered Kilroy's mighty ship, skipped to a barren moon, and lived amongst the Yo plant for some time. God did not enjoy the local food. The biggest mistake I've ever made was not finishing Kilroy off that day. He's grown stronger, and somehow he discovered my identity and where I'm from. He seeks revenge and seeks to destroy me and the planet I came from. I will never let that happen.
Entry 168.1. I was unsure how long I'd been asleep. Best guess, somewhere between mere moments and quite a while. Time was difficult to track in space. There were no days to be counted, just one very long, flowing reality. In an attempt to shake the weariness from my head, I put on proper clothes and strolled the halls of the ship. A strange stillness lingered. The usual hum of engines and clunking metal ceased. I stood near the entrance of the cargo bay and listened. It was quiet. Too quiet. I rushed to the cargo bay window and peeked outside. We had landed. In a moment of panic, I smacked the plunger on the wall, forcing the cargo bay door to creak open. Frigid air rushed into the ship. Then, something strange caught my watering eyes. At first, I assumed it was a frozen tear, but I was wrong. It was the ball of fog from the crate. Somehow, it escaped my pants pocket. The ball of fog zipped around my head, then darted out the door, disappearing from my view. I grabbed a couple Luma lights and tossed them outside, where they were immediately both swallowed by the darkness. I snatched a few more Luma lights, made my way to the weapons cabinet, decided on a short rifle, took a deep breath, and headed towards the door. But as my boot touched the cargo ramp, Rusty appeared before me, which was impossible. But nonetheless, there he was, waiting patiently near an oval-shaped, rust-covered vessel. The image faded, and my eyes returned to the cargo bay. It seemed the fog ball worked with the device in my nose, granting me clairvoyance. I could see things from a distance. Suddenly, having a strange machine screwed into my skull didn't seem so bad. I took another deep breath, causing another image to appear. 3 red lights pierced the darkness. The red triangle. It was Kilroy. He was near, but where? As the image faded, I aimed my rifle out the door and headed in search of my crew. Entry 168.2. The surface seemed unnatural, like walking on a water-filled balloon. I held the lumalights at arm's length, but all it did was create a fuzzy halo around me. On I went, further into the darkness, a bit fearful of what I might find. There was a chance Kilroy was lurking somewhere, and I hoped not to find him. Or worse, him find me. I wandered aimlessly until familiar lights appeared in the distance. I hustled through the dark toward a pale glow, but remained cautious. But soon enough, I found myself beside Rusty, guided by the light of his saucer-shaped eyes. Rusty, are you okay?
I am in working order, sir.
What are you doing here?
My master is attempting to purchase parts, sir.
I searched the darkness for any sign of a store. From where?
A tinker ship, sir.
Can you show me where?
I could, sir.
Would you please show me where the tinker ship is, Rusty?
I was told not to, sir.
She told you not to tell me?
I was told you would most likely feel the word frustrated, and that you should have waited on the ship, sir.
Is that so? Rusty studied me for a moment, his eyes glowing bright.
Are you displaying the word frustrated? I would like to add it to my database, sir.
Yes, Rusty, add it to your database. Frustrated, I wandered back into the darkness. After a few moments, pitch black gave way to dark brown, then light brown, until a ship appeared before me. A small, oval-shaped, dented and worn vessel fastened to the ground by large, rusted chains. Beyond the ship's narrow doorway stood the female Earthling, and beside her stood a tall, gangly creature with pink, saggy skin. The two appeared to be communicating silently with their hands. The female Earthling turned toward me and squinted.
And you thought it was smart to leave the ship because...
I held my gun up in the air. I came to rescue you. She smacked the barrel of my gun upward, knocking it from my hands and firmly into her own.
Next time, stay on the ship.
But I thought something was wrong.
There is now.
The saggy skin creature lurched forward. Its body swelled. Its eyes blinked wildly.
You are pondering. Maybe he's not worth the trouble.
The creature spoke. The female Earthling cringed and grabbed me by my shirt.
You are pondering. He's going to get me killed.
Who's getting killed?
You, if you don't shut up.
But the creature said...
OTOPs read brainwaves in moments of distress. It was speaking my thoughts.
The female Earthling dragged me outside the ship. She shoved me into the darkness.
Now go find Rusty before you ruin our only chance of getting our winch fixed.
Back into the dark I went. I tried several times and failed to contact the ball of fog, though, in the darkness, I was unsure whether or not I ever truly did. Luckily, after some blind searching, I pinpointed the faint sounds of Rusty's gears grinding in the distance. Rusty, can you hear me? 3 red lights flashed in the distance. Kilroy was near. I sped up, but the surface bounced with each step, making it difficult to run. And after stumbling to my knees a few times, crawling became the fastest mode of transportation. I shuffled along, quietly calling out Rusty as I went. Rusty! Hello? Hello, Rusty! Black hovered all around. I wished to find the female Earthling, Rusty, even our ship, but all I could see was darkness. Faster I crawled, my eyes pinned to my fast-moving hands, until I slammed headfirst into a pair of heavy metallic boots. I lied there, on the ground, too frightened to move. The booted creature reached down, wrapped its strong hand around my arm, and stood me up. Thick straps and shiny buckles ran across its chest, its face shielded by an elaborately decorated white helmet. As the creature scanned me over, my instincts kicked in. I thought back to an old Earth transmission, something Mr. Miyagi taught Danielson. I crouched down low, and with all my might, pummeled the creature in the crotch. The creature doubled over, squealing in pain. Help! Kilroy has me! The creature slammed open its blast shield, revealing an Earthling. A male Earthling! The male Earthling tore his helmet from his head and flung it to the ground.
Why'd you go and do that?
I apologize. I thought you were Kilroy.
What gave you that idea?
I saw a red triangle, but then it disappeared, and when I ran into you... The male Earthling cupped his hand over my mouth.
Hold up. You saw Kilroy?
I pushed his hand away. I think so.
Where?
Back that way. But it's hard to say exactly. The male Earthling leaned on my head while straightening his back. By my best judgment, he stood a bit taller than the female Earthling, but not by much. His hair was black and shaved on one side. His eyes were gray and still holding tears from my accurate crotch shot.
Don't worry, little fella. I've got it all under control. Now scamper off.
With a severe limp, the male Earthling trotted into the darkness. Wait! You forgot your helmet! I grabbed hold of the male Earthling's helmet and slid it over my head. The helmet's blast shield cut through the darkness like a burst of sunlight. In the distance, I could see Rusty, and quickly made my way to my robot friend. Rusty, Kilroy's here. Rusty kept his eyes aimed skyward.
Master is aware, sir.
Where is she?
Master said if you manage to find your way back, to shut up and wait for her, sir.
Does she know about the Earthling man?
I am not aware, sir.
Rusty tilted his head back. What are you looking for, Rusty?
My master's ship.
She left us? The faint sound of boots crept up behind me. I slipped the male Earthling's helmet back on my head when something smashed into my back, forcing me to the ground.
Didn't see you there, little fella.
He reached down and snatched his helmet from off my head.
You should wear a light or something. Then people wouldn't trip over you.
The male Earthling slipped the helmet onto his head and raised the blast shield.
What's with the robot?
His name is Rusty.
Appropriate.
The male Earthling pushed me aside and strutted over to Rusty, who continued to peer into the sky.
Some view, huh?
In what way, sir?
Well, in a pretty sort of way, I suppose.
Space is the word pretty. I shall add that to my database.
You go ahead and do that.
The male Earthling patted Rusty on the head, then returned to my side.
Won't be getting any information out of that rustpot.
Rusty is part of the crew, and is waiting for our ship to pick us up. The male Earthling wrestled his pistols from his holster and aimed them haphazardly into the sky.
What ship? Kilroy's? I've been chasing that Fentata freak all over the galaxy. But don't worry, I'll get him. August Firetorn always gets his man. Or robot, cyborg thing. I always get the thing I search for.
August Firetorn, that's your name?
I see you've heard of me.
No, but it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Dean Kilmer from...
Very good. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got work to do. I won't rest until I avenge my father's death.
You must be very brave. Kilroy is quite dangerous. August raised his chin to the sky.
No ding-tata from Dokerstone will ever get one over on August Firetorn. Well, except when he killed my father. And when he destroyed my sweet ride. But never again!
He dropped his chin from its invisible pedestal.
How does someone like you know English? Are you from Tastrun?
Wait, what? No, what is Tastrun? Do humans live there? August punched me in the arm.
Ha! Good one.
All of our attention turned to the sky as the female Earthling ship roared overhead. She's back! The ship paused overhead as a rope fell toward us. Rusty reached out, clamped onto the rope, then shot straight into the air. Then the rope dropped back down to me. I reached out to grab hold, but August beat me to it. What are you doing? August grabbed me by the waist and winked. She is not going to like this. August grinned. When we reached the ship, the female Earthling was waiting, with her rifle pointed dead center of August's forehead.
Let him go.
Your choice, but it's a long way down.
She backed off, just enough to let us both into the cargo bay.
Slowly.
I broke free from August's grasp and ran to the female Earthling's side.
Easy, Peaches, we can work it out. I mean, we humans need to stick together, right?
That's the problem. I'm the only human left.
I know 50 ladies back home who would beg to differ.
The female Earthling shoved August to the floor with her boot.
This is ridiculous. I need to get back to finish my mission.
And what mission is that?
Avenging my father's death. I'm not afraid of that Garboldo from Panuta Falls. Why do you think he ran off? Because August Firetorn was on his tail. That's why.
She kicked August in the ribs.
Enough.
The female Earthling slipped August's pistols from off his waist and tossed them against the wall.
Get up.
August stood with his arms raised high in the air.
Am I under arrest, Peaches?
She forced August down the hall with a few rifle jabs to the back.
You're making a big mistake.
The female Earthling led August into a small room, then sealed the transparent door behind him.
Great. Lock me up for saving your little pet creature thing.
I'm not a pet. I'm part of the crew. The female Earthling shut off the voice transmitter on the wall and headed back down the hall.
Let's go.
I followed the female Earthling down the hall and into the cockpit. I wasn't sure what was going on, but I knew she was not happy about having August aboard the ship. I couldn't believe there was another Earthling, and it seemed neither could she. Do you think he's lying?
Yes. And he's staying locked up until I figure it out.
She grabbed hold of the ship's controls and throttled up. The ship shook violently, then stopped. Multiple alarms rang. What's that?
The surface.
Is it breaking apart?
Nah, it's just fussy.
She flipped a few switches on the wall, then spoke into her wrist.
Rusty, dedicate all power to the main thrusters. Then skip to sector 6-45F.
The skip drive is winding out, Master. It is overdue for repairs.
No time for that. Skip us out of here.
She grabbed the controls with both hands, then peeked over her shoulder at me.
Lay on the floor.
Steam poured out from the walls. Didn't you do this earlier?
Different circumstances.
The ship jolted hard enough to send me tumbling backward down the hall, past the kitchen, my room, and finally stopped up against the wall near the engine room. but a few more strong jolts pushed me back again until I finally came to a stop against the cargo bay door. Oh, what is going on? I peeled my face off the cargo bay window, revealing not a planet or an asteroid, but a creature. A bobber. Best described as a giant black raindrop with 4 stubby legs, the massive creature thrashed about in an attempt to grab hold of the ship. The thrusters screamed. The bobber's legs lunged and smashed into the cargo bay door. I stepped back, fearing the creature may break its way inside.
Full engine, forward thrust.
The ship screamed. Then, everything went white. All was silent. The bobber was gone, replaced by the endless expanse of space. We somehow skipped out of harm's way. I hobbled through the hall and past August's cell, his face planted firmly against the transparent door. I shuffled past with a polite nod, then headed straight to the cockpit.
You okay?
Just a little bit bruised and confused. She stood close to the wall and studied a blurry image on one of the cockpit monitors. Upon closer inspection, I noticed it was August. He waited in the dark, a red triangle hovering above his shoulder. The female Earthling turned a knob, making the image a bit clearer. Kilroy's face appeared in the darkness. 3 terrifying eyes, blood red and held in place by thick metal tubes. Wires crisscrossed the creature's torso like a metal mummy, and sharpened shards of metal stuck out from his frame in all directions, covered in blood, rust, and oil.
Next time, stay on the ship.
But what if something happened to you?
Then you'd be dead. Now we have to deal with that moron back there.
She studied the image closer. Do you think he's working for Kilroy?
That's what I intend to find out.
She swiped her pistol off the counter, cocked it, and stormed out. Entry 168.3. The female Earthling grabbed a small box from the kitchen, peeked inside, then quickly slammed it shut. I asked what it was, but she ignored me. I followed her down the hall until we reached August's cell, where we found him resting quietly on the floor. The female Earthling flipped a switch on the wall, causing a slot to materialize in the center of the door. Heavy snoring immediately bellowed into the hall, as August clearly wasn't having any trouble sleeping. The female Earthling leaned in close to the door slot.
Time to eat.
August flinched, then yawned loudly.
Aw, you cooked. I'm starving.
I wasn't talking to you.
The female Earthling reached into the box and plucked out a chunky worm-like creature covered in slimy purple hairs. The worm wiggled and spasmed in between her gloved fingers, doing its best to break free as the purple slime dripped onto her pant leg. The female Earthling reached out and flung the worm into the room. The slick creature hit the floor with a wet slap.
So, you work for Kilroy?
August tried kicking the worm away with the toe of his boot, but the worm clung to the floor.
I told you I'm going after him.
Why don't I believe you?
The female Earthling tossed another worm into the room. The worms wiggled their bodies against one another, then squirmed toward August's boot, leaving a gooey, purple-tinted trail of slime as they went.
It's the truth, Peaches.
August smashed 2 worms under his heel, then shimmied into the corner of the room.
I sure miss the taste of a freshly picked peach. You like peaches?
Never had the pleasure, but my mom spoke fondly of them.
The female Earthling tipped the box and dumped the remaining worms through the slot in the door. The worms hit the floor and immediately followed the trail of slime toward August.
Am I supposed to be scared, or is this your idea of food?
She sealed the slot shut, then raised her wrist to her mouth.
Rusty, turn off the centrifuge in 11p.
August and the worms lifted off the ground and floated around the room like they were attached to invisible wires. August fought to maneuver himself in the air, but failed. The worms, on the other hand, darted around the cell like earth dragonflies. August swatted wildly at them as they flew close to his face.
What is this, some sort of game?
The female Earthling calmly spoke into the intercom.
They're wabi-sabi worms, and they're attracted to the calcium in your bones. They'll chew through Diamond Shield for the stuff.
A worm zipped between August's legs, forcing him to shield his crotch.
What's the point of all this?
Got anything to tell me?
There's nothing to tell.
A worm darted across the room and latched onto August's forearm. He pinched the hairy creature, causing it to explode between his fingers and spray droplets of purple goo into the air.
Careful. Their blood is highly poisonous.
August frantically wiped his fingers off on the nearest wall.
You're just gonna have to kill me, because I don't have any answers for you.
The female Earthling glared through the door. August glared back. Droplets of goo circled his head. She tried breaking him, but he refused to budge. Or maybe he was telling the truth. Either way, the female Earthling knew she was beat.
Rusty, turn the centrifuge back on.
August crashed to the floor and proceeded to smash everything in the room that wiggled.
I know what's going on.
And what's that?
August strutted over to the door with an air of confidence.
You thought you were the only human left. Well, guess what, Peaches? You're wrong.
The female Earthling swiped the empty box from the floor and handed it to me. I made sure to keep it at arm's length.
Enjoy your time in there.
I followed the female Earthling back into the kitchen, where she took the box from me, placed it on a table, and headed to the sink. Why she kept these horrid creatures on board was something of a concern.
He's trouble. I can feel it.
Just curious, why would you keep such horrible things on the ship?
Because they're delicious.
But you said they would kill...
I lied.
The frustration oozed from her pores. If it was anyone else, I am sure she would have already tossed them into the garbage chute. But she seemed slightly intrigued by August. He appeared to be human, and that seemed to be driving her crazy. It was most likely the only reason he was still alive. So, what now?
We head to Tastroon and figure this all out.
What about Kilroy?
I'm not sure, but we won't make it easy for him to follow us.
How so?
Because we're taking the road less traveled.
She dried her hands and tossed the towel into the sink.
It's a long trip to Tastroon. I suggest finding something to do. And if I catch you talking to Mr. Personality, I'll drop you both off at the closest bobber.
Entry 169.1. I tried to get some rest, but it was useless, so I decided to roam the halls. But after a few laps around the ship, I began to feel a bit off. My head spun, my stomach ached. It appeared faster than light travel was finally starting to play havoc with me. I was getting skip sickness. According to what I read in the female Earthling's journal, there was only one cure for my ailment. I needed to get my hands on some dwarf juice, and fast. I staggered into the kitchen as the ship's skip drive moaned. It was a strange sound, hard to describe, like whales in a bar fight with a couple of drunk camels. In the kitchen, my sweaty palms slid across the table as I crumbled into the nearest seat.
Are you hungry, sir?
I rested my face against the cool table. I seemed to be having trouble with the skips. Rusty wobbled over to a cabinet, removed a large black bottle, and placed it in front of me.
I am told this helps, sir.
Is that dwarf juice?
Indeed, sir.
How much do I need to drink?
All of it, sir.
The entire bottle? Rusty rolled back over to the cabinet and returned with 3 more bottles.
All of them, sir.
Rusty stood the 3 bottles near me. I had 4 bottles in total to drink.
Once you begin, you will have 3.14 Earth minutes to finish, sir.
You're joking.
Not yet, sir. Master has not taught me the word joking.
I shifted the bottles around the table in an attempt to maximize efficiency. Or maybe I was simply stalling. I couldn't imagine drinking 4 bottles under any conditions, but I felt terrible, and this seemed to be my only hope. And if I failed to drink them all in time, Rusty wheeled a small trash receptacle over and placed it near my feet.
I am told you will become violently ill, sir.
Rusty placed towels and mismatched rags around my chair.
I am told it is the words excruciating and unbearable.
The whale, camel, bar fight sounds returned. My stomach burnt with pain. My brain felt like it was on fire. Anything to make it stop. With trembling hands, I grabbed the nearest bottle, picked off the waxy plug, raised the bottle to my lips, gagged a few times, then took a sip. The contents had a strange atmospheric quality, like thick, humid air, which made it hard to swallow. But with a bit of practice, I managed to get the first bottle down. It was horrible.
My master claims the taste matches that of a decaying fish mixed with raw sewage, sir.
That sounds about right.
2 minutes left, sir.
I sped up my pace, choking a few times on the second bottle's contents, but finished it in what felt like record time.
1 minute left, sir.
How can that be?
57 seconds, sir.
I tore the tops off the 2 remaining bottles, placed one in each hand, and poured both bottles down my gullet at the same time.
35 seconds, sir.
I chugged fast. Some of the bottle's content trickled into my nose. My stomach swelled. I gasped for air as the last remaining drop slid down my tongue.
15 seconds, sir.
I tossed the third bottle onto the table, sending it into a spin.
10 seconds, sir.
With the last bottle held high, I guzzled the remaining liquid, then dropped the bottle aside. I was quite sure my stomach would burst open, until a tremendously long belch brought instant relief. Rusty, I'm suddenly hungry. Rusty's eyes glowed bright, then faded.
Hunger is but one side effect, sir.
Is there anything to eat? Rusty wobbled over to the kitchen counter where a small, donut-shaped device rested. Nearby sat a neatly stacked pile of short metal rods. I am not much in the mood for metal rods. Rusty took a rod and slipped it into the center of the machine.
This is the atomic shredder, sir.
Rusty placed a few more rods into the shredder. I noticed a handwritten note pinned to the wall near the machine. It read, "Coffer rods equals peanut butter flavored strips of meat. 2 minx rocks plus 4 drops of derp equal licorice flavored string. Womp womp urine plus 1 wabi sabi worm equals hot chocolate." The shredder faded to a bright blue hue, then opened to release a pleasant scent of freshly cooked meat. Rusty reached into the machine and pulled out a plate full of fake bacon. So this machine turns stuff into other stuff?
The machine rearranges objects at the atomic level, sir. Would you like to know the history of this device?
Yes, I would.
This device was created by a creature named Nieber Ki Nieberzan for Litman Na Ko, known as Ki for short. Famous for his amazing creations and advances in science, Ki created the atomic shredder moments before passing into the secret sleep. He left no clues as to its design, and none have managed to unlock the device's secrets. One day, Ki will awake from his deep slumber and share his secrets with the universe.
That's astounding. Does anyone know when Ki will wake up?
No, sir.
And And why's that?
Because I made it up, sir.
Wait, what?
I have been learning the art of the word lying.
I couldn't believe Rusty lied. It seemed like an odd thing to teach a robot. Wait, so you made all of this up?
Yes, sir. It is quite a basic device, mass-produced by the Federline Food Moon conglomerate.
Rusty wiped the inside of the shredder clean with a silver cloth. So this machine is where all the food on board comes from?
No, sir. Gavon installed a very efficient freezer on board.
The room down the hall with the dead creatures? That's what that is? A freezer?
Yes, sir. I hope your meal was the word enjoyable. However, I am the word lying. I do not actually the word care. It seems the word lying is quite irrational, sir. I need to discuss this with my master.
Rusty wobbled out of the kitchen and down the hall. With a belly full of fake bacon, I got comfortable on the chair and took a nice long nap in the kitchen. Entry 170.1. Fact. Nothing burps like fake bacon. Entry 170.2. After adding the final touches of a drawing into my journal, I left my room to take a stroll around the ship. In my wandering, I stumbled upon an oddly shaped door near the cargo bay. Strangely enough, in all my wanderings, I'd never noticed the door until that moment. Partially blocked by empty crates and piles of thick rope, the door appeared to have been bolted to the wall with urgency. I searched the hall to make sure I was alone, turned the knob, and let myself inside the room. Wires, tubes, fluid-filled bags, clamps, jars of ball bearings, and other tools and devices hung inside the poorly lit room. But as I stepped deeper, I realized this was no common storage closet. It was a shrine. A shrine dedicated to one horrifying thing: Kilroy. On the far wall hung 5 portraits of the large metal beast. One portrait showed Kilroy peeled away from his layers of metal, wires, and oil-filled tubes, revealing a gaunt, hairless figure. Behind the robotic mask, Kilroy's face was dominated by large white eyes, and his mouth mere slits over a gaped, bloodied hole. His skin was pale and veiny and taut across the bone. Although I briefly gazed upon his face in a blurred image on a monitor, this brought the monster onto the ship. And I would be lying if I didn't admit I wished to leave that room. But I pressed on. The largest of all the portraits hung at the center, covered in scribbles and notes. It seemed someone painstakingly went through the trouble to explain Kilroy's armor, weapons, weaknesses, strengths, and other useful tidbits of information. Several notes stood out above the rest. Weaknesses: left ear, unfinished. Wires near knees. Bottom of feet, limited protection. As I finished scribbling the notes into my journal, a loud bang broke my concentration. I ran out and shut the door behind me. I hustled back to my room, a bit more scared, but also a bit more confident. It seemed the beast was not invincible, and that gave me hope. Entry 170.3. While resting in my room, Rusty wobbled past my open door. As he went, his wheel popped off and careened down the hall. I'll get it. I returned, half out of breath, and handed Rusty back his wheel.
Thank you, sir.
He twisted it back onto his axle and tightened it best he could with his wrench. It was nice to have Rusty around for the long trip to Testrune. With the female Earthling always busy and August off limits, it sometimes felt like we were the only two aboard the ship. And you can only sleep and wander the halls for so long. Was there anything else I could help you with, Rusty? Rusty's eyes glowed bright red, then faded.
I would like to collect more information about your species, sir.
I didn't know you were interested in Jutsulki culture. Rusty wobbled closer.
I was designed to collect information, sir.
Well, I admit, it's not much different than Earth culture at this point. I felt a bit embarrassed. I didn't know much about my species' history. They barely touched on it at school. And anything they did teach, I forgot long ago. It was a shame my friend Red wasn't with me. Red knew more about Jutsulki history than anyone. I know a few words in our native language. Rusty's gears sprang into action.
I am ready, sir.
Okay, well, there's the word Dalif, which means water, and then there's Dalufa, which is the ancient name for our planet. Then there is, Rusty studied me as I searched my memory for more information. The amphitheater, which is one of the original buildings, and, yeah, what else? Rusty's eyes flashed, his gears grinding to a stop.
Is that all, sir?
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
Would you like me to tell you more, sir?
More what? Rusty rolled a bit closer as his gears roared with excitement.
The Jutsulki were once categorized by the Galactic Universal Federation of Conscious Beings as a fierce and noble warrior tribe during what was known as the Arnest Era on your planet, sir.
Come again?
Admired for their courage and honor, they often found themselves in direct conflict with the Taranka.
I felt for the wall nearest me, then leaned back as Rusty went on.
During the clash of Spectral Mount, an unknown disease depleted your species' numbers, forcing them to return home. The small group that survived gave up their warrior ways and took on an isolated life upon the dry land of your home planet, becoming the species you know today.
As Rusty's gears ground to a halt, I took a moment to gather my thoughts. Could Rusty be telling me the truth? I never learned about any of this in school. Rusty, where did you learn all this?
Upon making contact with the leader of your species approximately 9,897 Earth years ago, sir.
You visited Terra before meeting me?
No, sir. I met your leader upon a Class 9 war vessel.
Rusty rolled backward, his eyes glowing and fading.
I must bring my master her meal.
Rusty, wait! Rusty paused at the doorway. This isn't a lie, is it? Like, in the kitchen?
No, sir. What I have spoken is the word truth.
Rusty tightened his wheel with his wrench and rolled out my door. In time, the sound of Rusty's wheels faded, unlike the thoughts in my head. Red once told me Jutsulki lived in the sea. But I always assumed it was one of his silly stories. One thing I knew for sure, there was a lot I didn't know about my own past. Now, I wanted to know more. Entry 170.4. Large amounts of time had passed since leaving for the planet Testrune. I'd taken 3 naps, 4 if you count nodding off in front of the cockpit window. taking the road less traveled was safer, but much more boring. I briefly spoke with Rusty about the word nervous and how it doesn't belong in the relaxed database. I also attempted to contact the device in my head, but failed. In fact, I hadn't seen my fogball friend since the incident on the bobber. As for August, he slept the entire time, or at least every time I passed by his door. I can't deny that I was intrigued by him. The female Earthling was skeptical, but something told me August was the genuine article. A true Earthling, and a part of me wanted to pick his brain. I crept out the door and peeked around the corner. All was quiet. Down the hall, I spotted August in his cell. He was standing on his head, talking to himself, against the female Earthling's wishes, and knowing she would most likely have me sucked out of a garbage chute. I activated the intercom near the cell door.
Chuck, chuck, if a woodchuck could chuck wood. How much wood
August's
could a
voice
woodchuck
blared
chuck?
out from the
Woodchuck
speaker,
could chuck
forcing
wood.
me
How
to
much
muffle
wood
the
could a
sound with my
woodchuck chuck if a
hands.
woodchuck could chuck wood? How much wood
excuse
could a
me?
woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
August.
How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a
August.
woodchuck could chuck wood?
Excuse
How much
me?
wood could a wood?
August paused, dropped his legs to the floor, and stood up in one fluid movement.
Brain exercises. Keeps the mind fresh.
He pressed his knuckle to his nose and cleared his nostril with 2 quick blows. It was disgusting.
So, you finally decided to let me out.
No, I mean, I can't do that.
I guess you're right. Obviously, you don't have that kind of authority.
What is that supposed to mean? August pointed his finger at me.
Well, look at you.
I'll have you know I come from a long line of, well, warriors.
You don't say.
I do say.
And what line is that?
The Jutsulki.
Never heard of them.
I scanned the hall, swearing I heard the female Earthling's boots coming my way. It's true, I whispered into the intercom.
Then I guess a great warrior like yourself isn't concerned with petty rules.
What's your point? August stepped closer to the cell door.
The redhead told you not to talk to me. But here you are.
How did you know that?
Because she told me not to talk to you either.
August stared down at me from behind the transparent cell door, his face split by a massive grin. It was hard to tell whether he was trying to appear smart or passing wind. But I got my answer soon enough.
She needs to install a fan in here.
I pressed both hands over the intercom, hoping to shield myself from the disgusting odor. Luckily for me, the intercom didn't work like that.
Why don't you just open the door and be done with it?
Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't know how. August pointed to the control pad on the wall, which consisted of one large button.
Up, up, down, down, left, right, then push it.
What? You know the code?
I watched her do it. Wait a second, you don't know the code? I thought you were partners or something.
We are. Sort of. Wobbly wheels echoed down the hall until Rusty appeared with a plate of food. He rolled over to me and stopped with the plate outstretched.
It's time to eat, sir.
Thank you, Rusty, but I would rather take it in my room.
It is not for you, sir.
Rusty twisted the keypad, causing the transparent door to ripple like a fluid. August, seizing his moment, raced towards the door, but the door flashed back to a solid state upon impact, dropping August to the ground like a sack of magazines. As August laid half crumpled on the floor, Rusty calmly passed the food through the watery membrane and placed it near August's feet. August leaped up as if nothing happened, though the red bruise on his forehead told a different story.
Time for more brain exercises.
August leaned up against the wall, rolled, and stood onto his head.
How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
Rusty returned the door to its normal solid state.
I will bring your meal to your room, sir.
I slowly backed away from the cell as August continued his brain exercises.
Woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood. How much wood could... Where are you headed?
I've decided to keep you in there.
Spoken like a true warrior.
Entry 170.5. On my way back from August's cell, I took the long way back to my room, until I found myself standing in front of the female Earthling's door. I poked my head inside and spotted the female Earthling sitting in a high-legged chair, leaning over a cluttered desk. Wearing only a white t-shirt, the female Earthling's arms were exposed, revealing a gruesome tattoo that ran the length of her left arm. Comprised of 7 bold symbols, the tattoos rose from her skin like an old scar. Below it was a smaller tattoo, not unlike that of an earth scorpion, but with long black horns.
Either come in or shut the door.
The walls of her room were covered in paintings of earth trees, their branches stretching all around and onto the ceiling. Piles of hand-drawn maps sat in the far corner. Scribbled notes and elaborate sketches of creatures and machines littered all available wall space. It was a chaotic but somehow magical mess. At her desk, the female Earthling tinkered with a small machine. Every few moments, sections of a song would play, then stop. Over and over, it seemed like she was working on it in some way. How did you know I was in the hall? She raised her finger to her lips.
You breathe with your mouth open.
She fiddled with the song a bit more, then raised her tattooed arm in tired victory.
Finished.
With the flip of a switch, the song filled the room with a mesmerizing, rhythmic melody. A melancholy song about voices carrying. I missed Earth music immensely and enjoyed every moment of it. And by the look in the female Earthling's eyes, it had been a very long time for her as well. For those brief moments, we left the cold confines of that spaceship and drifted in a bubble of musical bliss. She flipped another switch, sending the music echoing over the ship's intercom. I enjoyed every moment of it, but when the song faded, the female Earthling immediately went back to work. You deciphered that all yourself?
Those last parts were twisted between a polka song and a local newsfeed from Calcutta.
It takes the machines on Terra weeks to do what you did in...
4 hours.
How is that possible?
Never underestimate experience.
Her eyes sparkled as she leaned in close to her work. It was hard to tell if she was happy or sad. Maybe a bit of both. So, will you, ever go back to Earth?
Let's just say the circumstances of my departure make it difficult to return.
You were forced to leave.
You could say that.
That was when I realized she was an outcast, like me. But I wondered what circumstances forced her to leave her home. Fate! She peeked over her shoulder and pinned me with her eyes. Maybe we were supposed to meet and travel back to Earth together. With us finding August and all, it just seems like...
Don't give me that fate garbage.
Suddenly, an explosion outside the ship rattled the room. The female Earthling jumped from her seat and ran down the hall. I followed her toward the engine room, where Rusty was hard at work on a smoldering skip drive.
What's the situation?
The skip drive has failed, Master.
Use the bullnose to tighten the lag bolts.
We are also being targeted by a Huntsman mining vessel.
Taranka. Rusty, get the drive back online. Use all the link bands if you have to.
She slid a small flashlight device from her boot and aimed it at the ceiling. The flashlight shined straight through the ship's hull. Well, confused, I grabbed hold of the wall, fearing I would be sucked out. Soon enough, I realized I would not. The female Earthling aimed the device at the floor and searched for any sign of trouble.
Where are you hiding?
There it was. An enormous vessel resembling an angry, twisted earth octopus. Blue flames blasted out from 6 massive stacks, filling space with thick gray fumes.
Smokers. This is gonna hurt.
A blue light whizzed around the alien ship, then fired. I took cover as the light smashed into the hull, slowly listing our ship to one side.
They jammed our navigations. Let's move.
August banged on his cell door as we passed down the hall. What do the Taranka want?
Miners. They might also want a few words with me.
We stopped in front of the door that led into a circular room. Other than the floor, the small room was completely transparent. At the center stood a wide chair with a massive gun bolted to it.
Ever fire a laser turret?
No? She nudged me deeper into the room.
This chair controls the gun outside. Watch the monitor. Shoot anything that heads our way.
I looked over the gun. So, just point and shoot?
If you need anything, scream.
With that, she was gone. I hopped into the chair, strangled the double joysticks, and scanned the heavens for the Taranka ship. There it was, swimming through a thick shield of smoke. I took a breath, aimed, and squeezed the double triggers. The chair shimmied, but nothing more. Frantically, I searched for a switch or a lever as the room filled with blue light, swelled with heat, then shook violently. The turret chair broke from the floor, slamming me against the wall. I dragged myself from the twisted wreck and slid my body into the doorway. Cracks raced across the floor, hissing and screeching their way toward the ceiling. I dragged myself across the ground and dove into the hall as the room tore away from the ship. I smacked the door's controls, sealing the door shut, and stopped myself from being sucked out with the rest of the room. I limped my way to the cockpit, where Rusty fiddled with a few knobs on the wall.
Main centrifuge is malfunctioning, sir.
Blue light filled the cockpit, followed by a chest-thumping shockwave.
Prepare for impact.
The ship listed hard, and I was tossed onto the ceiling. Rusty stayed in place, as if nothing changed. Where is she?
My master is in the engine room, sir.
I scampered out of the cockpit and ran down the hall. On the ceiling, I passed August's cell, which I was shocked to find empty. The door ripped from its frame, but there was no time to investigate. Running along the ceiling, I leaped over some loosened pipes and into the engine room, where the female Earthling dangled haphazardly above the skip drive.
You're supposed to be on the gun.
It's gone!
There's another, right of cockpit.
I sprinted out of the engine room, past Rusty, and found the other gun. But it was already occupied by August, who hung upside down in the gunner chair with a smile, ready for a fight. What are you doing?
Saving our butts.
How did you get out?
Can we discuss this later? I'm kinda busy.
That was when I saw it. Carved on the front of the Taranka ship. The black horned scorpion. It matched the tattoo on the female Earthling's arm. The female Earthling was once a slave miner, like the Gobbles. The female Earthling's voice thundered over the intercom.
Skip drive back online. Prepare for blind skip.
August jumped from the gun, grabbed my shirt, and dragged me through the hall and into the cockpit.
Time to get moving, Rustpot. There are 4 of those blue light things heading straight for us.
The cockpit filled with blue light. August stared out the window as I ducked behind his legs. Rusty held on to the controls. Camels fought. Then, silence. Did we make it?
We have blindly skipped out of range, sir.
August stepped close to the window and peered out into space.
So, where are we?
We have skipped just outside the planet Morga, sir.
Well, at least we didn't end up inside Morka.
It was by far the biggest planet I'd ever seen. Dark yellow with splatters of white. The planet's surface was covered with sharp mountain ranges and oceans of black. What is this place? But before I could get an answer, the female Earthling charged into the cockpit and slammed August against the window.
Time to get back in your cage.
Come on, Peaches. All I did was, I don't know, save all of our lives.
And how did you do that?
Why don't you ask your little partner?
They both turned toward me, waiting for some clarification. Well, when I got to the other gunner, August was already there, helping. August broke loose of the female Earthling's grasp.
Seems I'm not the big dumb jerk I appear to be.
She again shoved him hard into the window.
You were only concerned with saving yourself.
Saving myself along with everyone else is a bad thing. Got it.
Ha! That's sarcasm. The female Earthling scolded me with a look, then turned her attention back to August.
You're not part of this crew.
August stepped closer.
You know what your problem is? You're wound too tight.
August took another step, nearly making contact with her nose.
You need to take some calming, deep breaths, Peaches.
I quickly slid between them and shoved August away. No! Are you crazy? August leaned toward the female Earthling, nearly striking her with his nose. I shoved August in his chest one more time, keeping him at bay.
Be careful, tough guy. You might accidentally kill yourself.
What's that supposed to mean?
Please, the both of you need to behave. Suddenly, we were interrupted by a strange gurgling voice that bellowed from the ship's intercom.
Identify yourself and proclaim your business.
The female Earthling stood at attention.
Supplies needed.
Identify.
She quickly typed into her wrist.
Confirmed. Enter at 76-432, port 2.
The female Earthling glanced out the window.
We got lucky.
Whoa, why's that?
Are you joking? This is Morka. Morka spacecrafts and supplies are famous throughout the universe. Only a plague wouldn't know that.
And proud of it. August patted me on the head.
Look, little fella, I'm sure there's some advantages to being out of the loop of the entire universal community.
We can't land. The gravity's too strong for my thrusters.
Then how do we get supplies?
They do operate a shipyard from their moon, but we need parts, not a new ship.
I beg to differ.
So, what do we do? August pointed at Rusty.
What about Rustpot?
We turned our attention to our little robot friend.
Think you can handle this?
It would be the word pleasure, Master.
Entry 170.6. Rusty could be seen waiting patiently on a large overhead monitor as we impatiently sat and watched from inside our cockpit. August sat to my right, holding a plate of fake bacon on his lap. The female Earthling sat to my left, scrutinizing the monitor for any sign of trouble. August pointed at the monitor with a half-eaten piece of fake bacon.
Seems Rustpot is good for more than just cleaning.
Rusty isn't hired help.
If you're about to tell me you and the robot are an item, then stop. I'm eating over here.
She reached over and swiped the plate of fake bacon off of August's lap.
Rusty spent billions of years traveling through space. Billions.
So?
You wouldn't last 10 minutes in a closet.
August reached across me in an attempt to get his plate of fake bacon back.
First off, I can and have survived 10 minutes in a closet. And second, I kind of liked it.
August flashed her a smile.
Smiles will get you killed out here.
I know, but I look so darn good doing it.
I smirked at his remark.
Leave the smiles to the professionals, little fella.
August swiped the plate off her lap, broke off a chunk of fake bacon, and tossed it into his mouth. The female Earthling studied the monitor for a moment, then spoke into her wrist.
Everything still on schedule, Rusty?
Yes, Master.
I ordered new parts for you. Nice wheels and a fancy left arm.
That makes me the word happy, Master.
I know it does, Rusty.
August released a healthy burp, slightly heating the air above my head.
I sure could go for some more of this stuff.
August tossed the empty plate to the floor.
It's a shame that robot of yours is too busy to get us some.
August reluctantly stood from his chair and strutted to the cockpit door, rubbing his swollen belly along the way.
Down the hall to the left?
Right.
I knew it.
No. To the right.
Right.
I waited a few moments for him to be out of earshot before talking to the female Earthling. I had some questions, but knew certain things were best kept between the two of us. May I ask you something? She scooped a robotic arm from off the floor and fiddled with it.
Better hurry, before Sunshine gets back.
I noticed your arm tattoo matched the symbol on the Taranka ship. She flipped open a small panel on the robotic arm and shook out some loose wires.
I spent some time as a slave miner.
On Fen?
Yeah.
And Ga helped you escape?
Yep.
And you've been riding in Kilroy's ship ever since? She glanced around the cockpit.
I gotta give the metallic creep credit. He builds great ships, though I'm pretty sure he wouldn't like what I did to it.
She placed the robotic arm back on the floor. Are all the changes you made the reason the ship often breaks?
The ship breaks down because it's a complicated machine. Most ships this size have a crew of 5 or more, and that's just to keep them flying.
Then how do you do it? She gazed up at the monitor.
With the best robot in the known universe.
It was true. As much as she was self-reliant, the female Earthling depended upon Rusty, and she was not afraid to admit it. A rare moment of vulnerability by the female Earthling. August returned carrying 3 plates full of fake bacon. He tossed 2 plates on my lap, then motioned for me to hand one down.
What'd I miss?
Not much. Rusty fought off 14 Morkaden, then negotiated for half off on all our supplies.
Wow. This robot is amazing.
I did my best to keep a straight face. Entry 170.7. Sometimes, nature calls when you least expect it. Upon my return, I appeared to walk into a heated argument between August and the female Earthling.
How can you know nothing?
I never said nothing. I know some things.
Such as?
Fields of food as far as the eye can see. Oceans deep enough to swallow mountains. Things called trees and kangaroos. Junk like that.
So you've been to Earth?
Nah. Just stories my mom told to get me to fall asleep.
So your mom has been there? August licked the full length of his plate, then tossed it aside.
No idea. Never asked.
I turned to the female Earthling. When we get to Testroon, we should ask August's mother about Earth. She elbowed me.
Now that sounds like a good idea.
No, it doesn't.
August looked us both over.
Maybe you're right. You two are a bit uncivilized. She might be repulsed.
On the monitor, Rusty rolled himself into another room filled with pink liquid. What's that?
They're sanitizing him.
The water drained from the room, leaving Rusty wet and still patiently waiting. August slouched in his chair.
Kilroy's gonna be halfway across the universe before this is over with.
I doubt that.
And why is that?
Because he's tracking me.
And why is that?
Revenge.
And why is that?
She turned from him in obvious frustration. August smiled. Entry 170.8. The past few hours were filled with the rantings of August Firetorn.
Lynch's Diner.
Not a single word of it worth documenting. He spent most of the time bragging about his 7 sisters, each prettier than the next.
You would fall to your knees and propose me.
He also felt it necessary to list the top 50 places to get a good gorbog
I'm a
sandwich.
gorbog sandwich connoisseur myself.
Halfway through his stories of lost loves, I managed to discreetly sketch the female Earthling's tattoo. I hoped doing so would get my mind off how cold it was. In fact, it was always cold aboard the ship.
You scared of something, little fella?
Just a bit chilly is all. August rubbed his hands together.
It is chilly. How about you hop off that chair and go turn up the heat?
Well, I'm not sure where or if...
It stays.
August blew into his hands, selling it as best he could. I suspected the female Earthling kept it cold on purpose. Prior to my arrival, she most likely roamed the halls freely, wearing whatever she wanted. But now, she needed to remain covered, in fear of killing me, and now August, on accident. A simple touch of her skin, and it was all over. She kept it cold for our safety and her comfort. The female Earthling turned to face me.
You got something on your mind, Dean?
Dean? That's your name?
On the ship's monitor, we watched as Rusty made his way into another room. This one much larger than the rest. With each new room came a surge of excitement, in the hope that something might eventually happen. But it never did. So we watched and waited. August sighed and slipped deeper into his seat.
Good thing I don't have to be anywhere. What takes these Morcadins so long anyway?
The monitor hissed a moment, then scrambled. But before panic set in, the fuzz and static cleared, revealing a still patiently waiting Rusty.
Should have ordered a new monitor, too.
The female Earthling sat up straight.
They're here.
Rusty's eyes glowed bright as a massive creature lumbered across the monitor.
Oof. Is that one of them? I've never seen one up close.
Cloaked in strips of colored cloth, the robust creature breathed long and loud. Its clothes made it difficult to determine the exact shape of the creature's body, but it was the creature's face that grabbed all attention. Red, pimply sacs dangled from its wide throat, inflating and deflating with each breath. The creature had a short, chunky trunk for a nose, and I couldn't make out eyes of any kind.
They're actually very pleasant creatures. Strange sense of humor, though.
Rusty reached his robotic hand into a small bag and handed the creature a short green stick.
Is it real?
Yes, sir. I scanned it myself.
The creature softly sniffed the stick, then sucked it right out of Rusty's hand with its short nose. The creature lumbered backward, flinched a few times, then crashed to the floor.
Looks like Rustpot took out another one.
He's not dead.
The creature lumbered to its feet, then fired the green stick from its nose, splattering Rusty's camera with pink goo. Rusty peeled the stick from off the floor and handed it back to the creature.
That was the word hilarious, sir.
The creature breathed in deep, then exhaled with a mighty whistle.
Your supplies are ready.
Thank you, sir.
The creature slumped out of the room, leaving Rusty alone and a bit gooey.
This is not how business should be conducted. Did we even get our stuff?
I will be heading to the transfer pod with the supplies, Master.
Great job, Rusty. Couldn't have done it without you.
It is the word pleasure, Master.
The female Earthling switched off the monitor.
Dean, head back to cargo bay and wait for Rusty's return.
I jumped from my chair and hustled toward cargo bay. Staring out the window at the huge planet, I wondered about all the adventures my robot friend must have endured, and all he must have seen over his incomprehensibly long life. All the journals I could fill, if only I got the chance to ask him. The female Earthling's voice echoed over the intercom.
The pod has cleared Mortha's gravity zone.
I squinted out the window. Rusty's pod looked like a speck of dust against a giant marble. I quickly shoved some boxes against the wall to make room for my robot friend's return, then readied my hand over the cargo bay door plunger.
Dean?
I looked up.
Do you think maybe you should wait in the hallway? Or are you hoping to be sucked out into space when the cargo door opens?
Realizing how close I came to killing myself, I hustled into the hall, making sure to close the airlock behind me. The cargo door creaked open as Rusty's pod grew close. Everything was going smoothly. Then something fast flew by, tossing Rusty's pod into a violent spin. Wait! Something's wrong! Rusty's pod tumbled toward the ship as another object zipped past. A small explosion appeared in the distance as the female Earthling's voice rang out.
Taranka, hold on.
He's not in yet! Heavy boots raced down the hall.
Close the cargo door! Close it now!
No, I'm not locking Rusty out!
Who cares about the stupid robot?
I wedged myself between the door and the wall in hopes of blocking August's approach.
Move!
Rusty's pod bounced off the cargo door and slammed into the floor. Ear-shattering alarms blared. The pod scraped along the wall, sending sparks cascading everywhere. We're losing him! Please! Do something!
I'll do something.
August pushed past me and smacked the plunger, forcing the cargo door to close. What are you doing? The cargo door lowered, crumpling the roof of Rusty's pod. Hoses snapped from the walls, dumping hydraulic fluid all over the floor. August repeatedly smashed the plunger with his fist.
Close! Faster!
The cargo door squealed. Then Rusty's pod exploded, tearing the cargo door from the ship. I screamed out as my robot friend tumbled helplessly into the dark oblivion of space, then disappeared amongst the debris and smoke.
Now we're screwed.
A Taranka ship sailed into view, tailed by another, much larger vessel. It was Kilroy. Fear took hold of me as both ships lingered like predators waiting for their wounded prey. I crouched behind the blast door and covered my head. Static filled the intercom. Voices danced in my head. Then... Entry 171.1. I awoke, face down on a cold metal floor. The air was heavy and stale. A slight hum seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. I stood up and did my best to clear my eyes. I was on some sort of ship. That was for sure. But whose? I walked over and pressed my head against the cold bars of my cell door. Similar cells lined the opposite wall, and all appeared empty, except for the one next to me. I couldn't see the creature, but knew it was there due to its high-pitched breathing. Excuse me. Could you tell me where I am?
At the end of your existence.
Whose ship is this?
He comes.
I backed away from the bars as heavy steps thumped down the hall. I feared the worst, then the worst appeared. Kilroy. The metallic beast stood before me, accompanied by two hideous Taranka. I fled to the back of my cell as the barred door dropped through the floor. The Taranka hunched over and made their way into my cell. They didn't speak, but I could hear them in my head.
He wants to kill you. Remain calm.
They grabbed each arm with their needle-like fingers and dragged me into the hall. I could feel Kilroy's eyes on me, and I desperately wished for the Taranka to move faster.
Is unpredictable.
I turned back to see if Kilroy was following. He was, and fast. I tried to break free from the Taranka's grasp, but they held me tight. He's going to kill me! I struggled harder to break free. Where I would run to was not on my mind. Just to get away was my priority. Faster! Everything in my gut told me to run. I grabbed one of the Taranka's fingers and bent it back hard. The creature whined loudly and let go, causing the other Taranka to stumble. I broke free and burst down the hall in a mad dash to escape. I knew it was a desperate attempt. I was trapped on a ship with nowhere to go, but I kept running. I wanted to put distance between me and the nightmare that chased me. Then a terrible screech filled my head, like metal being scraped on sharp rocks. I ran until the hall ran out. I searched desperately for a vent or door. Nothing. I was trapped. Reluctantly, I turned to face the nightmare head-on. Kilroy approached. His jagged and splintered arms outstretched. Screams enveloped my body. Dread filled my head. Then, happy thoughts.
Happy thoughts. Everything is happy. Don't be happy. You are good now. Safe. You are safe now. You are safe.
Entry 172.1. I awoke in a dark cave. The air was thick with black smoke, and a strong smell of sulfur clung to everything. A voice in my head said it wasn't that bad. A lying voice from nowhere.
Coughing is good. You are good.
I had no memory of what happened, how I survived, or how I was taken off the ship. I doubted the Taranka managed to defeat Kilroy. In fact, I was sure the Taranka and Kilroy were working together in some way. But I assumed the Taranka saved me from that nightmarish beast.
Good for you.
They seemed to want me alive. But why? The Taranka let me keep my journal. I asked them where my friends were, but they never said. The lying voice told me not to worry.
It's okay.
It told me I was safe. Safe from Kilroy. Safe from everything. They said I should go into the tunnels and mine. If I refused, the voices would become harsh, insulting, and loud. I dug until my arms were stiff and my legs were numb. And when I couldn't dig anymore, I headed back to my hole in the wall to sleep. It was small and filled with dust and soot. They told me I might start to cough from the dusty air. The lying voice said it was harmless, even good for me. The voice never stopped lying. I wondered where the female Earthling was. If August returned to hunting Kilroy, was Rusty okay? Would anyone come for me? The lying voice told me not to worry. It was always lying. Entry 173.1. According to my entries, it had only been 2 days, though I wasn't sure if I'd written every day. It felt like weeks. It was warm, real warm, sweating warm. I coughed non-stop. And the voices never let my mind rest. Always searching for clues. The Taranka want to know where Earth is. I told them I didn't know, but they didn't believe me. It was difficult to hide my thoughts, but through all the chatter, I was able to retrieve some information of my own. They said things to me, things they wanted me to know, things they hoped would scare me. They knew about the Earth transmissions. They knew I was from Terra. They knew everything about me. Everything except the one thing they were searching for. How to find Earth. It was all they seemed to care about. It consumed their thoughts. And I was sure it was the only reason they kept me alive. They were convinced I knew the way. But they also appeared to fear me. Maybe they saw the warrior in me. An old foe, back to wreak havoc. Someone who could ruin their plans. Whatever those plans were.
We must keep them away.
It gave me hope.
We must punish them for what they did.
Entry 174.1. They tattooed me. I was dragged from my cave and strapped down. A shovel-headed creature with long spines running down its back rubbed some kind of lotion on my arm. A grotesque tattoo ran the length of the creature's forearm, and I worried I may suffer the same fate. I tried to escape, but the metal bonds that held me down were too strong. What's going on here? The creature squeezed my arm tight and fought a thick telex hook through my skin. I gasped, then held my breath to stop from screaming out in pain. Bright lights flashed in my eyes, followed by images of the mining caves. The ball of fog. Through the pain, I somehow made contact with the device in my head. I exhaled, and the image faded. Another deep breath brought the image back. 2 Taranka in the mine. The taller Taranka had a gruesome scar across its face. Both loomed over a small, helpless creature. The smaller creature was mostly skin and bones and covered with raised spots. Shriveled in agony, the smaller creature released a manic cry.
I told you everything. I don't know where Gwynplaine is. Now, let me go.
I exhaled. The vision faded. Gwynplaine? The shovel-headed creature wiggled the metal hook under my skin, around my arm bone, and back out the other side. Then another hook. I gasped and held my breath. The vision returned. The small, spotted creature lay dead, left to rot in the dark mines. The Taranka were gone. The shovel-headed creature attached a metal plate to the hooks in my arm.
It's not so bad.
The creature attached one more plate with symbols cut out of it, then tightened the bolts, forcing my skin through the notched-out metal. A searing hot rag was placed on my arm, burning my raised skin. I squirmed in agony as mist rose from the rag and gathered around my head. After what felt like an eternity, the rag, plate, and hooks were removed, leaving a gnarled scar along my arm.
Back to work.
I left the room, marked by the same tattoo as the female Earthling. But as my arm throbbed with pain, a new mystery arose. Who or what was Gwynplaine? And could it help me escape these dreadful mines? Gwynplaine. Entry 175.1. The fog ball was a pleasant escape from the dark, dusty mines. I spent every free moment using it to search the narrow caves for a way out. I even named my foggy device friend Tiku. The name just sort of popped into my head. I'd become quite good at controlling Tiku, searching through the dark tunnels, over swirling streams, and down deep shafts. I flew through mine shafts worked by all different types of creatures. Almost all of them toiled away in the dark, their bodies scarred from rubbing against the sharp rock walls. Every free moment I could muster, between every swing of my axe, while hauling Telex through dark tunnels, I practiced using Tiku. But right before bed was my favorite time. I often lost hours of sleep while searching the hundreds of tunnels for a way to escape. Most nights, I fell asleep without finding anything, but one night was different. After a long day of mining, I flew Tiku down a section of the mines I'd never seen before. It was quite narrow, and sections were filled with clear water. And unlike most of the black and dusty mines, this section was covered in blue and yellow moss that grew along the ground and up the walls. I sent Tiku further, down a slanted shaft, past some fallen rocks, until I came upon a tremendous sight. Half submerged in a shallow pond sat a bulbous creature with a dull light emitting from inside its belly. The creature was large, dare I say obese, and held itself upright with two stumpy arms. Blue moss covered sections of the creature's back, convincing me that the large beast had been there for quite some time. As I drew Tiku closer, the creature lurched itself forward.
Closer.
The creature begged in a deep, gentle voice.
We know you are here.
I flew Tiku a bit closer to the creature's head.
Do not fear. We can show you a way out.
I flew Tiku around the room, checking for any Taranka guards, but all seemed clear. Please help me escape, I said out loud, but speaking through Tiku didn't work.
Closer.
The creature's eyes shifted wildly.
We blocked the way out. We are stuck in it.
I flew Tiku closer to the pond that the creature sat in. It was true. The creature was trapped inside a large hole, blocking the water from escaping.
We have been here a long time. Taranka came, dug up home. We fled, got stuck.
The creature shoved itself upward in an attempt to break free, then slumped back into its resting position.
Come back where we can see you.
I flew Tiku around the creature's body and came to a stop above its stubby, turned-up nose. I was a bit surprised it could see Tiku.
We blocked the way out. Look.
The creature reached down with one arm and lifted its flabby belly, revealing a small space between it and the tight-fitting hole.
Look.
I sent Tiku quickly through the small opening, revealing a large cavern below. Wow. Above, the creature's swollen legs dangled from the ceiling. In a mad scramble to find a way out, I sent Tiku past a partial collapsed wall and over a shallow pond. It was dark, except for a dim beam of light that illuminated a small section of the rippling pond. I flew Tiku toward the light until I came upon a horrid sight. Bones. More bones than I could ever count. I gasped and almost lost contact with Tiku. Keep going. I must. I sent Tiku through the fractured piles of bone, toward the beam of light. At first I feared it may be a Taranka guard, but this was no artificial light. The warm glow of a star's light had no equal. The creature was right. It was a way out. I weaved Tiku through heaps of shattered femurs and smashed ribs until finally reaching the blinding light at the surface. Tiku flew high into the sky, granting me a bird's eye view. Bones, as far as the eye could see. I knew this place, but only through a story in the female Earthling's journal. They were gobble bones. I was on Fen. I flew Tiku over the rocky terrain until a creature caught my attention. It was the scarred Taranka. He stood upon the bones, his cold eyes gazing back at Tiku. I jumped from my bed, dug up the hidden pages of my journal, shoved them into my pants, and sprinted out of the room into the dark pitch mines of Fen. Entry 175.2. I slid my hands along the mossy cave walls as I made my way through the tunnels of Fen. It was dark, but after what seemed like an eternity, I reached the large creature trapped in the watery hole. The smell in the cave was unbearable, and I was forced to cover my nose to stop from gagging.
We apologize for the smell. We admit sulfur in times of excitement.
The creature's eyes moved wildly as I approached.
Your movements are kind.
I searched around the creature. Is there a way to help you out?
Not possible. You are of tiny stature. We are quite large.
The creature was right. There wasn't much I could do to help. And as the creature lifted his flabby belly, I realized, as small as I was too big to fit down the hole. It seemed there was no way out after all.
If you seek escape, we must eat you.
The creature hunched over with a low rumbling moan and dropped its gaped mouth into the shallow water. Wait, are you saying the only way out is through you?
We must eat you.
Maybe there's another way to the surface. One that's less disgusting?
This is only way. Taranka block all other ways.
Thick drool dripped from the creature's square teeth.
Quick, the Taranka come.
The creature gaped its mouth further, causing water to rush over its tongue and down its throat. Hot air blasted my eyes with each deep breath. It seemed insane. Maybe the creature was simply hungry. How long had it been since it ate? Was this how he lured his food into the cave? By promising a way out? But how would I get out? Shadows raced down the tunnel. The creature was right. The Taranka were coming. I pinched my nose and debated whether or not to step onto the creature's gooey tongue, when the choice was made for me. 2 Taranka guards emerged in the cave as the creature quickly shoved me into his mouth and closed its teeth around me. All went quiet, except for the low gurgles of the creature's stomach. I thought I was surely dead, until I realized the creature was not chewing on me. Now what? As I did my best to maneuver around the creature's tongue, a light appeared behind me. I wiggled myself around to spot a small worm-like creature with large glowing eyes.
You are brave.
It spoke in a tiny voice.
No one ever chooses the mouth.
Small enough to fit in my hand, the worm dug itself out from the thick mucus covering the creature's tongue and wiggled a bit closer to me. Are you trapped in here?
On the contrary, I am here on my own accord.
You live in here?
Me and this large smelly creature have a symbiotic relationship. The large creature provides me with shelter, mobility, and nutrients. In return, I keep the creature out of harm's way.
But the creature is stuck in a hole.
Oh, pish-posh. I merely maneuvered the creature to this place to keep from being apprehended. And here we sit, safely waiting for the Taranka to leave. At least, until you showed up.
A rumble grew from deep inside the large creature's belly. The worm lay flat on the gooey tongue and shut its eyes.
You should get as low as possible.
I reluctantly laid my body onto the wide, tacky tongue as the rumble raced up the creature's throat and exploded past us and out the creature's gaped mouth.
I wish he would stop doing that.
I apologize for leading the Taranka to you both.
It is fine. They see a dying creature stuck in a hole. Nothing more.
The worm-like creature swarmed closer.
The Taranka are preparing to leave. And they wish to take you with them.
But why?
They believe you hold the key to their survival.
But I thought the Taranka are eternal beings.
Or so they thought.
How do you know all this?
Whispers in the dark. Now go. Flee to the mines below, before you get us all killed.
The large creature's mouth gaped, forced open by long, gnarled Taranka fingers.
Go, and may Abaddon guide you in your escape.
I gave the worm-like creature one last look, accepted any blessing I could get, and slid further down the tongue and into the cave below. Where I fell out from is not something I care to explain or write about. I sprinted down the mine, climbed over a partial collapsed wall, then waded through the surprisingly warm water of a shallow pond. Ahead, a light bounced off the cave walls like a beacon leading me to freedom. I charged up the bone hill, my legs aching as I reached the surface. I was free. Up ahead, between the beams of light, stood the scarred Taranka. He grinned wide as 2 Taranka guards, one to either side of him, started toward me. The scarred Taranka spoke in a stern, wordless voice.
Back to the mines.
His thoughts were heavy and morbid. I stepped back. He stepped closer, his neck flaring in anger.
Back with you.
I'm exactly where I intend to be.
Dash it all. Return to the mine. Return to the mine.
I won't go back. A jabbing pain rattled around my skull. My ears pulsed with pain. You break me!
You are weak. No warrior left in you.
The scarred Taranka's words were meant to insult, but instead, they gave me hope. They confirmed Rusty's story. My people were once warriors that fought back the Taranka. And through the scarred Taranka's insults, I sensed anxiety, a lingering worry that leaked into his words. Screeches filled my head. I held my breath in pain, causing Tiku to flash a vision. Fire-red hair amongst a field of bones. The female Earthling. She was close. I exhaled as the pain grew. My eyes opened to see the scarred Taranka reaching for me. I smacked away his hand and took off running over bone and mud. I kept moving until there was no land left, stopped by the edge of a deep chasm. The Taranka guards marched fast. Their endless chatter grew more abusive.
From warriors to blacks, we tamed the great warrior race.
I scanned the bone pile for anything to aid me in my escape, settling on a long splintered femur. I may go, but I won't go easy.
You do what we say.
With the splintered bone raised in defiance, I peered down the cliff's edge.
Go back. Or suffer the anguish of the Taranka.
Back off, or suffer the wrath of a Jutsul. The scarred Taranka cut through the ranks, his neck fanned out like a cobra. Insults fired into my head. My hands trembled, my eyes watered, but I held my ground. The scarred Taranka smirked as he tortured me with his thoughts. Tiku flashed in my mind again. Fire-red hair, insults, fire-red hair, pain, fire-red hair. I will not go back. With all my might, I lunged straight and hard and plunged the shattered bone into the scarred Taranka's chest. The creature released a dreadful moan and collapsed to the ground. The insults and pain faded, but lingered like a dull ache. I yanked the bone from the Taranka's frail body, raised my chin, and eyed up the remaining Taranka guards. Who wants some? Who's next? The voices returned to their torturous game, except for one, a single voice rising above the rest, one from outside my head, a familiar female voice.
Jump. Jump now.
I scanned the horizon. Hair like flames in the breeze appeared behind the Taranka guards.
Jump.
I stepped back, the shattered femur held out in front of me.
Dean, jump.
A human hand rose from behind the Taranka, then lowered out of view. Dreadful screeches rang out. I stepped to the cliff's edge, peeked over, then leaped. I fell fast, gaining speed as I went. My stomach tightened, then a sudden stop, crashing headlong onto the roof of the female Earthling ship. She landed next to me soon after.
Next time, jump the first time I tell you.
Did you kill them? With your death touch? Painful screeches rang out above us.
2 of them.
The ship roared loudly.
Remind me to pick up some noise couplings for these engines. I can't hear myself think.
She put on her glove and quickly slid through the ship's damaged hatch.
Hurry!
I positioned myself above the door, checking a few times to make sure I was properly lined up, then skimmed down, catching the opening and tumbling safely into the cargo bay. The female Earthling yanked me off the floor and stood me up.
Meet me in the engine room in 5. We've got work to do.
She headed down the hall.
And shower off. You stink.
I rubbed my head and did my best to gather my thoughts. All around was destruction. The cargo bay lay in ruin. The fire from Rusty's ship destroyed everything. Everything. Except for a familiar tool lodged in the grate floor. Rusty's wrench. I wiggled my robot friend's wrench free and slipped it into my boot, hoping to return it to him someday. The voices in my head ceased. My lungs cleared. I made it back alive, but feared things may never be the same. Entry 176.1. I showered and headed down the hall toward the cockpit, where I could hear two voices, both speaking English. I peeked in to discover Gavon's face filling the cockpit monitor, his mouth hemorrhaging with food. The female Earthling stood near the monitor, doing her best to ignore Gavon's poor eating habits.
So, you, saved the little sulky?
Little guy showed some guts. Took down Ezekiel with a gobblebone.
No kidding. I didn't think he, had it in him.
Gavon gagged, then disappeared from the monitor. Hacking and coughing, he returned, his face bright red.
Now you just have to get back, Rusty.
Yeah.
You'll find him. If anybody can, it's the, Galactic Reaper.
That's a new one.
Heard it on Diode 4. Been waiting to, work it in.
I tiptoed further into the room, but kept out of view.
So you gonna send me those coordinates? Or do I have to watch you stuff your face a little longer?
Gavon continued chewing his food.
Ga.
I'm sending them now.
Thank you, Ga.
By the way, guess who, added Earth to his wish list?
Our client, I presume?
We have a winner.
How bold. He never attempted to collect an entire planet before.
He only wants the coordinates, and he's willing to, trade his luxury fleet in exchange for them.
Gavon waited for a response.
So?
No, Ga.
Come on. Have you seen his fleet?
Ga.
Look, all I'm saying is, we give him a little hint, and we get paid.
Goodbye, Ga.
She pushed the monitor into the ceiling. I sunk behind one of the cockpit chairs to keep out of view.
I told you to meet me in the engine room,
she said without turning around. I stood from my failing hiding spot. Do you think we'll find Rusty?
If he doesn't find us first. But for now, we've got things to do.
The female Earthling moved past me and into the hall. I followed close behind. What were the coordinates Gavon sent?
Most likely another dead end.
We made our way to the engine room, where things seemed to clang and clatter more than usual. Is that where we're headed?
Not until we patch up this ship.
She tightened a loose coupling on the skip drive, took the broken coupling, and headed into the hall. Do you think Rusty will be okay? Out there, all alone?
I haven't taught him the word alone yet.
We entered the waste room and headed toward the garbage chute. But what if something happens to him? She tossed the broken coupling into the chute, slammed it shut, and pushed a lever to the floor.
Rusty's a survivor. He'll be okay.
We headed to the cargo bay, where our entry was partially blocked by the roughly repaired blast door.
They really made a mess of her. Took forever to get the door patched up.
Did you find August?
Find?
After we were both taken.
You were the only one that was taken. After the explosion, August came running into the cockpit screaming that they took you.
But wasn't he sucked out with me? She wiped her hands on her pants and headed toward the cockpit. I followed her to the control panel, where she yanked the monitor from the ceiling with a bit of anger. What are you looking for?
Proof.
After a few moments of grainy frames, there we stood, August and me, positioned near the blast door. You recorded us?
I record everything.
A bright flash, The cargo bay door folds and tears away. A swirling vortex fills the cargo bay. I attempt to escape, but August blocks me. I'm sucked into the vortex just as August dives out of harm's way. The vortex drops into the cargo bay once more, pauses near August, then dissipates. He didn't even try to save me.
Just a scared little rich boy in over his head.
She marched out of the cockpit, with me close behind. So, where is he?
He demanded to be dropped off, and he insisted I do it before I set out to find you.
So you left him...
On a floater.
What's a floater?
Like a lighthouse floating in space.
He'd rather be stranded on a floater than come rescue me?
It appears so.
Would he still be there?
Floaters are equipped with FTL comms. I'm sure whoever he's working for had him picked up.
FTL comms? She swung open a panel on the wall and twisted a few wires, sending sparks into the air.
Faster than light communications. And don't ask me how it works. I don't care. They work.
She slammed the panel closed, moved past me, flung open a floor panel, and climbed in. I wondered why she decided to leave August on that floater. He was an Earthling, or at least appeared to be. It would be risky to leave him behind. He could know the way to Earth or have vital information about other Earthlings. There had to be a reason, a motive or plan. And if there was one thing I learned about the female Earthling, she always had a plan.
And you didn't need to fight your way out of Fen. I would have found you.
After months of wandering those mines, I simply assumed you forgot to... She lifted herself out from the hole and kicked the panel closed.
4 days. It was 4 days.
4 days? 4? I attempted to count the days on my fingers, finding it hard to believe. Could it have really only been 4 days? The female Earthling typed a command into the wall. Did you know I was on Kilroy's ship?
Yep.
And you know Taranka saved me?
You mean took you?
She typed the code in again. They tried getting information from me about Earth. She paused, typed in another code, and walked away. Do they want to mine Earth?
There's no telex on Earth.
Then why do they care about it?
Therein lies the great mystery.
Someone said that I might be the key to the Taranka's survival. She looked at me with accusing eyes.
Someone?
A creature in the tunnels.
Either way, they're gonna have to get through me first.
You mean us?
You're damn right. Now go get some rest.
She turned into her room and shut the door. Kilroy, the Taranka, the female Earthling's client, they all wanted to find the way to Earth. It seemed the entire universe was obsessed, and it made my obsession seem childish in that moment. I needed to help the female Earthling protect Earth, not spend my time convincing her to take me there. My mission switched from curious explorer to guardian. Dean, protector of Earth. So be it. Entry 177.1. Everything was quiet. I missed Rusty. I missed August, even if he sacrificed me to save himself. And the tattoo on my arm, which I once wore as a badge of survival, became an itchy reminder of the hell I'd been through on Fen. In the cockpit, I perused the navigation system, hoping to find something to pique my interest. According to the ship's flight plan, Gavon's coordinates were leading us to a mostly undiscovered portion of a far-off galaxy known as the Outer Arms, toward a moon simply labeled the Bottomless Well. Back in the hall, I roamed aimlessly, until a flash of swirling red hair caught my attention. The female Earthling staggered down the corridor, held up by the wall, then collapsed to her knees. I rushed over to help her up, but noticed she wasn't wearing her gloves. Are you hurt? She wiped her cheek with her sleeve.
Just tired.
Her eyes closed, then slowly opened again.
Sometimes I need to slow down.
Can I help? An alarm went off. It was quiet, but still caught my attention.
It's just that something Rusty would have taken care of before that damn alarm went off.
She punched the floor, denting the grate and tearing the skin from her knuckles. Tears pooled in her eyes. Not knowing what to do or say, I simply took a seat on the floor next to her. I miss him too. She peeked out from behind her curtain of hair. But I'm confident we will find him. It only seems right that we do.
Fate.
Maybe. She chanced a smile, then pointed at my tattoo.
They marked you.
It was quite the experience. She sat up straight and brushed the hair from her face.
You're no longer that scared little jet sulky from Terra, Dean Kilmer.
I placed my hands on my hips. You can call me Dean, Protector of Earth.
That's horrible.
She sloppily typed something into her wrist, then sat quietly for a few moments.
Kilroy knows.
Knows what?
The way to Earth.
How do you know? She wiped the last remaining loose strands of hair from her face.
I have ways. Luckily for us, Kilroy's an opportunist.
What do you mean? She pushed herself against the wall.
Kilroy knows the Taranka want the coordinates to Earth, so he's using it as leverage.
My head pounded. I was quite shocked she was remaining so calm. I was also shocked I hadn't passed out yet. Aren't you afraid he'll travel there? Or give them to the Taranka?
He won't. He may be a monster, but he's not stupid. He knows how valuable the information is. If he goes, they would follow.
Does anyone else know?
Nope. Seems we're part of a very exclusive club.
She pushed herself up from the floor and stood against the wall.
And this helmet, me and Gavon searching for, is tied to it all. Though I'm not completely sure how.
I shook my head to try and clear all the chaos from my brain. It was a lot to take in. I'm both confused and scared. She slipped her gloves on, lightly patted me on the head, then helped me to my feet.
We'll reach our destination soon. Grab a vest and meet me by the cargo bay in 20.
I stood at attention. I suppose the odds are not in our favor.
What do you mean? All we have to do is find a helmet, get Rusty, and stop Kilroy and the entire Taranka horde from finding Earth.
You make it sound easy. She leaned down and looked me in the eyes.
Nothing worth fighting for is.
I suppose you're right. And better it be us than someone else. The female Earthling nodded.
Glad to have you aboard, Dean, Protector of Earth.
Glad to be aboard, Galactic Reaper. Entry 177.2. We had reached the Outer Arms. Everything appeared normal, except for the large patches of space devoid of stars. And at the center of the void sat the small moon to an utterly destroyed planet. The planet was shattered into many pieces, but still rotated like a planet, and its small moon did the same. According to the ship's coordinates, that moon was our destination. Once I felt the ship make landfall, I rushed to the cargo bay, where the female Earthling waited patiently for me. She was decked out in her usual attire: guns, knives, hood, lumalights, etc. She also wore a long rope from her belt, but for what reason, I had no idea.
We should be able to breathe normally out here. You ready?
Yes. Though, I'm unsure what exactly we are doing.
Spelunking.
She removed the small gun from the weapon cabinet.
Take this.
Oh, what should I do with it?
Put it in your pants and don't shoot yourself.
She punched the plunger, lowering the cargo bay door. All around stretched a sea of red grass that danced in rhythmic waves across the landscape. Even the sky held a reddish hue, and 3 dull suns chased each other across the sky. The air was humid and sweet-smelling.
Over here.
I hopped onto the surface and sunk slightly into the spongy sand. It seemed as if the ground was saturated with a layer of water.
Dean.
I sloshed through the moist grass as the female Earthling removed a vehicle from a side compartment of the ship. It was a small bike composed of 1 large wheel, handlebars, and a seat. Seems too small for both of us to fit on. She yanked another, clearly older version of the bike from the ship's compartment and stood it nearer me.
This one's yours. The parking gyro is broken, so be careful.
I held the strange bike steadily while trying to figure out how to get my leg over the seat.
Squeeze the left handle to make it go,
she said, hopping onto her bike.
The harder you squeeze,
the faster you go.
Exactly.
And how do you stop?
Apply pressure with your thumb. Same rules apply.
I swung my leg over the seat, doing my best to keep from tipping. Is it on?
It's always on. Stay close.
Oh, what if we see someone? She slipped her goggles over her eyes.
All I picked up was plant life, but keep your eyes opened.
I removed the goggles off my handlebars and strapped them around my head. They were snug on my large eyes, but I managed to make them work. The female Earthling rolled a few feet in front of me, looked back, then gunned off into the grassy field. I lagged a bit behind, but soon I grew confident enough to take in the scenery as I cruised across the red furry orb. As we moved ahead, the fields of grass gave way to smooth boulders and what looked like red moss. Further on, the boulders and moss grew to epic heights, and before long, massive towers of moss climbed high above our heads, blocking most of the sun's light. Shadows grew long, then faded into the darkness as we sped deeper into the thick moss forest.
Lights!
I searched and found the switch for the small light set in front of the bike.
Getting close!
Up ahead, 3 enormous stone spires jutted far into the sky, piercing the mossy canopy above. Each stone curved toward the other, nearly touching high above the ground, with clumps of red grass and moss dangling from their tapered edges. Is this it? She did not respond. The ground grew soggy, like a sponge left in a bucket, causing my tire to spin out and spray everything around me with droplets of cool water as I rode along.
Stop here.
The female Earthling and I rested our bikes against one of the large stones, and we carefully sloshed our way toward the center of the enormous rock spires. Is this what we are looking for?
Almost.
In front of us lay a massive circular stone with a large hole at the center. Ankle-high water flowed lazily over the smooth stone rim and disappeared into the dark abyss of the hole. The hole was much too wide to leap across, and was clearly constructed by someone or something. The female Earthling stepped up onto the smooth stone and scanned the hole with her wrist.
I think we found the well, but I can't get a depth reading.
Maybe it's bottomless. The female Earthling studied the moss canopy overhead. There was a substantial-sized hole in the moss just above the well, allowing a clear view of the red sky above. She unraveled her rope, shoved the loose end into the barrel of her rifle, and fired it into the air. The rope sailed past the moss canopy, toward the tapered stone spire above, missed, then plummeted back down and splashed into the watery moss.
New plan.
She unclipped the Lumalight from her belt and shined it around the well.
It's too dark. Dean, get over here and help look.
Water flowed into my boots as I shimmied closer to the well's edge and peered deep into the abyss. I don't see anything. She waved the light around, leaning so far over the edge, it made my stomach turn. Please be careful. She leaned further, then tossed the Lumalight into the well. The light lit up the well, but only briefly, as it sailed deeper into the dark abyss.
I caught a glimpse of the far side. Looks like brickwork, for the first 30 feet or so.
She backed up, which I immediately did as well. Well, what's the plan?
We climbed down.
But there's no place to tie off. The rocks are too far away. She wrapped the rope around her waist.
One goes in, the other holds from out here.
But I'm not sure I can hold you. The female Earthling looked at me.
That's why you're going.
Oh dear. I wanted to tell the female Earthling about Tiku, and how I could send my little fog friend down to investigate for us, and how the rope would most likely be unnecessary. I should have told her, but I didn't. She tied the rope around my waist and checked the knot twice. I tried to convince myself it might not be so bad. It wasn't that much rope, and if you subtracted what was lost for each knot, a few feet for when she stood back, a little for shrinkage from being wet.
I'm waiting,
she said, interrupting my thoughts. I sat at the rock's edge and carefully slid my butt towards the well opening. Water rushed into my pants as I shuffled closer. I was terrified. What if something was waiting in the dark? What if her hand slipped? What if...
Go.
I took 3 quick breaths, twisted my body around, then shimmied over the edge. Water poured over me as I dangled helplessly inside the well.
Look up.
The female Earthling dropped 2 Lumalights down to me, but I missed both.
Try again.
I caught the 3rd light and waved it around. The walls were constructed of small bricks, stained red from the water. They were cool to the touch and didn't appear to be made of the same stones as outside the well. Bricks! Red-stained bricks!
Nothing below?
Nothing I could see. She nodded, then disappeared behind the well's edge.
Hold on tight.
Deeper I slid into the well. All around me, the same red-stained bricks. There were no roots pushing through, no decay, only the occasional tufts of red grass and moss clung to the sides. Nothing yet. Further down, the cool breeze that once flowed in from above faded, and the air grew warm and musty. But as I delved deeper, the well construction seemed the same. Red bricks, occasional tuft of moss or grass, and no monsters. So far. I nervously shouted up the well. Hello? I could barely make out the female Earthling's outline as she leaned over the edge.
You find something?
No. I just wanted to know if you could see me.
Not so much. Shake the rope if you need help.
Further I went. The air grew very warm and quite damp. I was scared, but I kept searching, and in my eager attempt to find the bottom, the Lumalight slipped from my wet hands, bounced off my boot, and plummeted into the depths below. I watched helplessly as the light faded. I was alone in the dark. Then the rope stopped. The female Earthling's voice floated down to me.
End of the line!
I dangled in the darkness, blind and helpless. Then, I thought of Tiku. Give me a moment. I held my breath and contacted my little fog friend. A shaky vision appeared in my head. It was the female Earthling, her boots dug into the side of the stone, holding the other end of the rope tightly. Tiku zipped over her head and down the well, and I caught myself in my own mind as Tiku flashed by. Then all went black. I wasn't sure whether I lost him, or if it was simply too dark to see.
See anything?
Just making sure. Faster, I thought. There must be a bottom. Black on black for what seemed like forever. I was unsure if Tiku was moving at all. Then, a dim light appeared. The light grew brighter until I could clearly see the source. An old lamp dangling from a chain near the well wall. The rope dug sharply into my waist, forcing me to exhale. The female Earthling started to pull me back up. At the top, I grabbed hold of the well's edge and held myself steady.
What's the verdict?
I saw something.
What was it?
A lamp on a short chain.
So it was close?
No. She questioned me with her eyes.
Then how did you see it?
It was time to tell the truth about Tiku. She awaited my response with arms crossed.
Come on. You can do it.
I may have opened a very small crate in my room.
And
borrowed...
Stole?
Stole?
Did you pay for the use of the Porwellian polarization probe?
Well, no, but it was an accident. The female Earthling collected the loose rope to her side.
Whatever the case, you're now the proud owner of a Popo probe. At least until your brain dissolves the components.
I was saddened by this revelation. In a way, Tiku had become a part of me, and learning he would one day disappear was hard to swallow. But I was glad the female Earthling chose not to untie me and toss me down the well for stealing it. So, you're not mad?
Oh, I am. But you can make it up to me by finding that lamp.
I adjusted my stance near the well and took a deep breath.
Breathe shallow. It works better that way.
Do you have one too?
No, I don't trust Porwellian gadgets.
I took a few shallow breaths and instantly made contact with Tiku. I tried my best to relax as Tiku spiraled down the well at tremendous speed.
You got it?
Yes, Tiku is down there.
Tiku?
I named it. Tiku sliced through the dark until it came upon the dangling lamp. Tiku moved closer. Then, a deep booming sound rang out, shaking me from my vision. What was that?
I'm not sure.
We scanned the horizon. Another boom sent ripples through the water.
The water.
The water rose swiftly, and before I could find higher ground, it was already up to my waist. Where is it coming from? The water jumped to my neck, thrusting my feet off the ground. I paddled hard toward our bikes, but it was no use.
Must be a quick tide.
The female Earthling looked into the sky. Above, everything turned bright white as all three suns lined up overhead.
Can you swim?
A little. Clumps of grass and moss swirled around as a whirlpool formed over the well. I paddled hard, but it did no good. The swirling wall of water swelled high into the air, then funneled quickly into the well, taking both of us into the deep dark of the abyss. Help! My feet kept searching for the quick stop, some sort of bottom to it all. But we kept going. Water splashed off the well walls, making it hard to see, but the sensation of falling lingered.
We need to figure something out fast, before we hit the bottom at full speed.
The water peeled away as we fell, and soon only tiny, fast-moving droplets followed us down. The sensation of falling disappeared, and I felt like I was floating on a bubble of air. The female Earthling pointed down the well.
Is that what you saw?
I peered past my boots and spotted the lamp dangling on a chain. Yes! She tossed the rope at the lamp, but missed. I braced for impact, assuming the worst, but it never came. We kept falling. What now? The female Earthling grabbed her boot knife and sliced the rope in half, separating us from each other. Shoved the free end of the rope into her gun, aimed at the chain, fired, and missed. She shoved it back into the barrel and tried again, but it was all in vain. The lamp rushed past, then faded from view. My head beaded with sweat as the air grew hot, red hot. Water droplets turned to sizzling mist.
We must be near the center.
Center? Of what? Waves of heat rolled over me. My skin blistered and my eyes burned. The superheated air scorched my throat with each breath. Then I blacked out, awakening, free fall, and feeling much cooler.
You okay?
I think so.
You passed out.
I looked past my feet. All was black, except for a glowing distant light at the center of the darkness. What's that? The light flashed by my face. The female Earthling reached out, just missing as it rushed past. Then another light came, but this time she caught it.
It was a Lumalight. Our Lumalights.
That's odd. Another Lumalight flew by, and again she snagged it from the air.
I'm beginning to think this well is bottomless. These are the lights you dropped.
Then we could fall forever.
Until friction slows us down and we cook at the center.
Slamming into the ground at a high rate of speed was a horrible thought, but being roasted alive sounded much worse. I preferred a quick death to a slow and painful one, but wished for neither. We had to find a way out. As I searched the well for something to stop our fall, a pinhole of light appeared below me. But this light was brighter than the Lumalights, and it was growing. Is that the other end?
We're about to find out.
What do we do?
By rights, we should pop out of the well and then fall back in.
Fresh air trickled into the well. The sense of falling returned as we slowed down. My body tensed up as the well opening grew larger. I don't like this. We fired out of the well like a bullet, then stalled far above the ground. The scenery outside was similar to that on the other side of the moon. 3 stone spires, water, moss mounds, and red grass as far as the eye could see. I fought to stop from spinning as I plummeted back into the well, spotting the female Earthling just as the well grew dark.
Welcome back.
I fell through the cool air, got roasted by the heat of the core, passed out, then spotted the lamp on the chain once more. But this time, the female Earthling was ready. She fired her rope, smacking the lamp full on. Yes! Yes! Then I noticed I was no longer tethered to her. Oh no! Falling fast, I tossed my end of the rope at the lamp, but missed. I tried again and failed. I drifted alone and defeated until my rope tugged sharply, forcing me to a hard stop.
Where are you going?
The female Earthling dragged me up to a small ledge that jutted out from the well wall. What is this place? She pointed, revealing a small cave dug into the side of the well.
Looks like someone's home.
She slipped the rifle off her back, and we cautiously made our way into the mysterious cave. Entry 177.3. Tall jars, fat jars, curved jars, round jars, jars piled on the floor and stacked on the shelves, and some latched to chains and left to dangle from the ceiling. The cave was full of them, and each affixed with a metal label, none of which I could translate. What do you think is in all of them jars? She responded with a quick finger to her lips. As we moved deeper into the cave, more jars were revealed. I reached out to touch one when the female Earthling halted me.
Don't move.
A peculiar, machine-like creature rose from behind a neatly stacked pile of jars. A petite, mushroom-shaped body supported by 3 long, slender legs that tapered to sharp points, and a claw covered in soft pads stretched out from where the legs and body met. The creature was made of metal, but the metal appeared to be slightly transparent. The female Earthling held her ground as the creature stood up tall, far above our heads, and focused its deep eyes upon us. Do you have a plan? She took a step back.
Atimo pita babka. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog.
The robotic creature crouched low. Very faint tapping sounds echoed out from its small frame. What did you do?
Wait.
The creature studied the female Earthling intensely. Its claw opened and closed as it looked on. I wanted to flee, but the creature finally spoke with a warbled, tinny voice.
You do not belong.
It chattered to the female Earthling in perfect English. Maybe we should go. My words drew the creature's attention. It reached its padded claw out, squeezed my cheek, then let go.
You do belong,
the creature said to me. Oh, well, thank you, I think. My name is Dean.
I am known as Boozar. Your language is inefficient.
The creature extended one of its slender legs over a jar-filled table and stepped across the room. The female Earthling followed, but kept a safe distance.
I was told we could find a very particular item here. An old helmet.
The creature carefully removed a crescent-shaped jar from off a high shelf and held it close to its small, mushroom-shaped frame.
The information you received is incorrect. Boozar collects jars for all eternities.
Do you know where we could find this helmet?
The creature paused. Clatters and clunks rang out from its tiny frame.
I lack such information.
The creature stepped toward the table and gently placed the crescent-shaped jar at the center.
Another dead end. Thanks, Ga.
The creature swiveled past the table and began to arrange some jars on a long shelf that sat further back into the cave. Once out of sight, I stepped up to the table and closely examined the crescent-shaped jar. Diolafa? I know what that means. The female Earthling looked at me, then squinted at the jar. That's the name of our planet, in our ancient language. The creature strode back to the table, removed the crescent jar, and placed it back on the far shelf. Excuse me, Boozar? Can you tell me where you got that jar?
From the planet known as Tilofa.
But how did you get it? The creature's small frame rattled with excitement.
Isper, the Great Collector.
Who is Isper?
Isper, the Great Collector, traversing for all eternities, never ceasing, always vigilant, always.
The creature's body pinged and shook. Fearing the little robot may explode, I took cover behind the table. And how does one find this Isper?
One does not find Isper. Isper finds you.
Brilliant.
The creature removed a diamond-shaped jar from the shelf and tightened its lid. What is it that Isper collects in these jars?
Isper collects the source of all life. May Isper continue his quest for all eternities and the eternities beyond.
And why does he do that?
They are kept in the sacred well until Junker returns. Junker shall carry the jars to the next eternity.
The female Earthling scanned the shelf full of jars.
Looks like they're all filled with mud and water.
It all seemed so strange. A group of robots that spent all their time collecting mud-filled jars. What was the point?
Probably an eccentric collector.
She walked behind me and searched through a pile of jars on the floor.
Kind of smart. Having robots do the work for you. Cheaper.
I pitched in and helped as she continued to search the jars, even though I wasn't sure what we were looking for. After a few moments of confused searching, I headed towards the back of the cave, where the walls ran straight up further than I could see. The walls were lined with jars. So many jars, it was hard to even guess a total number. Trying to gain a better view of it all, I stepped back and stumbled, accidentally kicking a crystal blue jar across the cave floor. I scrambled to stop it from crashing into a nearby pile of jars, but failed. Luckily, the blue jar was empty, and was too light to cause an avalanche.
Careful.
I scooped the blue jar off the cave floor and examined it. Upon closer inspection, I could clearly see the jar was empty. In fact, it appeared to be the only empty jar in the entire cave. And it also held no label. I carefully carried the jar over and placed it on the table. The creature turned toward me, its claws clicking wildly. May I ask what this empty jar is for?
For when Isper reaches the new eternity through the great well in the sky onto Tutsqua, that is when Isper and Junker will...
The female Earthling stepped in front of me and interrupted the creature.
What did you just say?
Tutsqua will house the jars of knowledge for an eternity.
The female Earthling slid her gloved hand over my mouth to stop me from asking any more questions.
Do you know the location of Tutsqua?
Nearest the planet known as Delopa, past the Ilmos asteroid cluster 5T14Y32.3R-A1205.9 through the great well in the sky.
The female Earthling slid her hand from my mouth.
It's time to go. Say goodbye to your little friend.
She headed towards the cave opening, leaving me alone with the creature. Okay, well, we must be going now. Thank you for... The creature bent its pointy legs and gazed deep into the room, as if in some sort of trance.
This eternity is reaching an end. One jar remains. Isper's work is near completion.
The female Earthling shouted from the other end of the cave.
Dean, let's go.
I turned to leave, then dared one more question. How does someone travel to the next eternity?
Isper and Junker hold the keys. Only through them may you travel to the next eternity.
The creature twisted its little mushroom body around and vanished into the high ceiling.
Are you dead or just ignoring me?
I ran back to her, where she waited at the cave's opening.
Good, you're alive.
She peeked her head out of the cave and looked up the well.
Got any ideas on how to get out of this place?
Maybe there are stairs?
Maybe your buddy back there could tell us.
It crawled up into the ceiling.
Then I guess we go out the way we came.
As the female Earthling readied the rope, a shaft of light fired down the well, followed by a familiar rumble of water.
It's the suns. They must cause the tidal waves.
She tied the rope firmly around her waist. Can't we simply jump out? Without the water? She tied a knot around me and checked it twice.
We could, but we're not.
We scampered close to the cave opening.
Here it comes. Get ready.
A mist blasted into the cave. We leaped from the edge and back into the well. The wall of water flew up, or straight down, whichever you prefer, and we found ourselves falling once more.
Try and stay clear when I fire the rope. We get one chance or it's back into the well.
We fell for what seemed like forever, through heat, water, and darkness. Then the sky appeared.
Get ready.
We tumbled past the rim and into the sky. The female Earthling fired. The rope slithered through the sky, looped around the stone spire, grabbed tight, and dangled us just above the well opening.
That was easy.
She drew her knife, swung us back and forth a few times, and cut the rope, dropping us into the soggy grass below. I went to work on my knot as the female Earthling sloshed her way to the bikes.
They're good to go.
She wiped her seat off with her gloved hand. I'm confused. Was that empty jar a clue to finding the helmet?
No.
Well, then what was it?
The robot said Tutsqua.
Okay.
Tutsqua is the Hopi word for Earth.
What? The female Earthling hopped onto her bike and sped off toward the ship. Wait up! Entry 177.4. I found a fresh pair of clothes and made my way to the kitchen. Along the way, I imagined myself walking through the hallowed canyons of New York City, flying in a Zeppelin over Paris, or riding a hoverboard around Hill Valley. But soon my thoughts turned to the words of that jar-obsessed robot. What did it mean when it said this eternity was reaching its end? And how did it know about Earth? And what about the helmet? I wanted to speak with the female Earthling about it all, but the kitchen was empty, as well as the cockpit. Eventually, I found the female Earthling in her own quarters. I knocked on the wall as her door was open. May I come in? She waved me inside as she wandered around the room. I wanted to tell you something. There was something the creature said back in the well. She shoved some maps off her desk, causing them to unravel onto the floor.
About eternity ending?
Yes.
What about it?
Well, what do you make of it?
I don't.
It doesn't concern you in the least? She stopped moving around the room for a moment, then went back at it again.
Every creature has an end-of-the-universe story. The Scourge believe it will end when the radon god Kleptoid takes back the stars with his mighty net. The Brobies, with the turn of a magic screw. Ectus, too many burps.
She stepped closer and smirked.
You're getting your information from a robot that collects jars of mud at the bottom of a well. So relax.
I was hoping you'd say that. The female Earthling grabbed one of the fallen maps and placed it back on the desk.
Either way, there's no use in panicking.
She gave me a reassuring pat on the head, then went back to zipping around the room like a Scuttlesark chasing a bun-bun.
Was that all you wanted?
I suppose.
We're stopping at Terra to make some repairs, before setting out.
Setting out to Earth?
To see if that cave creature was telling the truth about the Earth coordinates.
Because it may be a trap?
You're learning.
With a bit less worry, I made my way toward the hall, then stopped. Oh, one more thing. I'm not familiar with this word, Tutskwa?
It's rarely used. Good thing I speak Hopi.
I'm not familiar with that language.
The Hopi are a Native American tribe.
Oh, are you part of this tribe?
In a way, yes.
Native American? Then you are from America.
I'm from Yakutsk, Russia.
The female Earthling swiped a green key off a hook on the wall.
I moved to America and wound up on a Hopi reservation in Arizona.
She slipped the key into a slot under her work table, forcing a small box to pop out. She opened the lid and took out a 5-leaf clover pressed between transparent paper. Is that from Earth? I walked back into the room to get a closer look.
That's all I have left.
The female Earthling held the strange clover in front of my face. It's beautiful. Did you keep it for luck?
It was a gift. Would you like to hold it?
It took me a few moments to truly appreciate what I was holding. This was a piece of Earth. I studied every detail of the clover, the faded green leaves, the delicate stem. It was all so wonderful. I've heard of a 4-leaf clover, but 5?
It's rare.
I brought it closer to my face. This is what you had in your pocket at the amphitheater. The female Earthling plucked it from my fingers and slid it into her pocket. Maybe I can find one someday. A yellow light lit the room, followed by the sound of a muffled alarm.
The autopilot reset again. Run to the cockpit and press the large orange button near the code pad.
May I ask you one more question?
Quickly.
Well, I never actually learned your name. The female Earthling took a deep breath.
I'll make you a deal. If we stop Kilroy, find Rusty, and survive the end of the universe, I'll tell you my name.
Deal. Entry 178.1. Terra spun lazily outside our ship's window. I wanted to tell my fellow Jutsulki we were headed to Earth, but the female Earthling said she would separate my head from my shoulders if I even thought about doing such a thing.
Quick in and out. Repair the ship. Head to our next mission.
She looked over the control panel, then paused as a dull blip appeared on the scanner.
That's odd.
What is it? She studied the scanner closer, then peered out the window.
Rusty's beacon.
He's on Terra?
Get your stuff.
I rushed out of the room, grabbed my vest, and sprinted down to cargo bay. Out the window, I watched as our ship set down on Terra. Jutsulki clamored around as our engines slowly shut down. The female Earthling shouted as she hurried down the hall.
Don't open the door!
She ran to my side, slipped a long knife from her boot, and handed it to me.
Put it in your boot.
Do you think Rusty is here?
Likely.
And that worries you?
It concerns me.
I peeked through the window for any sign of our robotic friend, but all the wigs blocked my view.
We found another human.
A Jutsulki shouted through the window.
There is another.
The female Earthling punched the plunger and stomped down the cargo ramp onto the grass.
Show me.
We were led by a crowd of Jutsulki toward the Hall of Transmissions, where thousands of Jutsulki waited outside.
You have returned!
Welcome back.
Where's the human?
That way.
The crowd pointed us up the stairs toward the hall. The female Earthling checked her weapons. Who do you think it is?
Let's go find out.
We hustled up the stairs, pushed open the hall door, and headed inside.
Stay close.
At the far end of the hall, resting comfortably on a large couch, was a familiar smiling face. It was August, his head resting on a large pillow, as female Jutsulki fed him waterberries and tended to his shoulders.
You've got to be joking.
August motioned to us with a mouthful of berries.
Hey, welcome to Terrak.
The female Earthling moved in closer, her gun aimed at his forehead.
Where's Rusty?
Who?
My robot.
Rustpot? How should I know?
The female Earthling scanned the room as she moved closer.
Why are you here, August?
My father had someone pick me up off that horrible floater. He bought me a new ship.
That doesn't answer my question.
I'm getting to it, Peaches.
August motioned to his mouth for the Jutsulki to feed him more berries.
Anyhow, after competing in the Zrakentry races and winning, I tracked Kilroy back to this planet. Except he wasn't here. So I decided to stick around and enjoy some culture.
The female Earthling stepped closer, causing all the female Jutsulki to scatter in fear.
Whoa. No reason to get crazy. There's enough August for everyone.
The female Earthling leaned in close and punched August sharply in the face, knocking him to the ground. August shook his head, then wiped his bloodied nose with his sleeve.
What was that about?
Where's Kilroy?
August picked himself up off the floor.
Beats me, but don't you worry. I'll find him. August Firetorn always gets his...
Suddenly, the hall rumbled. The ancient marble floor split between August's legs and splintered toward the back wall.
He's here.
I followed the female Earthling outside and watched as a distant building shook, then crumbled to the street below. The sky filled with plumes of ash and smoke as shrieks and screams rang out in all directions. The female Earthling raised her rifle scope to the air.
Where are you?
Smooth and dark as the night, Kilroy's ship pushed through the smoke and flames and drifted menacingly over the city like an earth shark hunting for prey. August shoved past me and the female Earthling, hustled down the stairs, and disappeared into the crowd below.
Rusty's on that ship.
She lowered her rifle, and we rushed down the stairs into the chaos of the streets. How will we get him?
I'm working on it.
August popped out from the crowd, out of breath and wide-eyed.
He blew up Googie.
What's a googie?
My ship. He blew it up.
August yanked his pistols from his holsters and aimed them into the sky at Kilroy's ship.
Get down here and fight fair, you rotten scrote-covered ding-dong.
Hey, moron. I have a better idea.
A high-pitched whirling sound filled the air as bolts of electricity and green fog swirled tightly around Kilroy's ship. The electricity swirled faster and faster, then discharged a fractured bolt of electricity into a nearby building, leveling it instantly. The female Earthling spoke into her wrist.
Rusty, can you hear me? Rusty, respond.
Maybe he isn't on the ship. Another bolt fired from Kilroy's ship, slamming into a distant building and removing it from the skyline. Jutsulki scattered in all directions, wigs littered the streets. My planet was being destroyed by a robotic cyborg maniac, and I was starting to believe it was all my fault. The female Earthling tried again.
Rusty.
I searched the chaotic crowd for any sign of our robotic friend, hoping he would appear. Then Rusty's voice crackled out over the female Earthling's wrist.
I am here, Master.
The female Earthling searched the sky.
Rusty, tell Kilroy to land. Tell him I surrender.
What? Are you crazy?
Yeah, get him down here. Nobody does that to my Googie and gets away with it.
Another bolt let loose from Kilroy's ship, eliminating Big Ben from the skyline. And as the massive ship recharged, I worried that nothing would be left of my home planet. Then the massive ship turned away from the city, crossed over the Kremlin building, and disappeared from view.
He's landing. Get everyone into the amphitheater. They'll be safer there.
I hustled into the street and waved at the crowd with all my might. To the amphitheater! Follow me! I ran up the stairs, shoved open the amphitheater doors, and guided thousands of scared and wounded Jutsulki inside. Hurry! You'll be safer inside! As the crowd hurried to safety inside the amphitheater, I tried to work my way through the chaos of the worried and injured masses, but it was no use. There were too many bodies, and I was forced to move to the side and wait for the crowd to thin out as precious time ticked away. Then he appeared. The beast, Kilroy. He stood in the street like a terrifying metallic statue. The beast raised his arm, then sliced through the tightly packed knee-high masses like a sharpened blade. Again, I tried to get down the stairs, but the crowd was too much for me. I had but one choice. I yanked the knife from my boot and prepared for a fight. Kilroy plowed up the stairs, all three of his eyes fixed on me. I swung at the beast, but Kilroy reached down and snapped my knife's blade off at the hilt. I froze, unsure what to do next. Then shots rang out. Kilroy turned from me. There was August, down on one knee, both pistols aimed at the metal beast.
You owe me a new ship, you big ball of trumbull frap.
Sparks and fluid spouted from Kilroy's back. It seemed August did some damage, but not enough to stop the beast. Kilroy released a blast of electricity from his arm, nearly splitting August at the waist. August returned fire, missing, and nearly killing me in the process.
Thinking you should probably get out of the way, little fella.
Kilroy answered with another bolt of electric from his arm, this time deflected by a fallen sign. The bolt of energy scattered all around, knocking several Jutsulki to the ground and sending their wigs into the air.
Fine. I'm just gonna have to take your ship then.
August leaped to his feet and disappeared into the crowd. Kilroy turned toward me, paused, then took off after August. I followed in his wake, but his massive strides made it impossible to keep up, and eventually I became lost in the chaos. Jutsulki ran in all directions. Smoke and debris filled the streets. I looked for anything to climb and gain a better view. Then a hand spun me around. It was the female Earthling.
Where's Kilroy?
Chasing August.
Which way?
Down Elm Street. Did you find Rusty? Rusty's voice rang out from her wrist.
I am prepared, Master.
A huge explosion dropped the Kremlin building from the skyline. What's Rusty gonna do?
Steal his ship.
But that'll trap Kilroy here.
Exactly.
But we need to get him off the planet. He's destroying everything.
It's our only chance to finally get rid of him.
But at what cost? Several bloodied and beaten Jutsulki limped past, helping one another cross the street.
What have you brought to us? This is horrors! Horrors of Earth!
Crowds of wounded Jutsulki continued to filter into the amphitheater. One broke from the crowd and headed straight toward me. I panicked until I realized it was my longtime friend, Red. He jogged over, his wig clenched tightly in his hand.
Dean, why is this happening?
Stay calm, Red. We're working on it. Tears streamed down Red's cheeks.
You should have never returned. Look what you have brought back with you.
Red looked us both over, slid his wig onto his bald head, and scampered toward the amphitheater. My friend was heartbroken. He may have loved Earth and all its history and culture more than anyone I'd ever met. He yearned to visit Earth more than me. But now, his own world was being destroyed. Destroyed by his best friend and an Earthling, and what they had brought to this planet. Would you destroy Terra to save Earth? I asked the female Earthling. The female Earthling watched the wounded crowd scamper, limp, and crawl through the streets. I feared her need for protecting Earth had warped her mind, but I was wrong.
Rusty, Plan B, we're leaving.
Leaving?
He'll follow us.
But what about Rusty?
You want to save your planet, don't you?
We raced through the streets toward our ship. August sprinted past us, followed by a bolt of electricity. The bolt streaked across the street, curved over our heads, and slammed into the Hall of Transmissions, lifting the building clean off its foundation and sending debris high into the air. August dusted himself off best he could.
This guy is nuts.
Red glowing eyes sliced through the dusty air. It was Kilroy, his sharp frame drenched in blood.
I think maybe we should go.
He smacked me on the back and headed into our ship. I stood my ground and prepared for a fight, but the female Earthling stepped in front of me, her rifle firm in her hands.
Get on the ship.
I'm staying to fight with you.
Get on the ship, Dean. That's an order.
I reluctantly climbed aboard as the female Earthling fired a shot over Kilroy's head, striking one of the stone maple trees that lined the street. The tree exploded, sending an electric charge into Kilroy's mechanized frame. The female Earthling leaped onto the ship as Kilroy's body lit up like a light bulb.
Time to go.
Kilroy charged toward the ship, then smashed his head full force into the cargo window. The window fractured, but did not break.
He can't get in.
Kilroy locked eyes with me through the fractured window. I was quite sure my heart stopped for a moment or two.
Will he follow us?
Always.
Kilroy pounded the door with his metallic fists, denting it with each blow.
Hurry!
Our ship lifted off the surface and drifted over the city, exposing a horrifying view of the destruction below. Half of the city was gone, reduced to rubble. There was little hope that the Hall of Transmissions would ever decode another signal from Earth again. I sprinted to the cockpit, where the female Earthling studied a monitor on the wall. August paced nervously behind her.
We should have trapped him there.
And kill everyone on the planet at the same time?
He'll kill us, then come back and kill them all.
Will you two shut up? I'm trying to set a skip location.
Where?
The Metox system.
Sci-Fi's and Ada. Are you out of your mind? Those planets have been fighting 1,000 Ico war for like 2,000 Ico.
Roughly 10,000 Earth years.
She said to me.
And it's been a stalemate for the past 2,000.
That's not what I heard. I heard Sci-Fi's attacked one of Ada's surveillance probes and now they've been warring more than ever.
Even better. All the chaos will work in our favor.
Skipping smack in the middle of an all-out space war doesn't work in our favor. We'll be torn to shreds.
The ship rattled violently.
Seems Kilroy's getting impatient. Prepare to skip.
The ship shook, then lagged. Everything went bright white. Elephants and camels fought. And a new view of a new location appeared. That was fast. Fragments and debris tumbled through space as warships of all sizes battled outside our window. Fast-moving ships roared past, firing on large, lumbering behemoths that drifted slowly in the distance. Chaos reigned all around.
Told you they were back at it.
Tucked behind all the debris, weapons, and warships spun two small planets. Positioned uncomfortably close to one another, both planets showed deep scars from endless war. One of the planet's oceans leaked endlessly into space, freezing as it went along, while the other planet was dotted with fire and swirling clouds of smoke and ash.
He's here.
Kilroy's ship flashed onto the monitor. What now?
We land on Ada.
You're joking. Nobody lands on Ada. Crash, sure, but not land.
The female Earthling throttled the ship forward, weaving around warships, between weapon fire, and dipped under bulky debris, taking a few hits along the way. Kilroy's ship plowed straight through vessels 10 times its own size. Hundreds of creatures tumbled into space as his mighty ship dragged a trail of destruction in its wake. It was impressive and horrific at the same time. Nothing seemed to slow it down. He's gaining! He's going to ram right through us! The female Earthling shoved me toward the door.
Go get my journal.
I sprinted down the hall to her room, grabbed her journal, stopped at my room, grabbed my journal, then strapped both to my chest with a belt.
Rusty's not responding,
she said as I returned to the cockpit. The small planet drew closer. Burnt out holes, smoldering wrecks, and fires peppered the landscape.
Maybe we should hit the brakes or something. Let him fly past us.
We need him behind us.
The cockpit window burnt red hot as our ship dragged through the planet's atmosphere.
This might hurt a bit.
I positioned myself behind August's chair as he struggled to buckle himself in. We passed through clouds, rain, then ash. The surface grew larger, filling our view. The female Earthling yanked back on the throttle, dragging the nose of the ship skyward, but Kilroy's ship slammed into our back end, shearing it off completely. Our ship tumbled through the sky, slammed into the ground, flipped violently, and finally came to a stop against the burnt-out frame of an old war vessel. The female Earthling dragged herself off the floor and inspected the ship's controls.
We walk from here.
Entry 178.2. We shoved our way through the mangled back end of our ship and stepped onto the smoldering surface of the planet called Ada.
Wonderful. Just wonderful.
The female Earthling pushed ahead of us.
We need to find a place to hole up.
What exactly were you trying to do? Get us all killed?
Save some lives, which is more than I could say for you.
What are you getting at, little fella?
It took everything in my power not to physically attack August. How could you let me and Rusty get taken?
What should I have done? Get sucked out with you? What good would that have done? I'll tell you what, no good. That's what good.
Rusty's voice rang out from the female Earthling's wrist.
Kilroy is heading your way, Master. He is not the word happy.
Rusty, can you get yourself off that ship?
I am outside of the ship, Master.
Stay put. We're coming for you.
The female Earthling aimed her rifle toward the horizon and marched into the smoldering maze of twisted metal that sat all around us.
Sometimes I think she has a death wish.
In the distance stood Kilroy's mighty vessel. The nose of the massive ship was buried deep into the planet's surface, while the rest of the ship jutted high into the sky like a black tombstone.
Dean, come over here.
August and I jogged over to the female Earthling, near what appeared to be a burnt-out food silo. While she scanned what was left of the silo, August knocked on the burnt-out building, then pointed at a small, jagged hole in the wall.
Wonder what lives in there.
The female Earthling scanned the hole.
Nothing.
The female Earthling bent down and peeked inside the small hole.
We're going through.
August searched left, then right.
Can't we go around?
Only if you want to walk through boiling pools of mercury.
August turned up his nose.
Well, I can't fit through that hole.
I raised my hand. I'll send Tiku.
Teak who?
I took a breath and sent Tiku into the hole, but my ribs were so sore from the crash, I found it difficult to breathe properly. Tiku flashed in and out of my head, then faded completely. We needed another plan, and by the look and size of the hole, it appeared I may be the one going in. I'll go. The female Earthling kicked some of the sand away from the hole, then patted me on the shoulder.
If you see anything, give us a shout.
I wiggled my way through the hole, hoping not to run into anything hairy, scaly, or with big teeth. It was dark, but there was just enough light to see an opening at the other end. I quietly scrambled across the ground, then squatted down to peek out the other side.
Kilroy is not close, sir.
I whacked my head on the jagged edge of the hole upon hearing Rusty's voice. Rusty, it's great to see you.
It is the word great to see you, sir.
Remembering I still had it, I reached back and retrieved Rusty's wrench from my boot. I have something for you. I held the wrench out for Rusty, but he did not respond. Well, do you want it? Rusty's eyes glowed bright red, then faded.
May I ask you to hold it for me, sir?
Of course.
Kilroy is close, sir.
Wait, I thought you said he wasn't close.
He moves quickly, sir.
I twisted back into the hole and yelled,
Kilroy's here!
A sharp metallic hand grabbed hold of my ankle and yanked me backward through the hole. I knew immediately who it was. Kilroy twisted my leg, sending waves of pain into my hip. I clawed at the ground in my futile attempt to escape. He's got me! I searched for the female Earthling in August, but found neither. I swung at Kilroy, but failed to land any punches. Kilroy squeezed my ankle harder. Please, someone help! As I swung upside down, I noticed the female Earthling's rifle peek out from the silo hole. I swung myself out of range as she fired a shot and hit Kilroy in the head. Kilroy stumbled back, then dropped me to the ground awkwardly. I attempted to crawl away, but the beast stomped on my leg and pinned me to the ground. Then the metallic beast grabbed hold of the female Earthling's rifle barrel and snapped it clean off.
Kilroy knows the way to Earth, sir.
Kilroy removed a green sphere from off his arm and tossed it back through the silo hole.
Due to your soft exterior, you should find shelter, sir.
Heeding Rusty's warning, I wiggled a loose piece of metal from the sand and covered myself. A quick bang sent sand and hot shards everywhere, as Kilroy charged through the now gaped hole in the silo wall.
Do you need help, sir?
We need to stop him, Rusty. We can't let him get to Earth. The sound of quick-moving boots turned my attention from Rusty. But before I could react, August ran by, grabbed hold of me, and dragged me off into the opposite direction, leaving Rusty behind. What are you doing?
Clearly, I'm saving you.
August carried me up a steep rocky embankment toward a very large burnt-out engine. He shoved me into a small hole in the sand and sat nearby with both guns drawn. We waited, silently, for what seemed like forever, as the sound of distant explosions and war took place all around us. Where is she?
Beats me.
We both watched as a long warship crashed in the distance. Smoke filled the horizon, turning the sky milky gray.
I'm sorry.
What? He turned to face me, guns aimed out in front of him.
You and her, you got that thing. You'll risk your lives to save others or do the right thing. I don't even know what the right thing is.
It must be in you somewhere. You dragged me up here.
Trust me, little fella, it isn't there. It's like I have this voice in my head always telling me to save myself.
Then why are you protecting me right now? August searched his thoughts.
I guess the voice told me to.
We sat there, quietly, as another ship crashed into the horizon.
You know what's sad? You, her, even that rust pot. You're the closest they've ever come to having friends.
A distant pop drew August's attention. He held his pistol steady, searching for any sign of trouble. I pitied August. He was more alone in the universe than Rusty ever was. The Earth transmissions taught me how important friendship was. Even just one friend made all the difference in the world. I placed my hand on August's shoulder. I forgive you, August. You're a good friend.
Thanks, little fella.
August clenched his pistols tight.
Now let's waste this yak flagger before the voice in my head tells me to run away and leave you for dead.
Dusk fell over the worn-torn planet of Ada, and with it came Kilroy. The metallic beast approached slowly, with a rough-looking bag tossed over its shoulder.
Look who decided to show up.
August let loose with both pistols, but the shots ricocheted harmlessly off Kilroy's metal frame.
Let's try that again.
August fired at the beast's jagged knees, buckling Kilroy, but only for a moment. What now?
Guess I'm gonna have to use Tiny Tinga.
August yanked a small yellow triangle from one of his buckles and tossed it at Kilroy's heavy frame, engulfing the beast's torso and left arm in blue flames. Kilroy tore a hose from his right arm and doused the flames with some sort of thick honey-like liquid, putting out the fire.
Oh, for frup's sake.
Kilroy lurched down, grabbed August by his neck, and jerked him into the air. I clung to August's boot, accidentally snapping off one of his buckles. August gagged and coughed as his feet left the ground.
Run, little fella. I got this.
August punched and kicked at the metallic beast. Blood dripped from August's forearms and hands. I charged at Kilroy with a broken buckle, but was stopped by a powerful kick to the chest.
This isn't working.
August punched over and over. All three of Kilroy's eyes flamed deep red as the beast thrust August high above the ground, then shook him furiously. No! August's arms dropped to his sides, motionless. Kilroy launched August's limp body into a pile of girdles, then turned towards me. Get away from my friend! The beast lunged at me. I dodged and accidentally lodged my foot in a burnt-out pipe. I fought to dislodge my foot as Kilroy stepped closer. His eyes dimmed. He reached out once more, then paused as a familiar voice rang out.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
Kilroy launched a bolt of electric over my shoulder toward the female Earthling, but missed. She rolled left and popped up with a quick blast from her pistol, hitting him dead center of his forehead. Fluid pooled in Kilroy's left eye, then spilled out onto the ground.
I like your new ride. Maybe I'll take that one too.
Kilroy tossed several spikes at the female Earthling's feet, knocking her backward. She popped back up with a quick handspring and fired off 2 shots of green goo at Kilroy's eyes. He lurched back and set loose a net from his forearm, wrapping her up. She slipped a large blade from her boot, slashed the net, rolled backward, then pulled another blade from her forearm.
It's been a while. Kinda missed this.
She took off running toward the metallic beast, dropped to her knees, slid between Kilroy's legs, and slashed the thick tube that snaked up the beast's grotesque thigh. Kilroy's leg buckled as the female Earthling twisted around and plunged both blades into the beast's lower back.
You can keep those.
Kilroy smacked the female Earthling across the chest, launching her into the dirt. The beast fired another bolt of electric, hitting several rusted frames dangling above. A piece fractured and fell, shearing the sleeve from the female Earthling's right arm.
You're losing your touch.
Kilroy paused. His 2 remaining eyes dimmed. The female Earthling stared back at the beast.
Getting tired?
Kilroy's eyes faded to black, and for a moment, I thought she had finally defeated the beast. But I was wrong. Kilroy's eyes lit up and glowed like 1,000 suns as he reached into the rough bag on his back and revealed a horrible surprise. Gavon's severed head. Kilroy held it high and tossed it at the female Earthling's feet.
You bastard.
Kilroy raised his arm and smashed the ground. letting loose a massive shockwave that sent the female Earthling through the air. She flipped twice and landed head first into a wall of metal, knocking her unconscious. Then, Kilroy turned to me. I stepped back, trying to gain some space, but it was no use. The beast wrapped his metallic hands around my throat and lifted me to eye level. He reeked of decay, like a can of meat left in the sun to rot. I ordered the beast to let me go, but that just caused him to squeeze my neck tighter. And soon, it grew too hard to breathe. I tried to break free, but that just made it worse. Time was running out. Kilroy was going to defeat us all, then travel to Earth and do unspeakable things. As the corners of my eyes grew dark, I spotted Rusty rolling up behind Kilroy. Then I heard Rusty's voice ring out.
Just sulky fear dying alone.
Kilroy paused.
It is what they fear most, sir.
Kilroy's grip lessened. But I wasn't naive enough to think he would let me go. The beast studied me for a moment, then bent down and held me to the ground. I struggled to break free as Rusty handed Kilroy a heavy iron shackle.
Rusty, please no!
The beast latched the shackle to my wrist, then chained the other end to a large metal girder. I fought to break loose as Kilroy looked on. He seemed to enjoy watching me struggle in fear. In fact, I was quite sure of it.
We should leave, sir,
Rusty said to Kilroy.
The Life Enders will be at the rendezvous point soon.
Kilroy turned to Rusty, then back to me.
Leave him to die alone, sir. It is what he fears most.
Kilroy turned away from me, grabbed hold of the female Earthling and August by their legs, and left toward his ship. Rusty followed the beast, looking back only for a moment.
Rusty! Don't leave me here!
I yanked and clawed at the shackle, but it was no use. I debated breaking my thumb to escape, then realized it wouldn't make a difference. The shackle was too tight. I looked back. Kilroy was almost out of view. Time was running out. Think, Dean. Think. I studied the shackle. One bolt held my bonds in place. I searched for something to pry it off or bend the chain. Then I remembered. Rusty's wrench. I slid the wrench from my boot and slipped it around the bolt. It fit just enough to loosen my bonds. I went to work unscrewing the bolt, peeking over my shoulder with every turn of the wrench. Eventually, Kilroy faded into the hazy distance. If not for Rusty's glowing eyes, I'd have lost sight of them completely. 2 more turns and the shackle fell to the ground. I was free. I moved fast, leaping over smoldering shards of metal, sprinting across rock and sand until my legs ached and my lungs burnt. But I gained on Kilroy with every step. Behind his left ear. Limited protection. All worry fell aside as I focused on the back of the beast's head. I held Rusty's wrench tight. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1. I leaped onto Kilroy's back, dug my foot behind a loose wire, raised Rusty's wrench over my head, and slammed the wrench against Kilroy's skull. Missing my target. Kilroy reached back, grabbed a fistful of my shirt, and flung me over his head. I tumbled through the air, crashing upside down against a crumpled water drum.
Captain! August!
I searched for Rusty's wrench as the robotic beast grabbed hold of my leg and yanked me into the air. I dangled upside down, shirt draped over my eyes, and waited for Kilroy's wrath.
You dropped this, sir.
I peeked out from under my shirt and spotted Rusty, arm outstretched, his wrench inches from my nose. As I took the wrench, Kilroy swung his mighty arm backward and struck Rusty in the chest with a crushing blow. Rusty tumbled across the ground, coming to a hard stop against a pile of smoldering cables. My robotic friend's eyes flickered, then faded. Kilroy reached down, grabbed my leg, and lifted me off the ground. I dangled helplessly as August and the female Earthling lay in the distance, Rusty, immobile and sparking from the neck. It was a slaughter, and now I was alone. Alone with Kilroy. I will not let you get to Earth. Kilroy lifted me above his head and cocked back his free arm. I will not let you get to Earth. Kilroy smashed his fist into my spine. I jolted forward, nearly losing my breath. Then another punch to the back. This time harder. His sharp knuckles sliced through my shirt and pierced my skin. Then another punch, and another. Kilroy was slowly killing me. I sucked in a gulp of air and held my breath. Tiku appeared and circled wildly, then faded when the next punch landed in my back. I gripped the wrench tight and did my best not to pass out as another punch landed.
Time to kill him, sir.
Kilroy paused his assault as Rusty's internal gears roared into motion. Hope appeared to be fading until Kilroy lurched around to peer at Rusty, exposing the back of the beast's head. With every last ounce of energy, I swung my body forward and thrust Rusty's wrench deep into Kilroy's skull, just behind the left ear. Kilroy released a gurgled roar as he reached back, missed, then crashed backward onto the ground. Kilroy flailed wildly as I drove the wrench deeper into his soft skull. His sharp frame punctured my back and legs. I wiggled myself into the sand as the beast slowed his assault, then stopped altogether. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. Pain radiated throughout my body. But in that moment, I was satisfied. I had done my job. Earth was safe. Terra was safe. An uncontrollable manic laugh trickled from me as I lay there, half unconscious and slowly being crushed to death. The sky turned a dark red, and everything seemed too dull. The sounds, the smells. Then a voice rang out, just above my head.
Let me help you, sir.
The monster rose with the help of a robotic hand. Rusty's hand. I rolled out of harm's way and laid there, in the oil-soaked sand, for what seemed like hours. It was a fight to stay awake, and I felt myself drifting in and out of consciousness. It is done. But eventually my mind turned to worry as I mustered the strength to check on the female Earthling in August. I dragged my body through the sand and soon found myself near the female Earthling. Her eyes rolled back in her head, then returned for a brief moment.
Behind the ear?
I nodded.
Dean, protector of Earth.
Can you stand? She shook her head, then peered toward the sky.
Go!
I wanted to try and sit her up, but dared not touch her.
We should go, sir.
My head hovered in a bubble of fog. Kilroy lay dead. August sat crumpled and motionless, and the female Earthling was fading fast.
We must go, sir.
Rusty pointed to the sky. A warship, with flames flowing from its back engines, was headed straight toward us. Hot debris whistled all around as I grabbed the female Earthling by the pant leg, but she was too heavy for me to move. Help me! Get them to the ship! Rusty grabbed hold of both the female Earthling and August, then slowly dragged the two through the sand towards Kilroy's ship. Singed metal rained down and burnt small holes in my shirt as I raced ahead of Rusty. I looked toward the sky as the damaged warship whistled through the atmosphere. There was little time left. I climbed up Kilroy's massive vessel, opened the first hatch I came upon, and waved Rusty to hurry. Rusty's wobbly wheels slugged through the sandy soil, but with a bit of help, he managed to drag both August and the female Earthling through the hatch and into Kilroy's ship. Inside, the cockpit was bare and clean, and there were no windows to navigate by. The ship smelled strange, like rotting piltworms on a hot summer day, but there was no time to explore. Can this ship survive a direct hit?
There is a 71.4% chance the ship will survive without any significant damage, sir.
Not good enough. How do we get this thing off the ground? Rusty wobbled to the controls.
May I, sir?
Rusty fired up the engines and drove the ship backward. Without any windows, I could not tell if the damaged warship was close, but the whistling grew louder.
Brace for impact, sir.
Whistles turned to roars as I was violently thrust to the ground, but there were no alarms, smoke, sparks, or fire. Across the cold floor I laid, waiting for more impacts, but none came. It appeared Kilroy's ship held together. Are we out of danger?
Presently, sir.
I collapsed in exhaustion. Are they alive? Are they both alive? Entry 178.3. I awoke face down on the cockpit floor of Kilroy's ship. Where are they?
Follow me, sir.
With wobbly legs, I followed Rusty down the roughly carved corridor. Kilroy is dead?
Kilroy is no longer functioning, sir.
It was a relief to hear Rusty confirm Kilroy's death as my robot friend led me to the end of the corridor. Into the third cell on the left, where both August and the female Earthling lay motionless. Are they?
My master appears to be in massive repair mode, sir.
She's alive.
As of now, sir.
And August?
It appears that August Fire-Torn is no longer functioning.
I leaned down and pressed my ear against August's chest. He was cold, and as my head rested on August's buckled armor, I could not help but feel responsible. Yes, Earth was safe, but at what cost? 2 of my crew members lay before me. 1 dead. 1 barely alive. Ga was dead. My home planet was in utter ruin. I began to question my place in this story. Is there any chance you could be wrong? Rusty's eyes fired bright red.
The Life Enders have arrived, sir.
What? How do you know?
I can hear them, sir.
In all the fighting and chaos, I forgot about Kilroy's loyal robot warriors. The Life Enders were still out there, and now they were looking for their fearless leader to lead them to Earth. Unfortunately for them, Kilroy was dead, and judging by Rusty's words, I assumed they would not be happy to hear the bad news.
The Life Enders are not aware of the current situation, sir.
They assume Kilroy is still alive?
Yes, sir.
I could feel Rusty's eyes on me, waiting for a command I didn't have. I don't know what to do. I looked down at the female Earthling. Please, tell me what to do. But it was no use. I was alone in deciding our fate.
The Life Enders await our command, sir.
I toiled over a few ideas, but only one seemed reasonable. Could we tell them the plan is canceled?
Without Kilroy's code, they will suspect the worst, sir.
I had no idea what to do, and no time to figure it out. And as my mind toiled, I could feel Rusty's bright eyes on me. I wish I had her courage. She didn't fear anything. She would know what to do. Rusty's gears clanged around his metal frame, followed by a familiar voice. But the voice came from Rusty, like a fuzzy recording. The female Earthling's words trickled from Rusty's head.
Many assume I'm fearless, But I fear things. All you can do is manage fear and use it to your advantage. That's what courage is, the control of fear.
Rusty's gears slowed as the short recording faded to a low static. I studied Rusty's eyes in astonishment. She taught you the word courage?
Yes, sir. Though I am still struggling to understand.
My robotic friend may have been confused, but I was not. I knew exactly what the female Earthling meant. I rested my hand on Rusty's shoulder. Maybe I can help you understand. I yanked the viewing pen from the female Earthling's belt, then marched toward the cockpit. I needed a plan, something to stall for time. What was Kilroy's plan?
To travel to Earth and eliminate all life, sir.
Then we need to lead his gang somewhere else. Some sort of distraction. I marched into the cockpit and aimed the pen at the wall. Outside, the Lifeenders waited. 5 ships in all, each different than the other. Each quite small, waiting for orders from their master. Little did they know, I was their master. And I did not have good intentions. Is there anything between us and the next destination? Rusty paused, eyes red. Planets, space stations, asteroid cities. Rusty's internal gears spun for a brief moment, then faded.
There are 4,091 planets and space stations en route to Kilroy's set coordinates, sir.
As I thought about Rusty's answer, more ships joined the Lifeenders' ranks. What are the first 3 destinations on your list?
The planet known as Sensi, the planet known as Kimp H, and the Bobber Fields, sir.
Bobber Fields?
Located nearest the Pipifa system, it is the last known breeding grounds of the creatures commonly referred to as bobbers, sir.
Can you get us there? Rusty rolled over to the controls.
Yes, sir.
I was not a fan of bobbers. After the last run-in, I hoped to never see another as long as I lived. But I had a plan. I mustered up every bit of courage in my body, and I gave Rusty the orders. Send the coordinates to the Lifeenders. We are heading through the Bobber Fields. Entry 179.1. We reached the Bobber Fields, with the Lifeenders trailing close behind. The bobbers spread out in all directions, bulbous creatures, some the size of small moons, floating in open space, and every so often, a bobber would kick its huge leg out wildly. They were an odd but amazing sight to see, and I wished to use them to my advantage. Rusty rolled over to the cockpit control.
I sent the signal, sir.
I balanced the viewing pen on the dashboard and kept my eyes focused on the Lifeenders' tight line of ships. I guessed 15 in all, but Rusty corrected me.
17, sir.
The plan was risky, but of all my ideas, this plan produced the best odds. Rusty gave it a 59.3% chance of success. Not very high, but my other ideas fell short of 28%. Are we in position, Rusty?
Yes, sir.
Rusty convinced the Lifeenders to follow. I worried that they would grow suspicious of our choice to fly through a bobber field, but it seemed the Lifeenders were loyal to Kilroy to a fault. On my mark, Rusty navigated our ship nearer the legs of a larger bobber. The Lifeenders followed.
They are suspicious of our maneuvers, sir.
Stay on course. The Lifeenders would eventually realize Kilroy was not in control of his ship. One thing I learned from the Earth transmissions, even the most dedicated soldier will eventually question their superior. I kept the viewing pen steady as Rusty dipped our ship closer to the bobber's legs.
Weapons are fully charged, sir.
Hold.
They are requesting visual contact with their leader, sir.
Hold. I aimed the pen toward the rear of the ship. The life enders were already in attack formation. Time was running out.
They are targeting our main engine, sir.
Hold. Rusty flew the ship along the belly of a bobber, hoping the life enders would follow. But they paused. They were on to us. I had to make a decision, and quick.
49.399% chance of success, sir.
A few of the life enders' ships lit up. They were preparing to attack.
41.67% chance of success, sir.
The thick leg of a large bobber popped into my view. Fire! Rusty dropped the ship out of harm's way, then fired our ship's main weapon, launching a massive bolt towards the bobber's lower extremities. The enormous creature kicked wildly. The life enders scattered, but for most, it was too late. All but 2 ships took the brunt of the angry bobber's thrashing kicks, smashing their tiny vessels to pieces. Metal and fluid drifted around the agitated creature. I wanted to celebrate, but there was no time.
Prepare for impact, sir.
I searched outside. 2 remaining ships let loose their weapons. I lunged for the dashboard as it struck. No alarms, no smoke. The ship groaned, but seemed to hold together. Report, Rusty.
The ship sustained minimal damage, sir.
Charge our main weapon. A deep hum filled the cockpit. The life enders paused their attack, and before I could question why, the small ships skipped away.
All transmissions have ceased, sir.
Did they flee?
Yes, sir.
I rubbed Rusty's head, proud of what we accomplished, but tried to focus on our next mission. Rusty, take us to the planet known as Testroon. Rusty worked at the controls, his eyes bright red.
Heading toward the galactic center at 6-44.7 mercs, sir. 19.3 skips toward the planet known as Testroon, near the nebula known as Hemi's Foot.
It was another long shot, but I hoped the humans from August's home planet would be able to help. Entry 179.2. We arrived at Testroon quicker than anticipated. Kilroy's ship moved fast, and the skips were almost undetectable. I was excited to meet the humans August spoke so much about, in hopes that they could not only answer some questions, but also help. Unfortunately, the viewing pen only allowed a fuzzy glimpse of the cloud-covered planet. Before attempting contact, I asked Rusty to scan Testroon for a safe place to land.
Full planet scan complete, sir.
Did you pick up lots of human activity?
No, sir. The planet known as Testroon is barren, devoid of all life, sir.
How can that be?
The abundance of ammonia in the atmosphere would make it difficult for most life forms to survive, sir.
August said there were humans. Lots of humans.
It appears August Firetorn misspoke, sir.
August hadn't misspoken. August lied, and I couldn't make much sense out of it. He told many stories about his home planet, so many that I'd grown sick of hearing them, but it seemed they were all untrue.
We have made landfall, sir. I suggest wearing the proper atmospheric attire before exiting the ship.
But there's no need to go. Rusty rolled away from the control panel toward the cockpit door.
Then I shall go alone, sir.
Rusty rolled into the hall. Wait, hold up! I chased after my robotic friend, confused by his desire to venture out onto a hostile planet. Where are you going? Rusty wobbled down the long hall toward the cargo bay.
I must go down to the planet known as Testroon, sir.
But why? Rusty rolled into cargo bay.
To collect, sir.
Rusty leaned backward and unscrewed his metal chest. Inside his metallic frame rested a yellow-tinted jar.
It is my job, sir.
That was when it all clicked. It's you. You're Isper. Rusty pressed the plunger on the wall, releasing the large cargo bay door. Unbreathable air rushed into the ship, causing me to gag and back away. Does she know? Does the captain know who you are? Rusty held the jar out in front of him and rolled out of the cargo bay into the cloudy atmosphere of Testroon. I quickly shut the door behind him and watched as Rusty set out to do what he'd been programmed to do for all eternity. Entry 179.3. Rusty returned to the ship in a hurry, rolled past me, down the hall, and straight into the cockpit. The ship lifted off and skipped twice before I could even start asking him any questions. Why do you do it?
Because I am programmed to, sir.
So is collecting your main mission?
Yes, sir.
I felt a bit betrayed by Rusty. He was part of the crew, part of our team, but it seemed our robot friend had an entirely separate agenda, and a part of me worried that agenda may interfere with our plans. Is that why you left me to die?
You are still functioning, sir.
You told Kilroy my worst fear was to die alone, and you encouraged him to leave me there. Why? Rusty's gears roared into action, his eyes glowing red.
It raised the odds of your survival by 68.767%, sir.
I slipped Rusty's wrench from my boot and handed it to him. He immediately grabbed hold of it and tightened the bolt on his wheel. You knew your wrench would fit the bolt on that shackle, didn't you?
There was an 89.34% chance you would realize the wrench fit the bolt on the shackle, sir.
But what if it didn't? Rusty's gears roared louder than ever, then faded.
Then my mission would have been delayed by 2.34 Earth years, sir.
Rusty's mission benefited from my survival. It also benefited from Kilroy's death. But what about the next mission? What happened if or when I became a burden to his ultimate goal? Whatever that goal may be. Rusty, what is your goal? Rusty's eyes glowed red and stayed red, casting a dull glow on the cockpit wall.
My main goal is to travel to the planet you call Earth, sir.
I doubted the female Earthling knew about any of this. Questions stormed in and out of my head. Too many to ask, but too many to pass up. And the universe? Is the universe ending soon?
Divine soon, sir.
Before my expected lifetime?
Yes, sir.
Rusty seemed perfectly fine with this revelation, but it made me want to crawl into the corner of the cockpit and cry. Then why do all this? Why even collect the jars?
It is my mission and what I am programmed to do, sir.
I envied Rusty and wished I could simply shut off my brain and go about my final days as a robot. Ignorance was bliss, though something told me Rusty wasn't ignorant at all. And I'd assume the female Earthling is unaware of you being Isper?
That is correct, sir.
I threw my hands in the air. This just keeps getting better and better.
What does?
I peered over Rusty's head to see the female Earthling leaning against the cockpit doorway. You're okay. Her voice was low and slow.
What does? What keeps getting better?
I looked toward Rusty, who was more interested in tightening his wheel bolt than anything else. August! She clutched her side and winced.
No, he's dead.
I mean, August lied. Testrun is a barren wasteland.
And how do you know that?
I looked toward Rusty, again, but my robotic friend was of no help. Well, we traveled there after defeating the Life Enders. The female Earthling scrutinized me for a moment, then turned toward Rusty.
Rusty, is this true?
Dean Kilmer is correct, Master. The planet known as Testrun supports no known life, and we are no longer being tracked at the present time.
She squeezed her side tight and grimaced.
I'm impressed. So what's our present course?
The ship is pre-programmed toward the planet known as Earth, Master.
Change the coordinates. Head to Arrakis. We need to get this ship retrofitted with some windows and channel guns.
The female Earthling winced and wrapped her arm around her waist. But this is our chance. We can travel to Earth. There's nothing holding us back. The female Earthling pushed herself from the doorframe in an attempt to stand on her own.
We can't risk being followed.
But with Kilroy gone, we're the only ones left to... She coughed hard, which soon turned into an agonizing chain of gurgled gasps. Rusty confirmed it. We aren't being tracked. We can just go and...
Enough. I've made my decision.
The female Earthling pointed her shaky finger at Rusty.
You're sure Testrun supports no life?
Yes, Master.
The female Earthling slowly turned and hobbled down the hall, keeping one hand against the wall at all times. I followed, making sure to stay one step behind. I was frustrated by her lack of understanding. There was no reason to wait, but she was the captain, and her word was law. Where are we headed?
To check something.
Down the hall we went, until we reached the small room that held August's body. With Rusty's help, she flipped August onto his back, revealing a frozen smirk. He died protecting me. She removed a flat, round object from her side pocket.
Let's see if I'm right.
The female Earthling pulled August's shirt up and pressed the object against his exposed belly button. What are you searching for?
He lied about where he's from, and he's clearly well-funded.
You think he's fake?
We're about to find out.
The female Earthling always questioned August's identity. She was always suspicious of stumbling upon another human. Why didn't you do this test when you first met him?
Because it would have killed him.
The object flashed 3 times, then faded.
Damn it, he's legit.
She slipped the object back into her pocket, then headed into the hall. So if he's human, where did he come from?
That's the big question.
She stopped to catch her breath. Her skin was flush and her eyes dull. She was fading.
Did you get Gau's head?
What? No, I didn't. She fell to one knee.
He's not gonna be happy.
I think you should lie down. The female Earthling crumpled to the floor, slipped her arm beneath her head, and passed out with her eyes half open. Rusty rolled close and scanned her body.
She is in repair mode, sir.
I wanted to help her get comfortable, but dared not disturb her slumber. So there the female Earthling stayed, on the cold hall floor.
Shall I stay on course, sir?
Rusty waited for my response. I wanted to travel to Earth, but she was my captain, and the reason I was still alive. When we first met, she could have left me to die on that desert moon. She could have shoved me into the garbage chute, or left me on Fen, but she didn't do any of those things. I owed her my life, many times over. The least I could do was follow her orders. We should stay on course, Rusty.
Very good, sir.
Rusty rolled off toward the cockpit. I made myself comfortable on the chilly telex floor and watched over her. I wasn't sure how long it took to get to Arrakis, but it couldn't come soon enough. I needed a change of scenery and a little bit of luck. Entry 179.4. I awoke, half slumped over in the hallway, with the female Earthling still passed out on the floor close by. I did my best not to disturb her as I stood and headed down the hall and into the cockpit. Rusty waited near the dashboard, his eyes a dull yellow. I apologize for dozing off. Rusty studied the controls. The ship's engines rose, but only for a moment, then fell silent.
We have reached our destination, sir.
I peered down the hall at the sleeping female Earthling. I suppose we should wait for her to wake. I wouldn't know the first thing about ordering new guns and windows. I crouched down and rubbed my legs in a failed attempt to lessen the pins and needles that lingered from sleeping awkwardly on the floor. Rusty remained near the controls, his eyes still a dull yellow. Maybe we should rendezvous with Arrakis for when the captain wakes up.
That is not possible, sir.
And why is that? Rusty's internal gears roared into action.
The planet Arrakis is 178.5 skips from our present location, sir.
Almost too nervous to ask, I turned toward Rusty. Rusty? Where are we? Again, Rusty's gears wobbled and clanged into motion.
Our present location is 5T14Y32.3R 81205.7, nearest the Ilmos asteroid cluster, sir.
My knees shook. My head felt light and dizzy. I knew where we were. It was the coordinates given to us by the robot in the well. The coordinates to Earth. The female Earthling was not going to be happy. Even thinking about her reaction made my stomach moan. I debated searching the ship for an escape pod.
Are you hungry, sir?
No, just confused and worried. I went over the last few hours in my head. Rusty, why didn't we travel to the Arrakis system?
Your command was to stay on course, sir.
I clutched my stomach, sure that I would be sick. Hot waves of fear swept over me. I didn't know what to do. Then, a rustling from down the hall. The female Earthling was awake. I smacked my face and headed down the hall.
Sounds like we stopped. Did we reach Arrakis?
Not yet.
Then why are we stopped?
Well, it seems... Rusty wobbled toward us. His eyes faded back to a dull yellow.
Rusty, what's our present location?
Our present location is 5T14Y32.3R 81205.7, nearest the Ilmos asteroid cluster.
Her eyes crunched tight.
You disobeyed my orders.
No, it wasn't me. The ship jolted forward, knocking us all to the ground.
What the hell was that?
Another sharp tug flung us backward. Something was dragging the ship. The female Earthling hobbled toward the cockpit and grabbed hold of the controls, but it was useless. It seemed fate would drag the reluctant.
Dean, search for whatever it is that's tugging us.
I aimed the pen at the wall. All seemed normal, except for a section of space that appeared to ripple. At first, I assumed it was my eyes or the device malfunctioning, but I was wrong on both counts. What's that? The ship jolted forward. The ripples filled the cockpit. The walls danced. Our movements became scattered, like reality with pieces cut out. Even my thoughts were scattered. I turned toward Rusty, who appeared to be frozen in time. I spoke, but it seemed to take an eternity to get from my brain to my mouth. I feel weird. The ripples rolled through the cockpit, faster and faster, until they melted into one solid movement. I felt splattered and rolled out. Then suddenly, normal. Time found its comfortable speed once more. Moments rolled by in silence, until the female Earthling tapped on the dashboard.
The ship shows no coordinates. It has no idea where we are.
I searched with the pen for any familiar signs, lots of stars on a dark canvas, until I aimed the pen at the floor.
There. A planet.
She raced the ship toward the far-off planet. As we grew closer, I could see swirling clouds of brown, orange, and red as they raced across the surface. I knew what this place was. I had seen this planet before, but never in real life. It was the god of the sky. It's Jupiter! The female Earthling's eyes tightened.
You better hope we weren't followed.
There is a 0.0000000000002% chance we were tracked, Master.
Still not low enough odds.
In the distance, the sun grew larger. I trembled with anticipation. We were so close. It had to be out there among the distant stars. Then, like a lingering dream, tucked behind its own moon, the blue marble came into view. The sun's rays pierced through its thin atmosphere. It was more beautiful than any dream, any transmission, any well-told story. It was Earth. The female Earthling circled the blue globe, then steered the ship toward the dark side of the planet. I couldn't wait to see the bright lights of all the Earth cities. Madrid, New York, Paris, Tokyo, Cairo. All were burnt into my mind from years of transmissions. But to my dismay, all was dark. I thought at first that we must be over the great Pacific Ocean, but we were not. We were over land. Asia. I was sure of it. Where are all the lights? The cities? The female Earthling did not answer, as the ship tore deeper into Earth's atmosphere. Scattered thunderstorms brought quick bursts of light to the dark blue orb, but nothing more. Please tell me what happened.
A comet. Halley's Comet.
But how?
A terrible mistake.
As our ship pushed deeper through the atmosphere, cities appeared. Destroyed cities. Everything was scorched. Entire cities in ruin. No plants, no animals. Everything was covered in thick black ash and even snow. A horrible twist of fate. We flew across the Pacific Ocean toward North America. A great desert appeared. A desert so vast it seemed to go on forever. That was where the female Earthling chose to land. I barely remember touching down. My brain raced with sadness, fear, and lingering excitement. I had an urge to cry.
You still have the journals?
I opened my shirt and revealed both journals still strapped to my chest.
Good. We're heading outside.
Are we in America?
Arizona.
We headed down the hall and into the cell holding August's body. She looked down at August and smirked.
I wish I could wipe that stupid grin off his face.
She directed me to August's feet. I locked both arms around his ankles, and, with a confirming nod, we slowly made our way down the hall, with August's limp body between us. Rusty watched as we passed by the cockpit.
Rusty, report to me if anyone approaches the ship.
Yes, Master.
As we waddled slowly toward the ship's hatch, it hit me that I would soon be standing on the surface of Earth, though the circumstances were quite different than I had ever imagined. Is there anything to fear?
I'm sure of it.
Entry 179.5. We stepped out from the ship and onto Earth. I took a deep breath and allowed the Earth air to rush into my lungs for the first time. It was heavy and dry. The female Earthling motioned to the ground with her head.
Leave August here. We'll come back for him later.
I bent forward and placed August's body on the ground as the female Earthling searched the horizon.
Wait here.
As the female Earthling stepped away, I took the few moments I had to investigate my surroundings. I shuffled across the surface and kicked up a bit of sand as I went. There was the slightest feeling of floating with each step, and I leaped a few times to gauge my decline. It was minimal, but there was definitely less gravity than on Terra.
Come over here.
Where are we headed?
To see if anyone's home.
We set out through the hot, pebble-filled sand of the desert. The colors were muted, and the sun felt warmer than on Terra. I did my best to balance excitement and dread as the female Earthling led us toward the rising sun.
Keep up.
Through the sun's glare, I spotted something moving, then a few more. It was Earthlings, many Earthlings, and they were headed in our direction.
It's okay, Dean. Don't be scared.
My chest pounded.
Breathe.
I followed the female Earthling toward a large, leafless tree that seemed out of place in the desert. The Earthlings waited for us underneath the large, dried-out branches.
Dean, these are the Hopi.
I tried not to stare, though they appeared to have the same problem with me. The Earthlings whispered to one another with accusing eyes. Some seemed scared, others confused. From what the transmissions taught me, Earthlings already made first contact. In fact, I had seen numerous aliens in the Earth transmissions. Some were good, others horribly bad. Sometimes they were funny, and if I remembered correctly, there was one that ate cats. They seemed taken aback.
That's because you just made history. Congratulations, Dean Kilmer of Terra. You've just made first contact with Earth.
But I've seen many aliens in the transmissions. How?
Trust me, you're the first.
An older man stepped out from the crowd and grasped the female Earthling's hand from underneath, with a slight nod of the head. Then spoke to her in a language my translator could not decipher. The female Earthling pointed to the sky, then toward me. I waved at the crowd. Hello? Hello, some answered back. The older man stepped in front of me and extended his hand. I grabbed it and, caught up in the moment, pulled him close and gave him a big hug. Everyone seemed to think it was quite humorous.
Okay, Dean, that's enough.
Welcome to Earth,
The man said with a kind voice.
My name is Len.
Len turned and spoke to the other Earthlings in their own language. A few Earthlings walked past me and headed toward the ship.
It's okay.
The female Earthling assured me.
They're gonna take care of August.
Did you know they would be here?
I had a hunch. Come on, let's get out of the sun.
Me, the female Earthling, and the rest of the Earthlings made our way through the desert toward a hole leading underground. Inside, it was much cooler and more spacious than I could have imagined. And we all fit comfortably, with room to spare. Pillows rested on woven rugs, and the walls were decorated with all types of dolls and carvings. Thick beams made from smooth wood held the walls and roof from caving in. I leaned in close to the female Earthling. Is there anything I need to know? I wish not to insult anyone.
Just be yourself, you'll do fine.
I propped a small pillow beneath me and made myself comfortable. From across the room, a small child stood frozen in place. I waved, but she shied away.
The children think you're a sky god. I told them you're not, but they're kids.
Oh, how fun. The female Earthling returned to her conversation with the older Hopi Earthling men. I again tried to make a connection with the little Earthling girl by waving. "You don't have to be afraid." The little Earthling girl stared, eyes wide. I dared to scoot a bit closer. Let's try this. Oh, what's your name?" The little girl giggled slightly.
Muna.
"Hello, Muna. My name is Dean."
Hello.
"How old are you, Muna?"
7.
7 years old? You're almost an old lady. Would you like to know how old I am, Muna? She answered with a smirk and a shrug. I am 143 Earth years old. I could feel eyes on me as I spoke, but I kept my focus on Muna. Around the little girl's neck hung a string of beads. They were bright and beautiful. "Those are pretty. Did you make those all by yourself?"
Yes.
Soon, some of the other Earthling children cautiously joined Muna's side. "Wow, you are very talented. Maybe you could show me how to make one." Muna took off her necklace, slowly approached me, and slid the necklace over my head and around my neck. "Thank you so much." Muna smiled and hurried back into the safety of her little friends. Maybe I can make one for you then."
Okay.
Suddenly, a woman's voice spoke from across the room. It was pleasant, but commanding.
Where is it you're from, Mr. Dean?
"I'm from the planet Terra," I blindly answered. The owner of the voice stepped toward the center of the room. It was an older Earthling woman with long, noticeable graying hair and kind eyes, though I determined her age more by her hair than her face.
Then let me be the first to officially welcome you to Earth, Dean. I am Kaya.
I stood and nodded at Kaya with a slight smile. Thank you, Kaya. I've waited my whole life to get here. In fact, I feel like I'm in a dream."
I think it's fair to say we feel the same.
"May I ask, what exactly happened to Earth?" Kaya took a cleansing breath.
It seems an old visitor decided to end its journey.
You mean Halley's Comet? Kaya nodded in agreement.
First, there was a large earthquake. The earth shook for weeks while fire danced in the sky. Most of the creatures died. Then it snowed for many, many years. Crops failed. Chaos reigned.
The children huddled in a corner and attempted to hide from Kaya's words.
They say we were lucky. We were told it was much worse for those on the other side of our planet.
So, the comet hit somewhere near Asia?
Some say the Pacific Ocean, but it's hard to confirm.
How did you all survive? Kaya smiled.
We had a friend.
Kaya gently slipped a lightly stained envelope from her pocket and read the letter out loud.
Dear Kaya, I hope this finds you well. I must be short and to the point, so forgive me. Within a week of the stated letter, a terrible event will take place. I can't tell you how I know, but you must prepare. Go underground, bring at least 6 months of supplies, and do not come out. No matter what you hear, do not come out. Never speak of this to anyone you cannot trust. Until we meet again.
Kaya gazed toward the female Earthling.
As you can see, we received your letter.
It was all I could do at the time.
Let us show you how it helped. Come on.
The sun lingered high above as we ventured out of the underground dwelling, across the desert, to the top of the wide hill. There, nestled in a valley, stood a quaint village. Earthlings bustled around, going about their daily routine. It seemed life was going on quite normally in the valley. Kaya stood close to the female Earthling.
Once we returned to the surface, we saved almost everyone that came to us for help. They're all alive because of your letter. And so are we.
Muna and her little friends ran down the hill and into the valley, filling the desert air with giggles and laughs.
Careful, children.
I always wondered if it got to you in time.
Kaya smiled, then reached out and embraced the female Earthling tightly. Horrified, the female Earthling quickly shoved Kaya away.
You touched my skin.
Everyone froze. Kaya looked confused. I waited for the shrieks and blood-curdling screams from Kaya's mouth, but it never came. The death touch never took hold. Kaya was still alive.
I apologize, Kaya. Usually when something touches my skin,
Kaya stepped forward and embraced the female Earthling once more.
Welcome home.
With that, Kaya made her way into the valley. The rest of the Hopi Earthling followed, leaving me and the female Earthling alone at the top of the hill.
I think I'm having a weirder experience than you are.
The light wind tossed the female Earthling's red hair across her face, forcing her to tie it back. Do you think... what would happen if I touched...
Let's not find out.
I nodded in agreement, then peered into the valley. Those Earthlings down there sure are lucky. Without your letter, the Hopi wouldn't have been here to save them.
Well, take it all in, because we're leaving in the morning.
The female Earthling patted me on the head with her gloved hand and headed into the valley. Leave? To where? As the female Earthling disappeared from view, I stayed on the hill long enough to see the sky turn red as the Earth's sun slid behind the horizon, long enough to hear the sound of chirping crickets, and long enough to watch the moon appear above the valley. I tried to take it all in, but it's hard to do so when you're living in the moment.
Some people go an entire lifetime without enjoying a sunset.
Kaya startled me, but brought comfort with a warm hand on my shoulder. I've witnessed thousands of sunsets on my home planet, but none compared to this.
I'm sure your planet's sunsets are just as beautiful. When you return home, you will see them with clearer eyes.
I suppose you're right, but right now, this one is the greatest I have ever seen. Kaya smiled.
I will agree with that.
Entry 179.6. At my request, we ate dinner outside. I wanted to eat under the stars like a cowboy, eating beans under the Milky Way with my lucky horse. There was no horse, but I did get to eat beans from a can. I requested to spend some time in the valley, but upon Kaya's request, I remained close to the Hopi dwelling. Kaya feared startling those living in the valley, and didn't want to cause distress to anyone. It made sense, me being an alien and all, but I was still disappointed. Before we ate, they placed August's body in a small cave. I spent a good part of the night wondering what he would have thought of Earth. The Earthlings would have enjoyed his outrageous stories. I personally missed him. He died a hero, and I made sure to tell anyone who was willing to listen. Kaya assured me his death was not in vain. When it was time to venture underground for the night, Muna clung to my side. She mostly giggled at my stories, but occasionally had questions. Am I really from another planet? Why do I look so funny? Are those my real eyes? I came to find that Muna was born after the disaster. In fact, only a handful of those living in the valley knew of life before the disaster. Most relied on stories. Kaya mentioned one old man from the valley who guarded a book called The Encyclopedia Man No Me. I didn't get a chance to ask what that meant, but it seemed to hold vital information about Earth's past, or at least a portion of it. As the night wound down, most of the Hopi Earthlings wished me a good night and headed to bed, but I was too excited to sleep, and it seemed my little friend Muna felt the same way. She brought over some string and a bunch of beads for us. "Oh, are you ready to show me?" She answered with 2 quick nods. Muna slipped the beads over the string one by one. Then she handed me the string.
Your turn.
I clumsily slipped a few onto the string and spilled most onto the ground. She found it very amusing. Eventually, I finished and was willing to admit my necklace wasn't as nice as Muna's necklace. How does it look? Her giggles confirmed my judgment. Here. I want you to have it. I slipped it over her head.
Thank you.
One of the younger, Hopi Earthling women clapped her hands to get our attention.
Come now, Muna. It's time for bed.
Good night, Muna. As Muna shuffled off to bed, I shimmied closer to the circle of adults who were still in deep conversation with the female Earthling. She was filling them in on what happened after mailing the letter.
And he gave up his seat on the shuttle, so I could escape.
He was a brave man. Not long after you left, the world discovered the truth. We were told it got very bad in the cities. Many died, even before the disaster.
Why would that happen?
Fear, panic. After the disaster, we heard nothing for a whole season. Then, one day a man came. He told us he worked for the government. Said there was no more government. He lives in the valley with the others now.
So, nobody really knows how many Earthlings are left?
Some say we are the only ones. Others say there are some that survived in the mountains or in the caves. But nobody knows for sure. Communication is limited.
The female Earthling raked her fingers through her hair and yawned.
Get some rest. We'll speak in the morning.
I snuggled in, peeked over to see Muna fast asleep, then rolled over to make some dreams. Earth dreams. Entry 180.1. I was the last to wake up. I slept well and found it hard to roll out from my comfortable Earth slumber. Sleeping on a planet was something I hadn't done in quite some time. Eventually, I worked my way above ground and headed toward our ship. The female Earthling stood atop our massive vessel, loading supplies into the hatch. Are we leaving already?
Yep.
Oh, where are we headed?
I have some unfinished business.
The helmet?
Among other things.
She lowered a few boxes into the ship and spoke into her wrist.
Rusty, prepare the ship for takeoff.
She pointed to a small sack near my feet. I tossed it up to her. But I didn't get to say goodbye. The sound of swift-moving feet brought Muna to my side, her eyes and cheeks wet with tears.
Are you leaving?
Let's go, Dean. It'll take longer to get off the ground than to get there.
I looked down at Muna, then back up to the female Earthling. All that I had been through, all the adventures and near deaths, everything led me to this moment. I'm not going.
What?
I'm staying. The female Earthling slid down the side of the ship, joining me on the ground. I've waited my entire life to get here. Sure, it's not exactly how I pictured it, but I'm okay with that. I instinctively stepped back as the female Earthling stepped closer. Then, without warning, she wrapped her arms around me. It was warm. It was lovely, like a rush of comforting heat. I held her tightly, never wanting to let go. She leaned down and whispered into my ear.
It takes courage to become who you really are, Dean, Protector of Earth.
She released her embrace and looked back at the ship. Will you be back?
Yes, so don't get too comfortable.
The female Earthling looked around. She seemed concerned.
The only thing that bothers me, everyone is older than they should be.
What do you mean?
Me and Kaya were the same age when I left.
She's much older than me now.
The female Earthling stared into the distance.
Do you still have my journal?
I pulled her journal out from under my shirt and handed it to her.
Nobody's ever seen this.
She swiped her hand across the gears in the journal's cover, revealing a secret compartment. Inside lay several torn and battered pieces of paper. She gathered them up and handed them to me.
Take care of these. They're most likely the only true records of what happened before the disaster.
I gently placed her disheveled pages in between the pages of my own journal. I promised to look after them.
I know you will.
Will you say goodbye to Rusty for me?
No. I'll tell him you'll see him later.
I lowered my head, sad to say goodbye, but the female Earthling raised my head with a gentle gloved finger to my forehead.
This isn't goodbye, Dean. I'll be back.
She climbed up the ladder, reached the top of the ship, and raised her hand above her head.
Stay out of trouble.
As I waved the female Earthling goodbye, Kaya and several Hopi Earthlings headed up the hill.
She trusts you very much.
The ship lifted off the ground, sending swirls of sand into the sky. I held my breath as the ship drifted above the hills, paused, then disappeared. Everything felt still, like the universe stopped breathing.
If you wish to have a quiet moment, I can show you a place.
Kaya guided me toward a high, flat rock that rose from the desert sand.
You can make your way to the top from here. Take all the time you need.
She motioned to leave, then paused.
What worries you, Dean?
I'm not sure. I suppose a mix of excitement and doubt, with a dash of sadness. A slight whistle drew our attention to the sky. I spotted the last speck of the female Earthling ship as it sped across the low sun, then faded from sight.
She told me how you stopped evil from finding its way here.
We all did. I scanned the distant desert. It seemed to go on forever. I must admit, I'm a bit disappointed. I arrived after...
Answer me this. If you knew about the comet, would you still have come?
Of course. Kaya hugged me tight, then pointed me toward the top of the rock.
Now go take some time.
Kaya was right. Everything that happened, for good or for bad, had led me to Earth. And damaged or not, Earth was safe from Kilroy and the Taranka. And that brought me peace. There were still a lot of unanswered questions, but when the time came to face those challenges, I would be ready. With a calming breath, I headed up the rock and made myself comfortable on the warm stone. And as I sorted through the pieces of loose paper left to me by the female Earthling, I stumbled upon a curious note. It read,
July 27, 2061. I promise to return and make things right. Molly.
Molly. Her name is Molly. As I settled in, Muna and a few of her little friends climbed up the rock to join me. Hello, little ones.
Can you tell us?
What is it that you would like me to tell?
How you got here?
You are in luck. I just happened to write it all down. I opened my journal to the first page, cleared my throat, and began to read as the children huddled around. They said finding an Earthling would be impossible. Many have died trying. But after 219 days, I, Dean Kilroy, Hero 143 of the planet Terra, finally made contact with a female Earthling. Unfortunately, she happened to be one of the most dangerous creatures in the universe. Thanks for listening. This is Tig Carson. Check out my book, Ventures of Hero 143, on Amazon or on tigcarson.com. And I hope you enjoyed the venture. And don't eat the grab. I'm gonna need another journal.